그래서 로켓 들어왔고요. 제로지 포킹.
자, 일단은 그 구역을 밟아야 되니까 안전지대를 밟아주면서 안쪽으로 파고들고 있는데, 자, 이 타이밍에 도발.
또다시
알론소에게 걸면서 뒤로 빠졌습니다.
앞라인 너무
큰 차이가 나요.
게다가 와이어 까는 저 포지션 센스 너무 좋고요. 남아있는 알론소까지 잡아내면 다시 한 번 더 체크메이트 만들어냅니다. 이 호텔에서 포스트로 혈액품을 뽑을 수 있고요.
그렇죠. 지금 20크레딧만 있고요. 자, 무효 11.
야, 불렀어.
이게
네.
참 마음대로 잘 안 되거든요.
그렇죠. 거리를 안 줘버리면 되거든요.
자, 그리고 일단 에이트 한번 파고들면서 클로에 노리고 있는 뉴에라.
와우! 쇼이체!
와, 이거 생명력 터졌을 때 오히려 비약을 깔끔하게 긁어버렸기 때문이거든요. 이제 정면적으로 3대3 싸움을 했다고 했을 때는,
자, 그래도 요한의 힐 받으면서 좀 버텼고,
그렇죠.
이러면은
버텼죠.
키아라가 버티는 게 되고, 아디들이
아티팩트도 타이밍이 정말 좋았어요.
자,
네.
그래서 먼저 테오드를 잡아내고 이어지는 각계 격파를 노리고 있는 경남 스파클 위쪽에 있는 이 알렉스까지 연속으로 이렇게 된다라는 거요. 자, 만약에 여기서도 일단 요정 보겠습니다. 오프라이드와 경남 스파클.
자, 근데 이바가 프리즈라는 구도이기 때문에 좀
오!
위험하긴 한데,
일섭 정말 잘 들어갔거든요. 그리고
자,
이동남으로 한 턴 잘 버텼고요.
자,
그래도 못 잡았어요.
그래도 못 잡으면
페이서가 이렇게 V 방출로 원거리 견제해주고 아이솔까지 있는 오버프라이드거든요. 그러면 또 자, 터미네이트 만들어내고 뭐
잘 의식하면서 견제하면 되기 때문에 숨체이서 선수가 좀 더 해줄 수 있는 게 많습니다.
좋습니다.
이 좁은 골목을 어떻게 좀 뒤집고 빠져나올 수가 있을까요, 오버프라이드?
자, 이거는 프리아트
포킹
좀
데미지가
눌러주는 거.
포킹 데미지가 너무 세거든요.
아, 그리고 너무 길이 진짜 너무 좁아요.
네.
그렇죠. 이거를 옆으로 돌기에도 지금 구도가
근데
너무
금맥 이동
앞으로
활용해서?
먼저 밀어봅니다.
자, 이어서 어트랙션 슬램.
자,
그리고 요즘
여기서
자,
들어가고
이거
데미안
괜찮아요?
이후에 여기서 알론소가 살아남아야 돼요. 살았어요. 이러면은 얘기가 좀 달라질 수 있는데요.
하지만 제로지
길 차이가 나요.
다시 한 번 더 세 번째 연이은 체크메이트.
키오라보단 좋겠죠.
그래서 2대 3구도 우리 팀 불러내지만 지금 여기 팀이 왜 이렇게 많나요? 펀치그레이도 가세해서 자, 빅게이먼트 쪽을 노려주고 있습니다.
길이 고프다는 거죠.
자,
그래서
너무 많이 엉키고 쳤었는데요. 건 들어가서 왜 잡아내고?
계속해서 들어오고 있는 광주 슬래시죠.
너무 맛있죠.
무빙도 좋아요. 이거 오히려
호리픽 짧은 한식
그렇죠.
이후에 비앙카 잡아낼 수 있나요? 호리픽
엑스보이 선수도 이 피오라를 잘 알기 때문에
그렇죠.
이런 플레이가
이게
나오는 거죠.
피자랄 대 피자랄의 대결이었습니다. 이거는.
심리전 너 완전 핵심을 찔렀어.
네, 플래슈가 빠지는 순간 바로 그냥 짧은 한식으로 하면은 뭘 할 수 있는데
그렇죠.
라고 말하는
그래도
듯한.
네가 뭘 할 수 있는데. 야, 굉장히 노련한데요.
혹시나 엄살팀이 프리아를 가지고 있기 때문에 저 좁은 구역을 뚫어내면서 싸우기에는 부담이 되거든요. 오? 건.
펠릭스.
과감해요. 하지만 너무 좋은 자 이르씨. 자,
오?
워커 알렉스 이제 들어오면요.
야, 이게
이거는,
지금
네.
오전설 펠릭스니까 자신감 있게 그냥 혼자 들어간 건데.
진저인이라.
야, 에어본 처음부터 2명 맞춰내게 되면서 이니시군. 자, 좁은 구역 우리가 유리하다. 자리를 먼저 잡았는데 너네 어떻게 들어올 거야? 라고 지금 엄살팀이 얘기를 하고 있는 거거든요.
네.
그렇죠.
진주의 굴림.
하지만 자, 진짜
비양.
굴림 안으로 깊게
자, 네,
들어가지 못했어요.
네, 순환이 끊겼어요.
그렇죠.
끊기게 되면서 뭔가 그림이 이상해졌거든요.
그렇죠. 지금 진짜 저런 좁은 구역 자리 잡았을 때는
제가 제대로 본 게 맞는지 모르겠지만 개화의 손인을 끊긴 것 같거든요. 자, 그리고 여기
와, 어디
클로에
갔죠?
터졌어요.
클로가 사라졌어요 방금.
자, 이거는요 3일 차기 때문에 여기서 지면 그대로
자, 근데 케네스가
페레스가?
나 1대1은 정말 강한 근딜이야.
그렇죠.
그리고
자, 이거
피오에-
무빙만 잘 해면 되는데 이거
그래도-
PC만 터지는 순간
박스가
그 말인즉슨 일단은 위클라이까지 봐야겠지만은 여기서 광주에 또다시 살짝 위험합니다만은 자 테오도르를 먼저 잡아내고요.
엑스보이 방금 전에 콤보 싹 다 맞춰주면서 그래도 킬을 축적을 해냈죠.
오리픽 살수 있나요?
오리픽
살 수 있나요?
들어가서 속박 걸리면
속박이
자
걸렸어요.
도발까지 들어가요.
자, 마이는 잡아냈지만 마이는 잡아 수완 이후에 비앙카
이러면 잠깐만요.
호리픽.
이거 스킬이 지금
한 번 더?
없거든요.
짧은 한식
저도
짧은
이거
한식
아타크 공포제로
아타카 공포제
체력이 박스가 빗나갔어요.
네. 자, 위클라인 싸움 보고 있는 경남 스파클과 경기 이네이트입니다. 이것마저 경기 이네이트 가져가면 진짜 아무도 못 막거든요.
네.
그렇게 되면 경남 스파클을 알고 있는 겁니다. 여기서라도 우리가 무조건 승리를 잡아야 한다. 잡아야 한다.
자, 파고
잡아야
들어서
한다.
수밤에 가야지.
그렇죠.
일리나무?
사용으로 이제
근데
와,
잘
와,
맞고 그냥 이러면
포커싱.
김비도 그냥
오늘 교전을 너무 잘하는 경기 네이트인데 이번 라운드는 아이템도 가장 좋아요.
와, 자, 여기 너무 중요해요. 경남 여기 일단 먼저 요한이 잃고
요한이
시작합니다.
폭주를 닫게 해줘. 근데 닫긴
요한이
했어요.
있었는데요.
닫게 해줘.
이거 살리는 거 막아야 되니까 들어오는
자,
왔는데.
일륜 남무. 자, 이러면 펠렉이 좀 위험합니다.
그렇죠. 이거
잘 빠져줘야 되고요.
할만해요. 잠시만요.
레이크볼.
자, 도발 타이밍에 맞춰서 근데 아티팩트를 한번 핑퐁이 됐고.
그렇죠. 자,
스팟
대우.
찍어야 되는데요.
하지만 펠릭스 나가고요.
오,
이양 엑스포
이거
71대.
할만한데요.
짧은 한
많이
이후에
열렸-
짧은
순환,
한
순환.
이후에 자, 이러면 대우까지도 마무리되면서 경남 스파클이 터미네이트 되는 그림이 나올 것 같은데 자, 쫓아가나요? 아니면 무리하지
시간도
않나요?
없고
네.
이게 순간적으로 뒤틀려서 포커싱 당할 수 있는 각 정말 3초라도 주면은 그냥 그대로 터져버리는 거예요.
그래서 한 방만.
한 방만.
자, 한 방만
한
들어가면
방만.
돼요. 뉴에라 일단 진호 선수를 물어주고
포커싱
있습니다만
너무 좋아요.
고스
그다음에
안으로
그다음에
이끌
에이,
약간
강로 밀었고.
양무스 쓰고
이 정도면 다 받아쳤거든요. 앞으로 밀어볼만 해요.
그래서
그래도
들어서
한 번만. 익스클루시브 지켜냈습니다.
자, 승률 100%를 향해 달려갑니다. 이 팀 마지막까지 진짜 신중해. 우리 1위 1로 안 하고 3명 다 살린 상태에서 잡아내겠다. 오늘 4라운드 중에서 정말 3라운드까지 완벽한 승리, 그리고 여기서 4번째로 또 다시 승리를 만들어내기 위해 준비하고 있는 경기 네이트거든요. 자, 시간 얼마 남지 않았습니다.
네, 이제는 질 수가 없습니다.
그렇죠.
지는 법을 까먹었어요. 그냥 밀어내요.
들어가서
완벽하게 오늘 4번째 체크메이트를 만들어내는 자, 2바까지 쫓아갈 수 있을지는 정말 락세
너무
판단.
많이 말렸는데요 지금.
그렇습니다.
자, 신지.
신더블 선수가 궁극기 활용 너무 좋았고요.
자, 근데 위쪽에 지금 웨이더 мя우먼트가 있다는 걸 알고 있을까요? 일단 먼저 프리아 잡아내고 페이스블 들어가서 이번에는 자, 누누즈 선수의 11 쪽으로
자,
갑니다만은
그래도
자,
마사나 선수가
포지션.
딜 진짜 잘해주긴
그리고
했거든요.
나블로스로 등장하고 있는 누누즈의 11.
자, 더 파고 듭니다. 이게 상대가
포지션.
미아이기 때문에 보고 피할 수 있다는
그렇죠.
거죠.
근데 이거
로디라서 할만해요. 로디라서 이거 속박만
자,
하면
원업.
와!
상남락스 입장에서는 그냥 이대로 안정적인 운영 볼 것 같고요.
자, 이 두 팀의
오,
CJ 스포츠도 있고요.
팀이에요.
오른쪽은 웨이더 мя우먼트까지.
일단은 요한이 앞쪽에서 잘 버텨주고
어.
있는데
요한은
야.
죽을 수밖에 없어요.
요한을 중간에 두고 벤다이어 그림을 그냥 그려버렸어요.
교집합 그 자리 그대로. 맞습니다. 보안 콘솔 시야 자체가 CJ 스포츠 것이었기 때문에
자,
오.
날아가는 도중에 분노요.
그대로 잡아내고요. 자, 근데 이러면 뒤쪽을 지금 쫓고 있는
봤으면 또 천천히 들어와야죠. 그렇죠?
웨이더 мя우먼트가 CJ 스포츠 뒤쪽으로.
근데 역으로
CJ
시프트
스포츠
대박.
네?
그렇죠? 격섹션도 정말 잘 들어가게 되면서 오히려 역으로 다시 볼 수가 있게 됐습니다.
이러면 CNJ가 상자까지도 노려볼 수 있는 상황인데 캐시더블 살려야 돼요. 메인 딜러 역할을 합니다.
자, 세리오의 라우라.
잘했어요.
마무리.
그래서 나왔던 게 우리는 교전에 자신감이 있으니까 안전한 운영만 한다였거든요.
네.
그러니까 보여주고 있는 두 팀이고요.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Eternal Return Game Channel. Hope you guys have been having a wonderful Sunday so far. It's only been a couple of hours for me, but you get my point. Hope all of you guys are having a wonderful day so far. Welcome back to Eternal Return Masters. We are now here for phase number 2, knockout stages 1 and 2. My name is Shuvi Senpai. I'll be one of your casters guiding you through the day today for this beautiful day of Eternal Return, and alongside me is going to be joining us back, Superior. How are you doing today, and how was your break yesterday, man?
I'm doing fantastic, and yeah, you might say it's a break, but I was busy, still working, but yeah, I'm excited here for the first 2 knockout stages. We'll have to see, if some of these teams have adapted, to the group stages, and we'll have to see how they do here for today.
Yeah, I have a strange feeling today's going to be a little bit messy. A lot of the teams for phase number 2, I really hate to say it, but the ones that are here in knockout stages 1 and 2 are here for a bit of a likely reason. We saw a lot of teams hesitating and a lot of teams being very scared during the group stages for phase number 2, including day number 1, where you were here. If you weren't watching for day number 2, a lot of people in chat will also remember that there were some teams playing very passive, very scared that are going to be here in day number 1 of the knockout stages. So I think today is definitely going to be a little bit messy, but these teams theoretically should have had some time to discuss with their team what their next steps are going to be. And they have to at this point, because if you're playing in knockout stages 1 and 2, you have a long road ahead of you until the finals.
Yeah, about 24 games or 20 games for the players in knockout stage 1 and 2. It's quite a bit of games they'll have to play. But Shuvi, I'm curious, which team, do you have your eye for?
That's a great question. We should be able to see the teams that are going to be playing in just a moment. So actually, how about we save that for a little bit, because I'm pretty sure we'll be looking at what the heck is even happening for today just off the bat. So let's talk about the overview real quick. Get back to me when we're talking about the teams for that question. For today, though, schedule, we are done with the group stages. So days 1 and 2 are now over. We are on day 3 for knockout stages 1 and 2. For those of you guys who are here on time, thank you so much for joining us at the correct time. We appreciate you, as the early birds get the worm. Price pool, still the same thing, 10 million Korean won, that doesn't change. Point matrix, same thing as well. But the road to Busan inches closer and closer to the season finals for Season 9.
Yeah, we are in Phase 2 right now, and the LCQ is going to be coming up very shortly after this phase and finals, thinking about a month or 2 from now. The format, it's here for you guys. The left side is completely done. We're already done with the group stages. We're now on our little staircase here, starting at the bottom at knockout stage 1.
Exactly, and let's talk about the teams this time around. Last draw, Dragon Ball Z, Hunchgray, as well as Crimson Bumfly is joining us. Unfortunately, the teams that ended in 8th place after the group stages, and for the 7th place teams, Endless, Sidak, Umzar, as well as Wade, Miamint. These will be the 8 teams that will be playing for games 1 through 4 of the evening. And now I think you can ask me that question. So, personally, I think the team that I'm going to be looking out the most for right now is going to be Team Umsire. This roster has a very, very solid set of players, but I think yesterday was just a little bit unfortunate for what this team wasn't able to do. There was a lot of things that these guys tried, but a lot of the options they were going for were cut off because there were so many third parties yesterday. It just was way too chaotic, I think, for a team like Umsire.
Okay. I'm curious to see, how Team William Yauman does, just because, we've seen this team perform in the previous knockout stages or in the previous phases or ERMs, and obviously Team Dragon Ball Z, we gotta see, if they went into that time chamber.
Oh yeah.
For today.
Have they gone through that training arc, or is this going to be another one of those dead arcs for Team Dragon Ball Z? We saw them a couple of times in the past for ERM, and we've had some standout performances, so we know Dragon Ball Z has it in them to at least perform during knockout stages 1, but one of the problems with having a team that isn't consistent enough to make a showing over and over again in ERM is that their performance is very shaky. It's either going to be great, or it's going to be very, very bad. And I really hope it's going to be the former today, because I know a lot of people in chat are going to be rooting for Dragon Ball Z. We want Goku and Vegeta to do the fusion ha. We want them to go Super Saiyan right now. If we could see all of that tonight, I know a lot of people in chat are going to walk away from this evening set of games very happy.
Yeah, unfortunately, this didn't really have that performance in the first group stage, right? I think they went out in 8th place. Pretty split away from everyone else as well. We'll have to see if they, went back to the drawing board to maybe adapt to, the new meta that's taking place here in phase 2, or, if they're just gonna, completely flop out here in the first knockout stage.
I really hope it doesn't be the case, but in the end, it is the knockout stages. So half of these teams are going to be gone by the end of the first 4 games, right? Just the way the cookie crumbles. We are not in the baby stages anymore. Group stages are done. It is elimination rounds for the teams going from this point forward. And now we really have to start looking at the actual repercussions behind that, right? Because a lot of the teams that are playing here right now are nowhere in the leaderboard for the circuit points. That means if they don't do well here today, continue moving forward until we get to around knockout stage number 4 or 5, where you are going to be guaranteed at least a little bit of circuit points, you really don't have a chance of making it anywhere close to even qualifying for the LCQ finals. So a lot of pressure on the teams that are going to be here playing today, but the focus definitely has to be what is right in front of them, the finishing line of making it through each of the knockout stages. You can think of everything else after you get that part of the job done.
Oh, 100%. I'm very curious if we'll see, another, miracle run team like we have in the previous seasons, or if, it's going to be exactly like phase number 1, where only, I think, the knockout stage, 5 and 6 teams were able to make it to the finals. Like, we'll have to see, how these teams kind of shape up and if they can climb their way all the way back up to make it to that finals.
It's going to look a little bit difficult. As I mentioned to you, Super, unfortunately, yesterday was just one of those days where I was kind of dreading today after watching the results. Groups A and B were fine, right? Some of the teams in 7th and 8th place, I think you and I were talking about how they definitely got unlucky in a lot of cases, and some of those lobbies were pretty competitive. But yesterday's games were pretty much single-handedly ran, especially in Group C, by one team. The rest of the lobby just really didn't have any chances to compete against that other side, whereas the ones on the bottom side of the score sheet, it definitely feels like there's a reason as to why they are there. So starting from knockout stage number 1, I need to see whether or not these teams learn from their mistakes, and within the short period of time between the group stages and the knockout stages, have they learned their lesson and actually implement those into their game?
Well, let's just jump straight into it here, Shuvi, for round number 1 of group or knockout stage number 1 here. We got the lobby screen for you guys here, and there's a lot of really unique picks already being locked in from all these teams. Every single pick on the first lock-in is unique. We got 11, we got Aiden, Alex, Piolo. There's a lot of variety to go around here.
A lot of the teams that are playing here right now were definitely one of those teams that were kind of doing their own thing throughout the entire course of the group stages, so I'm not completely entirely surprised about something like this. So don't expect too many bans to come out throughout the course of the group stages as well. But I am, the knockout stages as well, at least this early on into the stage. But I am very surprised that we are going to see that double Nathapon coming out, because it's not a character that you see all too often. But again, today is just one of those situations where there's just a lot of teams playing their own individual characters. So meta be gone. It's all comfort picks today just to figure out what the pacing of this lobby is going to look like. And I like that from these teams. They're just sticking to their old usual. No change-ups, no diverting anything just because it wasn't working out there in the group stages. Knockout stage 1 is going to be fine for a lot of these teams. It just comes down to who can execute better.
Yeah, not the pod. Not really a pick we see often. You see Be Gone, but maybe these players inspired by One Circle yesterday, or not yesterday, but on Friday, that they were actually using this pick in their team comp, and yeah, we're going to see 2 teams actually going to be playing it. It is going to be Shauna and Magician, both going to be on this Nathapon pick. I mean, Nathapon is just a really good kind of pick mage that is able to find these one-shot angles just either on backlines or, I mean, even on tanks. He does a lot of damage if you are able to utilize his full combo correctly.
Indeed. Well, we'll take a look at whether or not that pick is going to work out. Ladies and gentlemen, strap in, because we are now starting game number 1 of the 8 games we'll be watching here tonight. It's going to be a fun set of 8, I think. As I said, it's not going to be the cleanest games in the world, but there is a little bit of correlation between not the cleanest games and the most chaotic games. So I think we're going to get a good balance between the two. I just want to see a lot of action tonight just to really gauge how well these teams have adjusted and even learned some of the lessons from their experiences in the group stages.
Yeah, although it might be knockout stage number 1, these teams are still, some of the best teams in Korea. So, the gameplay is still going to be really good, right? Even though these teams did end up getting eliminated just because, you know, of how tough it is to even get onto the big Intermission Master stage.
Indeed. Well, Shauna is trying to get a kill over onto Magician, but unfortunately, Wang Chiu is sitting right there inside a cemetery to get the additional assist. That's going to be an easy kill going into the hands of, what is that? I think that was Team Endless pretty early on into the series. Everybody else, though, just still roaming around. We are actually seeing a couple of teams grouping up pretty early, which has been a bit of a dice roll this entire phase so far. It's always been things like teams grouping up and then everybody plays passive, or people are just individually running around and then finding picks. It's always been a toss-up on which one it is. This one seems to be a little bit more catered towards teams actually grouping up. You can see it up in Alley, you can see it on the south side of the map. Same thing for Team Endless as well, as this Natapon and the Piolo has been grouped up together this entire time. This is pretty good. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, looks like Trust is going to get cut out here, but the Natapon is going to be able to combo pushing back the Nia, and I think, oh, a great F-stop there to actually keep the Isaac alive. But Isaac's actually going back for that. It looks like they're going to be okay getting that speed gate to get themselves on out, but yeah, Isaac in a little bad of a position there. I think they should be able to catch them out there. Aiden is going to go down. Unfortunately, the ultimate is not going to really connect here, and they're actually going to look to actually turn it here. Vegeta is going to jump on in, is going to be able to get the Natapon, and they're going to try to get the 1v1 onto this Piolo, and oh, the parry is going to be able to connect, and they do get that extra damage to finish him off. Now it is going to be the Haze just by themselves. They're going to be able to get themselves on out of there on the bottom side. Great combo there coming out from Lastra to finish off that Lina. Alex trying to turn it back with their full combo here. GTL is going to be able to get a lot of damage. Doesn't actually missing out on the pistol Q. I think, oh wait, the damage is going to be enough. Not going to be there. Great parry there. No, actually, Alex should be able to get away. I don't think they can actually get out, and the respawns are going back in. They actually were able to get a kill on the other side. They're able to trade one. The heart going down, and now it's going to be up to the Lina to try to finish off this Emma, and they should be able to get it, and it's going to be another kill going to the side of Team William.
This is what I wanted to see. It's the fiesta that I wanted to see for night number 1 between all of these teams. They are desperate to already look for as many points as possible. It's a bunch of picks going on, a bunch of team fights going on. It is chaotic, and I love that right now. A lot of these fights are being decided by very close margins. You saw GTL just barely getting out of Warehouse alive with all of his combos. Even the parry coming in to make sure that he keeps himself alive, dodging away from the damage of Blast Wave. A lot of things going really good for some of the teams that are winning fights, but we can see that CDAC has been a little bit silent so far. Same thing for Team Crimson Bumflies, which is, in my opinion, not the greatest look as of right now, because Crimson Bumflies from yesterday seem like probably by far the least confident team going into the knockout stages. So I need to see this team be a little bit more proactive, especially with Nunu sitting on the 11. You need to make use of this character, otherwise the pick just does nothing.
Yeah, I mean, 11 is just one of those characters that doesn't really get utilized at all, because obviously she's one of those tanks that is just really predictable, but we'll have to see if Crimson Bumflies can, you know, kind of make use of this, just because, you know, they do have the Henry and that Razi to back up there. We do have the ultimate coming down on in police station, and it looks like the damage is just going to be way too much for the side of, I think that is Dragon Ball Z is actually going to go down here. I think they're going to, oh wait a second, the damage is coming up from Theodore. They were able to actually kill the Pre on the right side there, and they're actually going to be able to turn it. So Dragon Ball Z is going to be the one to come on top. And the bottom side is, it looks like it's going to be Wade Yamit, unfortunately going to fall down here, and the objective going to go to the side of Team Last Draw.
One of the loudest days we've had so far, especially for day number 2. People are actually going to be contesting for objectives tonight, which is also once again a really good look for a lot of these teams. The confidence level that I'm seeing from these guys is definitely a lot better than what I saw during the group stages, so I'm loving these gameplays so far. Made Lily in a little bit of trouble. F-Stop is just going to be blinked away across. Everybody else from the side of Team Widowmama is going to join the fray. Down goes one, but GTL gets traded. Made Lily in a little bit of trouble will get slammed down by the blue paint too. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Team CDAC, as they're going to get the Isaac res back up and have control over Doc for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, as long as William Yamit doesn't wipe there, it's not the end of the world. It is still day 2, so they should be able to get their teammates back into this game. Unfortunately, gonna lose out on some tempo here, as you can see their credit counts as well. They're not really close for those 4 scores. It looks like Finran is gonna actually just jump away, make sure they're safe, to not get engaged on by the Yan, as Sleep just gonna TP over to get start getting their call-ins here. On the other side, though, we do have the 11 getting caught out here. GTL is actually going to blink away from the Razi here. Look at the damage. It's going to be able to kite back on them, and Ozzy already cut down to 1 HP, but the members of Waitemyama unfortunately is not there to respond, as all the members are just going to slowly back themselves on out.
That's really lucky because Nunu's just ended up getting taken down, so this 11 was in a bit of dire straits when they teleported in towards Hotel, but it was barely enough HP to keep themselves alive, actually maintain their tankiness throughout the course of the fight too. It's just not enough damage yet for the Adriana and the Alex, so Nunu staying alive for that long was definitely not something that Waitemyama anticipated inside of Hotel.
Yeah, it looks like they were able to just barely live there. I think they're around 1 HP, and same thing with the Rozzy as well. The Rozzy just barely staying alive, able to get that last auto attack and finish off the Alex, I think is definitely what sealed the deal here. We do have actually a good test here for this Alpha down here in Beach. The triple range team just needs to start slowly getting control of this this zone here. But there's that Henry, so it's kind of hard to walk up into this other team. Looks like Team Lastra is just going to slowly start to pull the Alpha to their side here. They should go down, but there's Engage coming out with a huge double taunt here coming out from the 11. But the Henry is actually going to go wide. No follow-up is going to be there just yet. Taunt duration was a little too short, but it looks like Team Lastra are just going to give out and let their Emma die. I think they might have caught the Literal as well, so definitely a team fight in Team Lastra's favor there.
Yeah, really unfortunate. I'm going to talk about that in just a second, but we do have fights going on. Rift is being fought by Team CDAC versus Waitemyama. Up on the northern side, Temple is a little bit weird for Team Umside as well as Dragon Ball Z. Health bar trait between the two teams are a little bit iffy, so they will back away, but the Rift still has to continue. EMP barrage is massive from GTL as it hits both Trinity as well as Trust. Down goes the members of CDAC. It's going to be Waitemyama taking away the Night 2 Rift for themselves. Really, really good fight, and that finisher with the EMP barrage is what seals the deal.
Yeah, very nicely played by them there, as they do end up getting that nice mid-throw for themselves as well, right? Winning out on that Rift. We do actually have maybe a find here, but no, it actually looks like it is going to be Hunchgrave just gonna slowly back themselves on out. There's the double Natapon pushing each other away, but it looks like Magician's gonna be the one to come out on top on that exchange here. Is correct. CDAC is in a little bit of trouble here. Can be able to find the angle. There's knockup, and I think BT is dead, and that is going to be Team CDAC going to go down in 8th place.
Oh, that is not the place you want to get taken down as Team CDAC. 2.5 points is all they get for game number 1. Definitely not the greatest start considering every other team in existence so far has been very proactive in this game at the moment. Really, really rough for Team CDAC, but it's going to be even worse for Team Lastra as they're going to end up losing out on the Emma. Unfortunate Hyperloop situation. Minya has to die right now. Do not use your Peacemaker. Nice decision there. 8 seconds to go until day number 3. Team Lastra do get all of the reses, and at least they were able to get some value out of night number 2 on the Alpha, because losing out on that tree is going to be a little bit unfortunate. But I'm going to just jump back on that topic for the Mithril earlier. We saw a lot of Henrys actually during the knockout, during the group stages, use their entire kit to zone away teams from those kind of objectives like the Alpha as well as the Omega. Crimson Bumflies didn't do that, and I'm a little bit worried about this because if you're going to be running the Henry, you need to look to secure those objectives because, yeah, you won the fight, you got an extra point in your favor, but losing out on objectives is never going to be the greatest thing in the end. So I want to see Team Crimson Bumflies utilize this Henry just a little bit more optimally.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great engage from the 11, but the Henry follow-up, which just wasn't there just because the taunt duration was so short, just because, you know, the 11 just charged it just for that taunt instantly. Ooh, the follow-up just wasn't perfectly timed by the Natapon there on that F-stop, so the blink was going to be there to get the Theodore out. Looks like Dragon Ball Z is taking so much punishment, though, so much range on the side of Team Endless as Theodore is going to go down, so it's going to be -1 for the side Team Dragon Ball Z. On the other side, though, we have a lot of AoE damage coming out from Team Lastra, but no one really actually falling down from Crimson Bumflies there. It looks like they're all going to be able to get themselves on out.
Henry's just not getting the value. Same thing for the Rozzy too, but to be fair for the Rozzy, she's going to have a really rough time jumping into the triple DPS because there's an Emma, you walk a little bit too close, you're immediately going to get comboed. Same thing for the Celine, you walk a little bit too close and you're just going to eat an entire combo. So for Team Crimson Bumflies, they're going to have to pick and choose their targets pretty well, whereas Lastra are kind of maneuvering around this game pretty well for themselves. Fortunately, Hunchgrave split apart for themselves. What is going on here? Why is Sleep just sitting here by himself, He does have the cooldown resets on the bob and weave. It's pretty good. It does allow at least Teo to join back into the fray, but this Nia is split apart from the rest of their team at the moment. Luckily, Umzar will just back away. It allows Team Hunchgrey to group back up, but that's the Tetragon gone for this team. That's a really big cooldown. They really want to rely on. Ping's still gonna get jumped on pretty early on. Teo losing a lot of their HP bar. The Chloe in a whole heap of trouble on the backside. Peacemaker is gonna allow Sleep to keep themselves alive too. Can they find the kill over onto Ping? No, they cannot. Unfortunately, the Mai already fell down somehow. Hikasi on the backside, Ping on the backside will keep their lives intact, but it's a 1-for-0 in favor of Hunchgrey, considering the fact that they were the ones cut out first. Beautifully done on the return kill.
Yeah, great find there from Sleep to actually just lock down the two members on the backside there, just able to tank both the Chloe and the Hard for so long, just allowed Hunchgrey to just kill the Mai and then, you know, turn it into a 2v3.
Even if you have a couple of items as a Mai, you're not going to want to stand inside of that Nia's game round, so really unfortunate. Crimson Bumfly is looking to be a little bit proactive inside of this fight. Henry's going to go in and use Chrono Field. It does push away at least the haze, but that's all they really get out of it. Calorie Cycling are invested from the Mai. Mazuhana is looking for a bit more, but the disengage is already done. March healing back up, so the fight will reset, but a lot of heavy cooldowns invested for both teams. The biggest problems here, no Chrono Field and no Calorie Cyclone. Yunus is still going to try for something, but does end up getting comboed by the Natapon, and down goes the 11. It is just too easy to predict what's going to happen when you do something like that without the entirety of your team, and no Calorie Cyclone plus the healing drone. I'm surprised they went for back again.
Yeah, you can't really do that into a Natapon. Natapon just does so much damage, even into tanks, you know, like I think the 11 just wasn't expecting to die so faster, but just a great find coming out and a great combo coming out from the Natapon. A great split away from Endless to, you know, punish on that engage.
Do you see what I mean though by when I say Team Crimson Bumflies just look like they're so uncomfortable for some reason? They also just ended up using a safety drone this early on into the game. I don't think their timer was really in that big of trouble. If it was, then I guess count me wrong on that one. But their fights just have been really weird. They're really strong right now. You can see the items on the Rozzy as well as the Henry. It's not bad. But the execution of some of these fights are just like half a second delayed, which just makes it really weird for these teams. Like this right here, the 11 should have immediately got the taunt over onto the Adriana, but there was just no follow-up from any one of the other teams, and now they're the ones getting jumped on instead. Minron on the backside will be able to look for a little bit of a backup in initiation, but now the EMP barrage just completely splits away Matsuhana as well as Minron. Yunus is taking all the damage in the world, but he's just going to get taken down instead. Rozzy going in on the fight, but it's a little bit too late. She's trying her best to stay alive, but it's just not going to happen. Down goes two members again for Team Crimson Bumflies. It's just going to have to be a rift angle now.
Yeah, just a minus 400 there. Yeah, you're just not looking too comfortable right now. There's the F-stop is not going to connect actually on the side of Team Endless, so it looks like they're just going to back themselves on out. Maybe path towards the top side of Forest here. No, Crimson Bumfly is kind of caught in the middle between two teams. I think that's going to be it. I don't think there's going to be any escape for this 11. Oh, a huge jump actually over the wall, and they will be able to get themselves on out. So Crimson Bumfly is just barely escaping with their lives, but another minus 200. Unfortunately, just getting caught in between two teams. Not really gonna be able to do much about that. There is a rift there in Forest. If this 11 can get over there, maybe they can come back into this game, but yeah, it's not looking too good for this Team Crimson Butterflies.
This is rough. We got 20 seconds to go until Wickeline is going to spawn, but for Team Endless as well as Team Umzar, they are looking to contest for the chapel positioning. Rocket Launchers is activated now. One lands over onto Ping. There's two, but now White Lily in, over Ping on the backside. Can he get anything done? Devil Ping gets tagged out with the F-stop. Fortunately, the Breath of the Dragon doesn't really do anything, but Wang Chu on the back, he wants to do a little bit more, but now it gets caught out by the heart. The damage is absolutely insane. That is a 5 transition heart up against a non-tank this late into the game. Magician has to run. He's got the VLS. Should be able to get on out of there, but another fight up on the northern side. Aiden gets a huge combo on the backside too now. And the backside just cannot focus. Down goes two members, and the last one. Last draw is going to get taken down. Dragon Ball Z, a massive play from the Aiden to distract the two backliners, while the Celine or the Emma just gets completely isolated.
Yeah, huge find there from Goku, just teleporting on in and just locking down both the Emma and the Celine there by themselves and killing both of them too. So very nice from the side of Team Dragon Ball Z. Desperately needed as well. You can see their items, so getting that getting those extra credits from those bodies and getting those extra points is going to be really big. Endless is going to be able to get the res here, but Yellow already chunked down to half HP because they were able to get the res here. No, wait, Meowman is going to be the one stuck here. No, a huge combo coming out. Nia hitting 2 on the Nia's game roll. Double knockup coming out from the Yan. Can this Alina get away? No, the knockup's going to be there. And the White Lily to seal the deal. And that's going to be Team Wait Meowman chasing a little too far forward there, not knowing and not having any information on where the Wick team is, and they get immediately punished for it.
That's brutal. You just had to check the minimap because Wickeline got taken inside of school. You should know that there's a team in there, but unfortunately the fight was a little bit too chaotic for Wei Meowman to get that information before they were in trouble. Really lucky for Team Dragon Ball Z though, they are able to get out of that situation, but now they're the ones stuck inside of a fight. Never mind, because Minfan just gets obliterated before the fight even begins. Masuhana gets taken down and Nunuz is now the one in trouble. On air does get cancelled, but that is an 11. She'll stay alive for the time being. The third party is coming. Team Endless still hanging around here. Team Dragon Ball Z, can they reset? I think they can, because Endless is not going to look for this at all. It's a really good and clean fight from Dragon Ball Z once again inside of gas station.
Yeah, but another minus 404 Crimson Butterflies. They're just in a really rough spot now. The 11 going to try to charge their engage, but not really going to be able to find anything. And a huge find from Chloe. He's going to be able to get the knockup, and I think they're going to be able to get a full solo kill here. Taunt is going to be there, but the ultimate is going to be there to keep the Chloe alive. But oh no, now Team Hunchgrey are going to be in a little bit of trouble, and they get caught out here. The Yan is going to be able to get some damage back in. Blink is going to be used by the Haze. Hunchgrey now just going to be a down a member. Going to have to look for this Lumi res, but it's going to be a little tough. Crimson Butterfly is actually going to be able to get the res up here, and they're going to be able to get the body, I think, on this Chloe. Ooh, baiting the body. I like this. Maybe they can get someone here. Oh, can they find the yellow? Yes, they do. They are going to get Team Endless. Very nicely played by Crimson Butterflies. Actually bait out on the body, and Team Endless is now going to be down a member as well. Going to have to look for that Lumi res too.
Wang Chu didn't know about that at all, because when he tried to go over and kill the Chloe body, even with the daylight vision, he couldn't see, unfortunately, the Razi crawling up towards the top side of the map, so he just had no idea there was a team sitting in there whatsoever. Great bait coming through from Team Crimson Butterflies, and they're going to look for a little bit more. Nunuz trying to do something with the CC immunity, but the rest of the team is just not there to support because it is a thin corridor, and these two close range, mid-range characters, the mages as well as the auto attackers, really can't close the distance easily up against something like a Haze and a Nathapon.
Team Hunchgrey looks like they're going to get sent on, and there's going to be another duo on the top side there. That's going to be so unfortunate there. Nia's going to go down. Yan's going to be the last member alive, and looks like Team Endless have to use the VLS to get themselves to safety. That's a lot of their gadget points going to be used. They need to go down and try to look for this Lumi res that is going to be coming from the bottom side. And yeah, Hunchgrey as well. Looks like they're going to be coming around as well, but they don't really have any credits to get all their team members back up. Same thing with Team Endless. So yeah, it looks like both these teams just going to have to play it split out here. Sleep is going to use the VLS to get out once again. Heart not going to be able to finish the deal, and looks like they're actually going to use the VLS to get themselves to Cemetery. I feel like Team Umcell should see that. We do see Crimson Butterflies stuck in the corner here. Dragon Ball Z looks like they're going to be the ones in position to close out this game, looking pretty strong for themselves. Alex sitting on no items, but that's Theodore and that Aiden, both full items for themselves there. So teams have to be a little careful fighting into the side of Team Dragon Ball Z.
Crimson Butterflies is not a team that can fight with their backs exposed like that at all. They need to start pushing forward a little bit, get a little bit of pressure, make sure that this is not a situation where they can get third party, because once Nunu goes in, the entire back line is going to be completely exposed until they join in on the fight too. So I want to see them play a little bit more proactive, but it makes sense as to why they are scared. Their items now is definitely at a deficit compared to everybody else in this lobby, so we'll just have to see what the reactions are going to be. For Team Endless, they really don't have a response whatsoever. Great initiation, great kill, pick already over onto the Haze. Magician should die in a couple of seconds unless he's able to get out. Yes, he can. Will slowly walk his way up towards Cemetery, but look at his timer. It is just not the greatest situation in the world.
Yeah, they're just trying to full chase this, get this kill. 3 seconds left on Magician, and Team Umsum actually going to chase this because they know it's going to be a solo. The self-res is going to be there for Team Endless, and they're going to be able to get back into it. We do have a team fight, though. Team Dragon Ball Z is full, sending it onto the side of Team Crimson Butterflies. Butterflies are just going to be able to return the damage. Razi is doing a little too much for this Alex and Aiden and Crimson Bunflies are actually going to be the one to come out on top.
Yeah, this is a really good situation. I don't know what ended up happening inside of that fight, but Crimson Bumflies do keep their lives intact, and they should be able to go into the final zone with this because it's just March as well as just the not the Johan, but the Theo sitting inside of the zone.
3 solos.
Yeah, 3 solos. Actually, well, 2 solos inside of Forest specifically, but 3 solos overall. The Yan is going to be inside of Cemetery. Crimson Bumflies, you need to still manage this just a little bit. Good situation, good decision making. They see the Theo with that camera, but they're making the executive decision to go towards the temporary zone. I really like this because they know the Theo is alone. That shouldn't be that big of a deal. And now that they see the haze, they should be completely comfortable sitting inside of the temporary zone for now. But New News, he really wants to kill 4 seconds, and they will be able to get the kill on March.
I don't think they saw the Theo because that was actually the Theo's camera, but they're just be able to get both of these kills here, and we're going to go down to a final 3v3. Both Crimson Bunflies and Team Unsol. Crimson Bunflies still on the weaker end, but maybe being able to get all these kills should be able to get their credit counts back up and should be able to finish off on some of these builds, but the item advantage definitely the side of Team Unsol. Art on that, the blood chest piece, all of their members on full gold items here, and Crimson Bunflies, you can see on the bottom right, still their members are just missing some items. We do have the VLS. I really like this play from Crimson Bunflies to actually get into a better position, because Umsal was actually trying to deny the choke point there, and maybe Crimson Bunflies can look for an angle. But yeah, they're definitely going to be fighting an uphill battle for this game. We do have the 11 actually walking around, maybe looking for a flank angle to look for a taunt. I don't know if we're going to see it though. We do have the one in the lead. It's going to come in.
The double guillotine.
There is the double guillotine, and I think the Rosie's is going to go down here. So much damage is going to be exchanged. A lot of cooldowns invested for the side of Team Crimson Bunflies. Not really much for the side of Team Umsal, so looks like the re-engage is going to be a little tough. They don't have that 11 ult, but Peng just playing with fire here, jumping on forward. So confident on this heart. And Crimson Bunfly is going to be forced to use the safety orbit to try to reset here.
What is their strategy? This Chronosphere is way too far inside of the chapel building. Minron is going to heal back up just a little bit. Timer at 30 seconds. They still have a little bit to play with, but now it's thin corridors across the board for Team Crimson Bumflies to push up against. Pang is going to get jumped on first. Never mind. It's going to be Hikasi. There's the taunt going in. Chrono Field going down as well. It's actually not that bad, but Echoes of the Earth down. Same thing for the Peacemaker. Minron just gets obliterated before anything can happen. Very nice attempt from Team Crimson Bumfly, but the survivability aspect of what Team Umsar is able to do executes flawlessly. They will take away game number 1 with 20.5 points. Great attempt from Team Crimson Bumflies, but just a better execution from Team Umsar.
Yeah, and I think the item difference just doesn't really help there. They weren't able to burst down the pre fast enough. It was a great taunt and a great initiation, but yeah, just not there. A great hard ult coming down. They keep the pre alive, and the pre using the ultimate as well, layered on top. Just very nicely played from the side of Team Umsal.
Yep, absolutely. And again, it's exactly as I predicted. It's going to be all about execution for how these games are going to go. Umsar just reacted really well to exactly what Crimson Bumflies was going to do, but this also creates a bit of a conflicting situation for me because Crimson Bumflies, they're definitely playing a lot better, but now I'm seeing the issues of what happens when this team tries to play correctly, and it's that the 11 plays a little bit too far in comparison to the comfortable range that a Henry and a Rosie can actually fight with, right? You think of what the 11 on air is able to do. Nunuz is also positioning really well in front of his teammates, but that actually creates a problem because when he charges the on-air and actually goes in with it, he goes too far away from his teammates. He's taking a big chunk of damage before the rest of his team can actually support him with the damage effectively. Henry takes too long to get there. The Chrono Field felt like it was about 2 to 3 seconds off. The Rosie damage output was a little bit too late because the Echoes of the Earth went down a little bit too fast after the taunt from Food for Thoughts was also invested as well. It just feels a little uncoordinated, and it's not exactly Team Crimson Bumfly's fault because it's just the problems with the characters being paired alongside the 11. I didn't really see this until now because we didn't see them play aggressive yesterday, but now that they are playing aggressive, I am seeing that issue a little bit more today.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think they're just a little uncoordinated as well, just because we see, the 11 taunt come through, but I think the Henry engages a little too late on their taunt, just because it looks like the 11 is just trying to get the taunts as soon as possible, not really charging it, because I mean it's kind of hard to charge a full 11 taunt to get the full duration. but the engage has to be, just instant on the follow up there, or, they're not going to be able to layer that CC together.
For sure. It's one of the reasons why I really like the roster that Team Crimson Bumflies is holding, because they're all comfortable on this character. I get it. But at the same time, uncoordination plus the team composition just not seeming to meld together when it comes to the effective range and the timings in which those effective ranges are being utilized, I do see a bit of problems with Team Crimson Bumflies. But on the flip side for Team Umsire, I will say the reactions have definitely gotten a lot better compared to what we saw during their own respective group stages. I think this game has been a significant improvement as to what they were able to do so far, although their macro seemed a little bit weird, right? Towards the end of the game, they were over chasing a couple of these rats, which is okay to a certain degree, but you do also have to maintain composure, understand what the map layout looks like, and actually utilize that to your full advantage. So if you could see that a bit more from Team Umsar, I think this team is going to look pretty good going into the rest of the series.
Yeah, 100%. And we can see the scoreboard here. It is going to be Umsal in first place with 20.5 points. Dragon Ball Z and Crimson Bumflies. Actually, looks like Dragon Ball Z was able to actually outscore Crimson Bumflies there in 15.5. Crimson Bumflies with 15. Endless with 11. And Wait a Moment in 10. Or with 10. So remember, it's going to be our top 4 teams that are going to be able to make it to the knockout stage 2. And unfortunately, our bottom 4 teams are going to be our first 4 teams going to be eliminated this tournament.
Not that bad of a result for a lot of these teams, though. I actually saw a lot more points than I expected from some of these guys, especially the ones in the top 4 outside of Team Umsire. 15.5, 15 as well as 13 is a pretty good amount of points, considering a lot of these teams were playing very passive during the group stages. So we're kind of in that little situation where we're seeing a lot of the frogs in the little pond kind of thing. All of them are now bunched together. They haven't gone into the big pond yet. They haven't gone into the big river just yet, because we're still in the earlier stages of the knockout stages. But because of the environment that they're in, I think these guys are a little bit more confident in how they can play, because they know all of the teams around them have also been struggling throughout the group stages. This is where you need to start practicing how your team executes. I think that's perfectly being done by the teams in the top 4 right now.
Yeah, 100%. We'll have to see if teams do end up maybe swapping the team comp around. But, it was just game number 1 going into game 2. So most teams, I think, are just probably going to be sticking with what they've been practicing, and maybe after game 2, after the break, we might see a substitution, or maybe even just a team comp swap entirely, because if it's not working for the first 2 games, you might have to change up your strategy.
One good thing is no bans going into game number 2. We talked about it earlier. There were a couple of duplicate picks. Once again, the Nathapon being picked twice was not something you or I pretty much expected probably going into our knockout stage 1, but it did happen. Still, no bans going into game number 2, so the field is completely open for these teams to play whatever they want. I think for a good chunk of them, though, going back onto what their composition looked like for game number 1 is going to be a very solid idea. It didn't work once. If you want to try it again, I'm completely okay with that, because a lot of these teams did play their compositions pretty well to a certain degree.
Yeah, we'll have to see here, as we are going to be able to jump straight into the picks here, as looks like almost everything is going to be the same. Actually, CDAC going to be swapping over to Arda, so maybe they're going to be playing a dive team here, as Arda is usually paired with those 2 dive melees, but no, it's going to be that Tia going to be locked in here, so maybe more of more CC lockdown for the side of Team CDAC.
Are we going to see Trinity locking in that Isaac? Yeah, this is a pick that Trinity and Shauna has been very comfortable on throughout the course of the group stages. Trust was able to go a little bit of the versatile pick. I do remember this during their group stage, and I think it was on Friday that we saw them. Trinity does really like this Isaac character. The only problem is you and I know that Isaac isn't a bona fide frontline character. He is a bruiser. So you need him to get set up before the fight is going to go in his favor, and you can't out-tank everything in comparison to some other tanks. That means Trinity and Shauna are going to have to do pretty heavy lifting in terms of CC control, so that the Isaac can get in, assassinate someone, and then immediately get out.
Yeah, they do have that Arda as well, so I think maybe they could just drop an Emerald's Gate in, let Trust and Trinity jump on forward. I mean, Tia is not really a melee bruiser, but definitely has a decent it's definitely a little short range and has that damage to follow up maybe on the lockdown of that Isaac. So we'll have to see how they do end up utilizing this Arda pick.
For sure. And this is a pick that unfortunately Gasbucks seeming to miss out on when he's casting. But Gasbucks was really excited to see something like a William yesterday. But this time around, we're going to see it in the knockout stages. Really unfortunate for Gasbucks that he is missing out on this on cast. But it is here now in spirit. Masuhana is going to be fielding it for game number 2. So let's see how that one goes, because all the players are now loaded in. Let's see if these character swaps and roster swaps are going to make any difference in how the pacing of game number 2 is going to go compared to game 1.
Yeah, I mean, William, just such a flashy, his backline character is able to dash around, able to do so much damage. I mean, we saw the power of the William pick in the group stages on the first day, right? With Luminal, utilizing the character to its full potential, just not being able to get hit at all, just dashing around, just able to just dish out so much damage. I mean, William probably has one of the highest CPS in the game, if you are able to just keep up your fastballs and auto attack for free.
I also think it's just a way better follow-up for the 11 more so than the Razi, right? Because you can just throw down the signature fireball if you know exactly where the Razi is going to start to look for, or sorry, the 11 is going to look for the initiation. Masuhana playing a little bit aggressive is a good sign, right? He might not be able to get any kills right now, but he is playing very aggressive. We need to see something like this from the William. He's trying to stay alive. He's trying to get the damage output, but it's too early in the game. He will not be able to do so. Same thing for Minron. He's going to use the Chrono Field, but it's just not going to do anything. 2-for-0 in favor of Team Endless inside a cemetery.
It's a little unfortunate for King Crimson Flies. I mean, yeah. William Yaman all gonna wipe down there, but yeah, King Crimson Flies, I mean, the 11 just not being there, so just fighting a straight 2v3 was just gonna get taken down. Mini, unfortunately, is gonna get taken down as well here as Team CNAC and picked up 4 kills already this early on in the game. That's a great start for them there. Carl is gonna come down to try to trade one, but not gonna be able to get there, as it is gonna be Team Huntry gonna be able to get a kill as well. And it looks like William is gonna get cut out, but ooh, looks like the kill there, and oh my god, the William is dashing around trying to get some more value, but unfortunately just gonna go down there to the Alex. Alex gonna be able to pick up 2. GTL is gonna be able to get 2 kills for the side team William Almond. Is doing some trading on the side team Butterflies.
Maybe there was a good reason as to why Gasbucks wanted to see a William coming out, because the Taiwanese team is making very good use of this character already. I'm really surprised that with how Masuhana is playing this character, he didn't bring it up during the group stages whatsoever. It's seeming to work out a lot better in terms of execution already, even though we haven't really seen too many team fights just yet. Omnisire in a little bit of trouble as Devil Ping gonna get found out by Team Dragon Ball Z, pulled back with a dead drop, nice kill over onto the Mai. The single pickouts are still going to continue regardless of the fact that we're in a new game. Nice kill again. Yeah, Masuhana on this William, I'm feeling it a lot better than the Razi. This is a really, really good swap up and is already seeing a lot of value.
I mean, Masuhana just playing these hyper carry backliners that's just really hard to play, just executing them perfectly here. Unfortunately, is going to get caught out though by the side of Team William Yamant, as both the Alex and the Alina are just going to be there to intercept, and Lila's going to blink on forward to try to get this kill on Arda, but there is the White Lily to going to be able to get themselves safety there. On top side, looks like the full combo is going to be there for Team Hunchgrave. Mini going to try to trade one back onto Nia. There's Nia's game roll to keep them alive. One up as well.
Oh my god.
To get them up, and Mini is just going to get locked out. And oh, there's the combo there. The point sync with the Round Huskick. Last straw, unfortunately, wiping once again in day 1 here. Masuhana again finding themselves completely isolated from their team. Just looking for another 1v3. I think we're able to find one this time. No, not this time around. One flies. Gonna lose out on the William, as yeah, unfortunately that's I think a pretty bad time to go down here, as they might not be able to look for a contest. There's the F stop. I think we'll use the combo onto Alina. No, the call's gonna be made. Just let their haze die as they're doing a ball going down.
Endless invested a little bit too much. We got 20 seconds to go until day number 2 is going to begin. So dying now is where the detriment begins. I think at least for Masuhana, he'll be able to come back in time to be a valuable member of the team if they're looking to contest an objective. But for Team Omnisar, 2 members down, and the Prio won't even be up until day number 2, but he just jumps straight in on towards Team Endless. Payne needs to come back. He will be able to get it down. Break. That's a break, unfortunately, as nobody from Team Omnisar was able to get the res back on.
I think
day number 2.
The Wolves.
Yep, Shauna probably picked up all of those. Can March at least get the kill in return? Does he have the rockets coming back up anytime soon? Let's see. No, we got way too long, but look at this. Shauna just barely trying to live. Oh, the flames. Oh, he tried. I respect it. I respect the side juice.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good try coming out, but unfortunately, yeah, it's just gonna go down there. And oh, Hazen was actually chasing a little bit there, so GT actually teleporting on in, maybe looking to turn, but nothing gonna really be there as the Haze is gonna walk back. Wolves, I think, gonna be back up there in Hotel, so they're just gonna be able to grab that up there. Peng gonna try grabbing the Wolves up here, and looks like he is a little too far forward there, and here comes the full engage there. The taunt is gonna connect. Poison's gonna be used onto the Priya though. Priya already, or not the Priya, but the Heart is really gonna get choked down to half HP. His Game World is gonna be used, but nothing really gonna happen, as it is gonna zone off Team Umsal from engaging. But yeah, a lot of cooldowns gonna be used from the side Team Hunchgrey.
Seeing a lot of micro mistakes from a lot of these teams, eh? Because Nia just now, that point sync should not have missed, considering it's a very tight corridor, and that point sync covers a good chunk of that alleyway too. Same thing for what we saw up inside of Hotel, where imagine if that was Riori's Adriana, right? You think he's gonna miss those cocktail parties? Absolutely not. Right, the kill should have been definitely guaranteed by the time the Adriana saw it. So this is what it meant a little bit when it came to these games are going to be a little bit messy. These players are not going to be landing everything in comparison to what we normally see in ERM, which opens up opportunities for pretty much the entire game. But things like that are going to happen. I see quite a bit of problems the teams are going to have to deal with. But for now, a fight potentially brewing inside the dock as CDAC looking to fight up against Team Endless on the Alpha that will be spawning in about 15 seconds.
There is the Nimrod's Gate. I think they're going to be able to use it though. Trinity or Trust in a really good position, in a really good flank position to try to look for an off angle here. Maybe look for an engage. Here comes the engage. You're actually going to be able to find an at-spawn blink. Going to be used a little too early, and they're going to get pulled back here. Trust now just a little isolated. They're going to get hit by the F-stop as well. So great response coming out from the side of Team Endless as they are going to be able to get the eyes. They're going to try to look for the trade though. They do get the Haze on the backside, so it's going to go down to a 2v2. Arda and Tia versus Piolo and Natapon there. They're going to try pulling the Alpha, but it's going to get denied by the Piolo. Piolo going to try to zone them away here. It's going to get pulled now to the side of Team Endless on the top side, and the TPs are going to be in. Team Waiting Malmate actually going to come down, and yeah, I think that's going to signal the end of this skirmish here, as CDAC don't want to wipe, don't want to put themselves in bad position. Just going to back themselves on out. On the other side though, Crimson Buttonfly is going to lose one. 11 is going to be able to jump in. The damage is going to be there, but a great exclusive coming out from the Mai. Going to be able to keep Peng alive just a little longer there. Coming in, but the damage is going to be a little too split away. They're not put anyone down, and Crimson Buttonfly is unfortunately going to go down there. Umsal going to be able to win out on the zone, get 3 kills, and get that item for themselves.
Masuhana canceled 5 auto attacks within the time span of his fastball. It just sucks to watch. But his targeting was a little bit iffy. He was targeting 1, 2, 3 characters all at once, canceled a couple of his auto attacks too. So this is, again, it comes down to the execution, right? It's going to be a bit of a mess.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
we know Masuhana is okay at this character too. So it's just, we need to see better execution, and that's all we have to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard, I think, there, because this William, the range isn't really there, right? So I think the way Team Umsal was just spacing, he was just auto-attacking anyone that was in range, but unfortunately, yeah, just splitting the damage isn't really going to be able to just knock any of them down, right? So yeah, just not going to really be able to find the value there. But there is going to be a Tree of Life spawning here in Forest very shortly, and we do just have, I think, those Team C that are just going to be there to contest.
See, Dragon Ball Z is walking into a fully stacked up sleep right now on yield. Stacks looking pretty good, which is the reason why Dragon Ball Z isn't looking to contest inside of the zone anymore. Very nice positioning from Team Hunchgrey, and a very nice call from the entire team to prevent that chicken from dying. It's exactly what you want to see. The coordination is going to be there for this team. We'll be rewarded with a purple box. I think that was a meteorite for that site, so pretty good transition for the Chloe at this point in the game.
Yeah, I don't blame Team Dragon Ball Z for running away there. And they're going to be able to try to find an angle, and I think they're going to one-shot. No, the totem's going to be there to respond, but the lockdown.
The dissipation.
Great root coming out from the Aiden, and there's the engage. Oh my god, Goku jumping on forward there with their blink and their ultimate, but not going to be able to find anything else. But a great pick coming out from Team Last Straw, able to lock down the Emma. even out of the totem, so very nicely played. But yeah, I want to talk about the other, or the discipline of Team Dragon Ball Z to actually not take the team fights onto a fully stacked Yon in that corridor with that Nia as well. It's just not really a team you want to be fighting, especially when the Yon has access to all their stacks there. Looks like this time Nidor is going to be the one to caught out here, but the ultimate from the outs is going to be huge. Going to be able to get a lot of damage, but the AoE damage in response, Goku going to be able to dash themselves on back, and they're going to actually be able to heal up from this plan. I think they could actually look to turn here. The HP bars are swinging slowly back into Team Dragon Ball Z's favor here. Can they find a pick once again? They need to just, as soon as they get that Spark Nade, there's a lot of follow-up from the side of Team Dragon Ball Z that is going to be able to maybe lock down a potential target.
Biggest problem for Team Dragon Ball Z right now is they're still pretty reliant on their ultimate cooldowns. We do have the Energy Blast field, which is why they're positioning a little bit more aggressive than we saw them do a couple of seconds ago. They see the purple item on towards the wolf, and they're going to immediately send it, but the problem
there it is.
Down goes
Very
one.
nice.
Mini just gets obliterated before they can do a single thing. Chejong is also going to get taken down. Last draw, all of a sudden, down 2 members in the blink of an eye, and Dragon Ball Z picks up a meteorite on top of that too. Very good value for this team, and this is a completely different look from what we saw in comparison to their performance in the group stages. This is looking really good for Team Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, huge team fight from Dragon Ball Z. Very nicely played. Great follow-up there on just the CC lock, and they're just able to be able to instantly kill the members of the Sada team last shot. There's F-Stop is going to be able to connect the combo. No, the pullback isn't going to be there on the Adriana, but there's a blink engage, but a great response. Great reaction time coming out from the Adriana to blink away there as not going to be able to find anything. The Omega, though, is probably going to go to the side of Team Endless, but I'm thinking Waiting Yama is just going to be able to reset. Maybe going to try to look for an angle back in.
Jun still pushing back in, though. Everybody from Waiting Yama is healed back up now. Adriana is also healed back up, too. I think corridors makes it really easy for Adriana to control, but the Omega is going to reset. 600 HP, it does go in favor of Team Waiting Yama. They will actually get that Alpha and Omega buff lasting for the entire duration of this game. Really good value for this team, and the small advantages going for these guys is going to work out a lot better, because now we have an Alex and an Adriana starting to break the cusp of that mid to late game point of Eternal Return.
A nice consolation prize there for Endless, as they do end up picking up a Mithril from that bear. So losing on the Alpha, but they get something for themselves as well. So not too bad. And yeah, I just want to say, I'm really impressed with Team Dragon Ball Z so far. Their coordination has been really good on these engages and these picks that they've been finding. And, the follow-up has been really good as well. No, looks like Adriana going to get caught out by the side of Team Endless here. So it's going to be minus 200 for the side of Team William Yamit.
Considering how far away GTL as well as Yojun was, that's just made Lily probably doing a positional mistake and not checking bushes, walking into forest despite knowing that there's a team in there. And that's where, once again, unfortunately, the messiness starts to come in. You gotta check the bushes, especially this late into the game.
100%. I think they just were sitting behind the little wall, but Adriana can't really check the full wall, and maybe didn't recon it, so just ended up getting caught out there. A little unfortunate. Crimson Bun flies though. Gonna look for an engage there. There's the 11. Can they find that contact? They do get the knockup, but yeah, oh no, the 11 is gonna get chunked down there. The Henry is gonna be there to follow up, and nothing really gonna come out of it there. The signature fireball and the cooldowns are going to be vested from Crimson Bunflies, but they're going to be able to grab the meteorite. Looks like the side of Team Hunchgrade just don't want to contest.
Very lucky. Once again, if that was the Razi, completely gone is going to be the 11's health bar, right? There would have been no support, but it's just because it's a William now, signature fireball allows that William to close the gap and actually get a couple of really good core auto attacks with the fastball over towards the Yan, which forces him out of the fight, and 11 is able to maintain her life. So good stuff from Team Crimson Bumflies, and just pick up the meteorite exactly as you said. Value is there up on the northern side, but now we might potentially see a fight on the south side of the map as Almazar trying to position up against Team Endless, but they will back away as distance has been made. Are they going to look for anything more though? Devil Ping is playing a little bit aggressive right now. Do you have the support from the rest of the team? But distance again has been made from Endless, so it's a disengage for Team Rosette. Almazar.
Yeah, we do see Wickline going to be spawning here in Forest very shortly. So it looks like they want to fight this here. They're really, really strong, and they don't know they have an advantage here. The heart is getting so much damage, but wait a second, the Blink's actually going to be blinked in a really awkward position there. The ultimate is going to be down from this. Not the pawn and a great rockets coming out from the march to actually finish the deal, but the HP bar is still on the side of Team Umsal. But the problem is, Heart is most of their damage, and the Heart going down is going to be a little devastating. There's the kiosk though, and I think Team Umsal can actually just come back in. They can actually get the res from the side Team Endless, and a great pullback coming out from Natapon. They're going to be able to push and deter the Mai from engaging. I think they still want to take this team fight, I would think, but there's going to be another team in the zone here, so have to be a little careful now. As this Celine did end up poking their head, and Team Dragon Ball Z able to get one here, and Shauna going to be in the rough position. Third party is going to be there. Endless is going to be able to get another kill.
More than half the lobby is on the left side of the map right now. Hotel as well as archery range. Nunu's in a whole heap of trouble. 5 seconds left on his timer, but they do end up getting the execute over onto March. What happened to Endless all of a sudden? Minrun does end up getting traded out. Masahana about to get taken down. They will go down in the end. 2 seconds left for Nunu's. That is going to be it. You're absolutely correct. Their first team to get terminated will be Crimson Bumflies. Despite finding so much value from this William, they actually can't continue the game anymore. Third party into fourth party into fifth party, as Trust also finds himself in a troublesome situation. Trinity and Shauna will teleport somewhere else. This game is a mess.
Teleporting into Forest, I think, yeah, I don't know. I don't think teleporting into Forest is correct there, just because, you know, Wickline just got taken right in the center of Forest, so a little unfortunate, as Team CDAC are going to lose out on their Isaac, and I don't think they have enough credits to, or gadget energy to get the res down to get their Isaac back into the into this game. Endless going to use a VLS system to make sure they get themselves into a safe position there. Just so much chaos happening on the top side of the map. They're a little unfortunate for Crimson Butterflies because they didn't getting the res in red, but
good check.
Yes, they do actually check with the Arda, and CDAC just gonna live with just barely with their lives. You know, if the Arda just didn't check the bush or just walked up a little more before checking there, just would have instantly gone down to that triple backline team.
Yeah, good stuff. Really good game sense from I think that was Shauna. Gotta love to see this, especially at this point in the game. Any sort of good game sense is going to keep your teammates alive. Oh my god, Jejong just took so much of his health bar from the Adriana. Nice combo there from the Alex to set that up, and it does push away the members of Team Last Straw. Stepping in the fire again too. This Emma is struggling a little bit when it comes to their health bars. We'll have to use the safety drone to get themselves on out of there, but they will eat a few extra seconds, plus the Hyperloop risk. Where are they going to go? Forest looks fine right now, at least when it comes to all the spawns. But where is it that this team is planning on going? Archer range is a little bit difficult. I don't see any ping, so I think it might have been Chapel that they went over to instead.
Yeah, I think they just went just a little back up here. No, Last Straw, unfortunately. I think the Celine is gonna be, that's gonna be it. I don't think they have enough timer to really tank here, and they're gonna go down, and that's gonna be one of their members down on the floor, so they're gonna have to look for that Lumi res. It is day 5 already. We do have Team Umsal here. Maybe we'll try to look for the side Team Dragon Ball Z. There is an engage actually coming out from Team Wade and actually are gonna be able to get one from Team Hunchgrey. Chloe just, I think this positioning for Team Hunchgrey was just disastrous, as yeah, they're just gonna lose out on their Chloe. On top side is gonna be Team Lastra losing out on their Heart once again, so the Emma's gonna be the last member alive. Wait a second, Team Hunchgrey though gonna be able to get a great and easy res here in Factory, catching Lumi on the bottom side. So Hunchgrey gonna be back up in this, but you can see the items as well. Their items are not looking too good. They were trying to save for that blood sample on Nia, but unfortunately they ended up getting caught. They can get this blood sample online on this Nia. I think they're gonna be in a good spot, but it's not looking too great right now.
Here's the thing too, this is the second game in a row where Team Hunchgrey has gotten the wick line for themselves, but also lost a member before we go into the temporary zones. That is just not the greatest look right now for a team, because remember, every single time we've seen teams get wick line in the group stages that has dominated, they've been able to maintain that status quo. Down goes the Nia again, down goes the Chloe, Sleep is going to get taken down on top of it. Wickline team just eliminated in the blink of an eye. Wade Yament beating good tonight for game number 2. These guys are on a roll, has complete control over Chapel, at least for the far right side at the time being. Last Straw is there to contest, but the complete left side is isolated away from this fight. It could be a clean 3v3 fight with Last Straw very much on the ropes. Transitions for this team on triple DPS is so bad for night number 5.
Yeah, I mean, a huge exchange there from the side team with Yament, right? The Alina able to jump on in, able to get 2 or 3 man just dashes around, and yeah, just so much damage coming out from the side from Waiting Ram. And then the AoE as well when playing into a corridor, but a huge find coming out from the side of Team Umsal is able to just finish off Shana before the ultimate comes down on the Peacemaker, and oh my god, the healing is insane. Just gonna be able to keep the heart alive for so long there, and yeah, I mean, Team Umsal just completely dominating that team fight on the side of Team CDAC.
Trinity still going to keep himself alive. Last Draw in a little bit of trouble as they're getting poked out by the Adriana, who was pretty late into the game. Now they're going to have to step into the red again. Safety drone all the way across. This is a long trek all the way over onto Hotel. If they are planning on making it over there, 11 seconds, though they have to walk back into the chapel. Safety drone again. This is so much utility being invested to just go back into an absolute fiesta that they can't expect at this point. Umsar is waiting around, but Chejong with no dimer, they can't make any other decisions with 20 seconds to go until the temp zone spawns. Last Draw has to do something right now, but they're in no position to do anything at the moment.
Yeah, they don't really have any items for the name as well. I think they're gonna have to maybe try to fight Team Umsal up here. I'm surprised Team Umsal didn't engage, but I think they just didn't want to engage blind when they don't really have you know, vision of the other team. But here it comes. The Heart is going to look for an angle in, or the Mind's going to look for an angle in. The Heart Peacemaker is going to go down a little early. The damage is going to be there, but the Peacemaker is going to be down, come down as well. And Umsal is not going to be the one in trouble here, as the third party is going to be here, as Wade and Miyama is going to be able to reap all the rewards. Umsal just going to be left on their Mai here. We do see the Tia down there as well, but the Tia has less time, and Trinity going to be forced to walk into the zone. I think it's going to be a free kill going to the side of Team Wade and Miyama. Another free kill. And Umsal should be able to secure an extra placement for themselves, as the Tia is going to go down there. And on the other side, we do have... It looks like the timers are ticking from the side of Team Endless, so they have to look for an angle in. And they do actually get the Alex with the Natapon combo, so they're gonna be able to trade 1-for-1. And the combo coming out from the Haze. The SMG burst with the PLO knockup together. Team Endless find it there. Wow, Dragon Ball Z unfortunately gonna go down. Just ended up getting caught out. Just so much AoE damage coming out from the side of Team Endless. If they just played a little more slow, they definitely would have had it there.
I felt that SMG burst in my bones. What a beautiful combo coming through from the PLO and the Haze. That is just exactly the combo that makes you salivate when you play PLO and the Haze. March plus Wangzhou, beautiful combination, but now they have one more target left. The problem is there's an Elena on the other side, and she has a good old rapier. This is going to be really annoying, but that's an F-stop parried out by GTL. It's a max stack on the snapshots, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Wangzhou already taken down to a quarter of their HP, plus the Diamond Shard is gone. Magician trying to do what he can. Low HP bar on the Alex, but on the backside, Elena is just single-handedly pushing away 3 members of the entire team. Endless doing what they can. The rocket launchers will find their target. Lily is going to fall down. GTL about to fall down as well. There it is. Grenade launchers march with a beautiful homing missile to clean up the game. Endless takes away game number 2, 24.5 points strong. Beautiful gameplay from the Haze to save the fight.
Wow, I was not expecting that. Team Endless going to be the ones to come out on top. March playing perfectly there, just able to get that last snipe onto the Adriana. I think if Team Endless just played it a little more slow, they would have had the HP advantage with that Adriana, and maybe could have looked for an engage there. I think the targeting was also just a little shaky for the side of Team Endless, but a huge play coming out from Team Endless to kind of punish on that.
Yeah, absolutely incredible that Haze alone was able to single-handedly turn that. But that is just the value of the Haze Rockets this late into the game. Really good play from Team Endless as well to neutralize the Elena as much as possible. Because with the items that you see on that Elena late into the game, nobody is safe, right? Squishy characters, you're not safe. Tank characters, you're not safe. Bruiser characters, you're not safe. Maybe the only ones that are safe is like the tank drain characters, right? But outside of that, you are going to die. The fact that the Elena wasn't able to execute anybody within the slotted amount of time she had in that 1v2 with no crowd control, no denies, no nothing, that is just a significant misplay, I think, on their part, because that pressure alone from getting 1 kill would have forced out the Haze and never made that kind of play possible.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it was just masterfully played by them there, and yeah, I mean, that's definitely gonna shake up the scoreboard, right? Because Team Umsal was our winners of the last game, and they didn't really have too great of a game. I mean, I think they did end up still getting about 10 plus points, so I think they're going to be in a good spot. But you know, the other teams here are slowly going to be catching up.
This is a really good situation for a good chunk of this lobby, though. It's a pretty even spread on which teams are actually making it into the final zone. That means the top 4 is going to be relatively contested. I think that 5th and 6th place spot would be pretty close to 3rd and 4th. I think it all comes down to whether or not the 7th and 8th place teams are able to continue the streak, because CDAC, they had a bit of a better game this time around, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for them to make up the point differentials from falling down way too early in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. We're going to have the scoreboard for you guys very shortly. And yeah, I do think there's going to be huge change-ups here. And remember, it's only going to be our top 4 teams that are going to make it to knockout stage 2. And our bottom 4 are going to get eliminated for today.
Yep. Let's take a look at what the scores are going to look like before we go into the break. Team Endless in first place right now with 35.5, but the point gap has definitely closed. 32 points for Wade and Meowment, 30 for Umzar, as well as 27 for Dragon Ball Z. And there's a clear cut between the top 4 and the bottom half. Crimson Bumfly is holding 5th place, 17, 16.5 for Team Hunch Gray. It's going to be a pretty rough second half of the series for our bottom half of the scoreboard.
Yeah, 10-point difference between 4th and 5th here. So the difference is getting bigger and bigger. So these teams are definitely going to have to either have a pop-off game or, you know, have a really good, consistent game in 3 and 4. And with that, we are going to have our breaks. So these teams can maybe look to either change up their, you know, roster or change up their team comp entirely.
At the very least, talk amongst each other to see what worked, see what didn't work, and then also strategize amongst themselves for that. I hope that these teams are able to do that, because there's another problem, I think, with a lot of these teams that I am noticing that I'll mention after the break. But it's a lot of talking that these teams are going to have to do to try turning some of their fates around or continue the streak that they've been doing pretty well on. Guys, as Superior mentioned, we're going to go on to a break because it's an even number of games that we watch. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4 of knockout stage number 1.
Take care, take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
안녕하세요. 루미아 섬의 생존자 여러분. 9.6 패치노트 다이제스트 진행을 맡은 천시아입니다. 길티기어 스트라이브와의 콜라보레이션 이벤트가 시작되는 9.6 업데이트가 여러분을 찾아갑니다. 과연 이번 9.6 업데이트에서는 어떠한 새로운 콘텐츠들이 여러분을 기다리고 있을지 지금부터 한번 만나보겠습니다. 많은 분들이 기다려주신 글로벌 IP 콜라보레이션 길티 기어 스트라이브가 이터널 리턴과 함께합니다. 길티 기어만의 스타일리시한 매력을 더해 새로운 모습으로 변신한 실험체들을 만나보세요. 콜라보 스킨으로는 영웅 등급의 제고 리다이린과 희귀 등급의 카이 에이든, 엘페르트 아야가 출시됩니다. 카이 에이든과 엘페르트 아야는 일부 음성 대사가 변경된 희귀 스킨입니다. 콜라보 스킨 3종은 콜라보 전용 GGST 토큰 교환소와 GGST 퀘스트북을 통해 획득하실 수 있습니다. 토큰 교환소에서는 재고 리다이린 스킨과 프로필 아이템, 이모티콘 등을 획득하실 수 있으며 퀘스트북에서는 카이 에이든 스킨, 엘페르트 아야 스킨을 비롯해 다양한 아이템을 획득하실 수 있습니다. 콜라보 상품으로 판매되는 상품은 NP가 아닌 스팀 지갑 자금 추가를 통해 구매가 가능합니다. 자세한 상품 구성은 별도의 공지를 통해 안내드린다고 하니 공지를 꼭 확인해주세요. 이터널 리턴의 이야기들이 기록된 스토리 컨텐츠 아카이브의 문이 열립니다. 로비 우측 하단의 이미지 버튼을 클릭하여 접근 가능한 아카이브에서는 이번 콜라보 이벤트 스토리를 감상하실 수 있으며 추후 더 많은 스토리 컨텐츠가 추가될 예정이라고 하네요. 이번 변화로 우측에 고정되어 있던 1일 미션 리스트가 제거되고 별도의 미션 버튼으로 통합됩니다. 아카이브의 첫 번째 이벤트 에피소드로 길티 기어 스트라이브와의 콜라보레이션 에피소드가 공개됩니다. 다음은 새롭게 추가되는 상품입니다. 11의 새로운 이모티콘 4종이 상점에 추가됩니다. 11의 다양한 모습들을 이모티콘으로 만나보세요. 다음으로 시스템 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 이제 아시아 서버 랭크 대전에 휴대폰 인증 시스템이 도입됩니다. 하나의 휴대폰 번호는 오직 하나의 계정에만 연동할 수 있습니다. 인증 요청 대상 계정이 인증을 완료하지 않을 경우 아시아 서버 랭크 대전 입장이 제한됩니다. 한 번 인증받은 계정도 보안을 위해 불시에 재인증을 요구받을 수 있으며 최초 인증된 번호와 동일한 번호로만 재인증이 가능하기 때문에 번호 변경 등의 사유 발생 시에는 별도로 고객센터를 통해 조치해야 합니다. 인증 방식은 SNS 인증과 보이스 인증 두 가지 방식으로 진행됩니다. 이번 업데이트와 동시에 제재 경험이 있는 계정과 랭크 대전에서 특정 지표를 충족하는 계정에 1차로 적용되며 업데이트 기간 중 적용 범위가 단계적으로 확대됩니다. 9.7 업데이트 시점까지는 아시아 서버 랭크 전체 적용을 목표로 하고 있다고 하네요. 추후 아시아 외 다른 서버의 랭크 대전에도 인증 시스템을 확대하는 것을 원칙으로 하고 있으며 각 서버별 상황에 맞춰 적용 일정이 조정될 수 있습니다. 치열한 실력 경쟁을 지향하는 랭크 대전이지만 주요 랭크 보상을 획득할 수 있는 골드 티어 이전 단계는 본격적인 경쟁을 위한 준비 과정으로 보아 매치메이킹의 안정성을 보완하고자 합니다. 따라서 이제부터 랭크 대전의 하위 티어에서는 최대 실버 티어를 가진 머신러닝 봇이 등장할 수 있으며 매칭 대기 인원이 부족하여 대기 시간이 과도하게 길어질 경우에만 투입됩니다. 머신러닝 봇은 랭크 하위권 매치메이킹을 개선하는 역할에 한정되며 상위권 랭크 매칭에는 투입 예정이 없습니다. 일반 대전에 비해 보다 엄격한 조건으로 투입되기 때문에 랭크 대전 매치메이킹에 어려움을 겪는 지역이 중심이 될 것입니다. 지난 시즌 9 업데이트 중 하나에서 불법 프로그램 추적에 대한 기술적 보완이 업데이트되었습니다. 강화된 추적 시스템을 통해 적발된 불법 프로그램 사용자에 대해 대규모 제재가 진행되었습니다. 불법 프로그램 사용은 단순 게임 이용 제한을 넘어 형사처벌의 대상이 될 수 있는 명백한 범죄 행위이므로 플레이어 여러분의 각별한 주의를 부탁드립니다. 불안정한 인터넷 연결이나 강제 종료 등으로 팀원이 이탈하면 랭크 입장료가 보전되지만 종료될 때까지는 게임을 지속해야 했습니다. 이제 조기 항복 시스템이 도입되어 빠르게 다음 판으로 진행할 수 있습니다. 하이퍼루프 사용 시 이제
Welcome back, everybody, from the break. I hope you guys had a good one, because we are now starting to get back into the games for knockout stage number 1. Games 3 and 4 are about to get started for you folks in the chat, but games 1 and 2 are done already. So, of course, we're going to be talking about it. Super, give me your thoughts. What are you expecting for the next two games?
I'm excited. I'm excited because lobby is, I would say, somewhat close. I would say at least for the top 4 and the bottom 4. So these teams are just gonna have to either go back to the drawing board, you know, if you're on the bottom side, or you know, just continue what you're doing and just play at a consistent 3 and 4. So maybe we'll see a lot of team comp changes or a lot of roster changes on the bottom half of the leaderboard, and the top half are probably just going to be sticking with what they're doing right now.
Exactly. That's all they have to do for the ones in the top 4, but you're correct. For the ones in the bottom 4, need to change up something. So hopefully this break was a valuable one, because we saw yesterday that there was a team in Group D that after the break, all of a sudden just completely turned their fates around. Team Magic Potato in the final 2 games was able to turn their fates around and make it all the way into knockout stage 3, despite being in, I think it was 8th place at one point, or 7th place, something like that. So you never know what's going to happen in the next 2 games. If your team locks in during the break, you really have no idea. So even the teams in the top 4 right now, even with the 10-point difference in the vanguards of that top 4, you're still going to have to lock in, focus, because you never know what's going to happen to you either.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in that 8th place position, you definitely need at least a pop-off game going into the next 2 games here, or I don't think you're gonna have enough points to make it out. So we'll have to see if this team, or if these teams have it in them to, crawl their way back up from these bottom placements here. And speaking of new picks here, it looks like an Adina is being hovered for the side of Team CDAC here.
I'm liking this too. They did end up subbing out one of their players because Humanoid is now in. So by goes the Isaac player on this team, and we are going to see something else coming out from these guys. Already seeing that Adina, as you mentioned, for that swap up, this team is looking for alternative options, because games 1 and 2 with the Isaac, just did not work out. What about for everybody else, though? I am seeing a Kadia coming out. Minnie is hovering that character right now. She has been very solid in the current patch, or at least the current patch that they're playing on for 9.5C. Very annoying to deal with. It is going to be the triple DPS comp once again for Team Last Draw. They're banking on the fact that this Kadia is going to be a bit more of that consistent damage support alongside the additional range she has in comparison to what we saw in the previous game.
I think I do like the Kadia better, but they're not going to have as much layered CC since they had, I think, the Chloe in the previous game. Oh, no, it wasn't the Chloe, but I think it was...
Was it Heart?
Yeah, it was the Heart in the previous game. So not going to have that safety net of having the ultimate, but, having that extra long range, I think they're just going to try looking to get that poke damage down. We'll have to see if it does end up working out for them here, as we are going to be able to jump straight into the game. And Team CDAC, they're just going to be playing that typical front to back now with a Marcus as their tank, with that ISO and Adina. My name is Marcus is, I would say, a pretty underrated character. We did see KR actually play Marcus quite a bit, I think, in some scrims and stuff. They were playing, I think they substituted Marcus in over, I think it was the Mai for the Lenny Hyunwoo comp. And we haven't really seen too much Marcus since, but great to see him coming back here on the side of Team CDAC, paired with an AR ISO and an Adina, so they're just going to be playing that front to back team.
Very easy to punish, but we'll have to see whether or not that's actually going to come to fruition, guys, because we are now locked and ready, loaded for the latter half of knockout stage number 1. Game 3 is now underway with all the players loaded in. There are a couple of composition change-ups, like Superior mentioned, so I don't know if it's going to be the same pacing as what we saw in games 1 and 2, or even more so, I should say, even comparison to those 2 games, because even those 2 games were different on top of it. Is this one going to be chaotic? I have absolutely no idea. I think it should be, because the swap-ups really do merit it. With the Marcus especially, we should see another team looking for a lot more of that aggression in the earlier stages of the game to use that kind of composition to punish teams for being selected and picked out. Yeah,
and Masuhana going to go back on that Razi. And I just want to say, no bans at all in these, early knockout stages, but that's usually typically how it is, right? Because, teams are usually just going to be playing their comfort picks, then more, dapping to, like a meta. Fortunately, Celine going to go down here. Made Lily was able to just get the complete 1v1 onto the Celine here. So very nicely played by the side of them. Peng going to get caught on the other side here. And looks like the 11 is just auto-attacking this Heart down. There's really not much Heart can do. Minran going to fall to the side of Team Dragon Ball Z on the top side here. As, looks like Peng is going to go down and the follow-up's going to be there. Masuhana going to be trying to follow up onto this Mai here, but it's actually going to look to try to turn it back in. Look at the damage coming out from this Priya and this Mai. It's going to be a little too much for the side of Team 1.5 to handle. So much AoE there, as it looks like it is going to be a kill going to the side of that was Team Umsal there. So very nice turnaround.
Back onto the Rozzy though, I'm still a little bit scared because it's the same story as what we were talking about earlier in the series, but I guess Team Crimson Butterflies wants to give it a try. It's a risk that they're willing to take because at this point it's all or nothing for those guys. Sitting in 5th place with the 10-point difference, they're the ones trying to break through the vanguards of 4th place. That is Team Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. Crimson Butterflies again gonna go down. They're literally gonna be cut out there, this time by the side of Team Lastra. The ultimate is gonna be there, and this is gonna connect. The sniper shots are coming in. 1, 2, 3. The last one's gonna connect. No. He's gonna be able to live just barely at 1 HP, but the ammo just gonna be there, jumping on forward, using the change and just auto attacking with the passive. Gonna be able to secure the deal. Alex is gonna go down as well, but wait a second. They do take this lead down with them. And a huge double ultimate coming out from the Alina. They do actually end up taking one, so now it's just going to come down to a 1v1 situation here. Great dodge out coming out from Alina. The respawns though are coming on in. Lily did end up going down a little early, so Legion is going to be there. They should be able to secure this last kill, and Lastra gonna get broken down there, unfortunately. Gonna be sitting in timeout for a little bit as a huge engage coming out from Dragon Ball Z.
Oh my god.
From the Aiden, and Dragon Ball Z coming out, and they're gonna be able to get a nice point here as well. Great 3 kills. And a huge find from Dragon Ball Z.
Dude, this is crazy, man. Dissipations from Goku have been absolutely bonkers throughout the course of the night already. Paired up alongside the Spark nades coming through too from Yeojun. Trinity trying to stay alive, but of course, no star conjunct is going to save them at this point in the game. Nice try though. It's going to buy them a couple extra seconds of time before ending up getting taken down. 40 seconds to go until we are going to hit that date number 2 mark, so plenty of time for Team CDAC is going to be in any real danger of losing out on an objective fight. But this should give them an idea of what the map looks like. It is a little congested on the south side here. We're seeing a couple teams hanging around that cemetery side, a couple of teams hanging around the factory side. I do see a ping going on inside a warehouse, so I think these objectives will all get contested.
Yeah, I've stopped unfortunately going wide here from the side of Endless, but a huge 3-man taunt coming out from the 11, but it's not going to be enough, right? It's just an instant taunt there, so the CC duration is not going to be there. No follow-up on the side of Team Crimson Butterflies as they're going to try sticking the tree, but it's going to get zoned off by this Henry. But it's a little hard for this Rossi to kind of walk up into this. Not the pawn. Here comes the engage though. Once again, coming out from the 11 is going to be a full taunt this time on the Haze, but there's no follow-up there. So it's going to be completely zoned off by the Natapon, and the damage is going to be there. No, I think this might be a wipe for Crimson Butterflies.
Oh yeah, it is.
It looks like they were able to get away with that White Lily. Masuhana should be able to get themselves on out too, but no, Piolo's going to be there. Great knock up there as well. Henry, oh no, gets wiped on the top side there. Looks like Punch, another team, Dragon Ball Z, was there to intercept. And that is going to be it. Crimson Butterflies out in 8th place with only half a point to their name. They're in that 5th place position, and they're just going to get sent farther and farther behind.
Yeah.
They're going to need that pop-off game in round 4.
Dragon Ball Z is already doing good too, man. This is rough. They're about to pick up another kill on top of it, just making it even tougher for our bottom half teams to make their way back up towards the top half. Crimson Butterflies, we saw the same problem again, Super. There's just no follow-up whatsoever whenever new news goes in. It's these stupid mid to close range characters that just never has the chance to jump in on when the 11 wants to go in. Again, Nunuz is positioning fine in these fights. He's being that wall between everybody on the enemy team and the rest of his team. But if he's the wall and it moves to, I don't know, like the International Space Station, well, it takes time for the spaceship to get there for all the people down on Earth. You need to wait for your team to be in position for it, but every single time Nunu sees the timing and even the opening for him to get a taunt, he just keeps going in. The rest of this team is just out in no man's land.
Yeah, the problem is the range on Crimson Butterflies is just a little too short, so he's not able to really follow up. And yeah, like you said, 11 just is able to jump in and able to look for these taunt angles, but yeah, no follow-up is going to be there as yeah, the range is there. Great combo coming up from Medina, but looks like the ISO is already down, and Wang Chu just able to just get so much damage on this mark. He should be able to just finish the deal. Humanoid, ooh, is going to be able to trade one back in, but should be able to go down on the top side or on the bottom side. Team members. Looks like Wade Miyama is going to lose out under Adriana, so it should be an easy objective secured by the side of Team Lastra.
Unfortunately, I think it was Primordial Hex that ended up getting taken down. That ended up taking down the Adriana, which is a little bit ironic. Usually, Adriana is the one to use something like Spirit Harvest or the Primordial Hex in their favor instead. Do have a couple of objectives starting to get taken down. Let's see here. It's going to be the Dimensional Rift being taken and contested from some of our teams going in on this. You have Max Stacks over on the Yan, Unyielding. Let's see, it's the Initiation going to get started, but unfortunately, the Nia's Game World also going in. Same thing for the Tetracon. What was all this investment for? Absolutely nothing. All Made Lily did was press one button, and the entirety of the combination from Team Hunchgrey has been nullified. Down goes the Yan. This Adriana just so safe away from everybody else remaining in this game right now too. Cube is just a bait to get that point blank down. And there goes the Nia plus one. No trade whatsoever either. That's just... What a shame.
I mean, the side steps from Made Lily, they're just able to just dodge out on everything, every single ability thrown at them. Man, there's it's such a clean fight coming out from Team William Yaman, and Made Lily actually going to be respawning right on the side of the Chloe. The Chloe is going to be able to use their Soul Link there to keep themselves alive for so long, and the plant there as well, going to be able to keep them alive, and now Sleek is going to be there as well to respond, and they get a nice easy kill on the side. Actually, a nice easy 2 kills actually on the side of Team William Yaman.
Oh my god, that healing plant. Another fight inside of Police Station, as it's going to be Team Dragon Ball Z duking it out up against C-Dak, but down goes Humanoid. Traded out for Goku though. It's a 1-for-1 trade between these two teams. A couple of damage dealers still available for both of these teams. Shauna does land the Semtex, but these Sting Corridors makes it really difficult for any of these players to punish. Vegeta about to get taken down. Just one more thing might be enough. It's the Moon Dorito. Oh, Jesus. To lock down Vegeta, I guess my throat was just like, Vegeta, don't do it, don't die. But he just ate that Moon Dorito. I guess it tasted that good.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z was able to get themselves out just barely there, and they should be back up. So not too bad for them, as it was just a day 2 death, so they are going to be able to get themselves all back up here. As we did see some objectives being taken here. There's going to be Endless getting this meteorite down here in Factory. Timer, not going to be too big of a deal in the early game, because you do end up getting a lot of timer back when you can get these kills. So you'll see a lot of these teams just sacking timer to get these objectives. And ooh, a gap key card picked up by the side of Team C-Dak. Pretty lucky for them, as they get that Tree of Life as well. They're down in Pawn, so going to be a nice tempo swing as they can just jump straight into that Omega.
This is really early for these guys too, right? This is an insanely early Mithril that's going to be going into the hands of Team C-Dak on top of the judgment they already have over on the ISOL. These transitions are going to go really, really well. 3 on the Adina, potentially looking for a 4th with the upcoming Mithril if they do decide to put it on something like the likes of Steel for her. Value is going crazy right now for these players. Last Straw, dodging on the F-Stop will also keep themselves safe. So this game is getting to the point where we will have that breaking edge of a lot of these late game scaling teams actually getting there a bit earlier than most of these teams are going to think.
Wait a second,
hey, walking back in, that is absolutely crazy. What was that? That's day 3, and it also baits in Kasi. Down goes the Priya, as well as Electrostatic Surge eliminates the Flower Lady. Down she goes, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, minus 200 and then 400 immediately for Team Umsar.
I mean, Umsar's items are still insane, but yeah, just you're not supposed to walk up by yourself this late into the game, and Hard just gets punished by, you do have your dashes, but you know, if there's a Theodore on the other side, they're just going to use their ultimate to close the distance, and there's not really much your team can do when they're that far away. So a little unfortunate for Team Umsal. Probably still going to be contesting for that Omega there in gas station, but looks like Alina is going to send it on forward there. It's going to get caught. The damage is going to be there. Shauna is going to be able to pump a lot onto this ISO, but is going to get zoned off there. But look at Humanoid going in by himself here on this. Marcus is so much damage, and there's not really much damage being returned by Team William Yaman here, because Marcus can just have free reign over a team like the side of Team I think that is Team
William Yaman.
William Yaman, yeah, because they just don't really have that consistent damage, because they are playing, you know, that Adriana, Alex, and Alina.
A lot of damage return. All of a sudden, 2 members down for Team Hunchgrey. Blue Period, the last one alive on their team. 2 kills going in favor of Team Last Straw. It seemed a little bit finicky too. A couple people catching stray bombs left and right. It's going to be the Omega also taken away by Team C-Dak. These guys are getting massive value out of the late game scaling that this team composition has the potential for.
Yeah, they get that Omega as well, so they're just so accelerated into this game. They have the Emerald Tablet onto this Adina. they're feeling pretty good right now, and they're probably going to try looking for these team fights because they want to look for these weaker teams to, you know, get some extra kills. Maybe get some stragglers here. Team Amstel is also looking really strong still as well. You can see the items on Hikasi and the heart here. They do actually find a Bori as well, and yeah, they're setting the heart to just go around and scout out the area.
This is the one thing that I was going to talk about that does seem to get neutralized a little bit from this game alone. Something that I noticed from a lot of these teams is that in comparison to the pacing we've seen from some of our top Korean teams, their transitions have been very, very slow, right? Because we've seen late game teams going into what? Day 6, night 6, sitting on people without full transitions, and it wasn't like 1 or 2 teams that was doing that. It was a majority of these teams. We haven't seen a team get full 15 gold transitions before day 5 just yet in the series. This game might be the first time we're actually going to end up seeing it for Team Umsar, and even maybe Team CDAC coming in very soon too. But the fact that this is the first time that we're going to be able to see something like this is really bad going into the future. But here we go, another fight as Yeojun looking for a little bit more, but now they put themselves back into the corner. There is no F-stop, so at least the Nathicon isn't going to be able to stop them anymore. But very, very unfortunate situation that we saw for Team Dragon Ball Z. They are just going to have to immediately book it out of that zone.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Team Hunter using the BLS to come down into out here. There's going to be a BD right, going to be secured by the side of Team CDAC. And wait a minute,
nice
in the
check.
bush. Good check from the side of Team Dragon Ball Z there, but Vegeta maybe going to try looking for an angle. I think I'm going to just send the ultimate in. The item difference is pretty equal, I would say, for both of these teams here. So I don't know if they want to look for a team fight, especially because there's corridor, but Endless is on the bottom side as well. So Team Wait Yaman have to be a little careful. They're not going to, so they don't put themselves in that third-party situation.
See how this goes, because Dragon Ball Z is still competing to full positioning. They're walking straight in on towards the energy blast field. What is going on? GTL on the backside. A lot of good damage over on the Goku. He will end up getting taken down, unfortunately.
Third party.
These EMP barrages are making it difficult. Dragon Ball Z is stuck. They have nowhere else to go. If they can at least kill Maid Lily, maybe they can get out. Vegeta somehow finds that one needle in the haystack to get himself out. And he does have the credits to get the res. Also, 40 seconds to go until the rift spawns. This could potentially be the saving grace for Team Dragon Ball Z. If they're looking for a blood sample, they're going to have to risk that rift. Otherwise, you're going to see minus 400 coming in to get the entire team of Dragon Ball Z back up before the rift even begins.
I think they definitely should look for a rift, but rifts are pretty risky at this point of the game, just because teams know that if there is a solo, they're going to be trying to look for that free res there. And looks like the Yaz is going to get completely full combo there in CC, and it's going to get obliterated.
Nice.
Great point sync coming out from Nia to push back both of the members of Team Lastra, but yeah, looks like they are going to get away. But a third party, we just get cut off there as Marcus, I think, finding the 2 members of the side Team Hunter.
My god.
Wait a minute. The F-stop is going to connect, but combo not going to be there, as it's going to go completely wide. Not the pawn, just whiffing it out there, and that's going to allow Team Wayne to actually get all 3 members out to safety. I think Team Endless are just going to turn their sights for this wick line and going to be able to get it completely uncontested.
Dragon Ball Z had a very close encounter, because while we saw Vegeta trying to take the rift inside a gas station, there was another team, I think it was actually Team Umsar, that was trying to interrupt it, but he just barely got it. And I was looking at the minimap. Mai was just about to get the taunt out. We do have a fight, indeed. This is a Night 4 rift. Whichever team wins this, it's going to be the blood sample box coming in for these players. If it's not going to be the case, it's just not going to be a good game for the remainder. Last draw, they're getting pressured out of the Chronosphere. Good taunt coming in, but no damage lock-in for the remainder of the team. Goku is just taking way too low. Same thing for the Alex. They do end up getting the trade over on, but these auto attacks from the Kalia, it just hurts so much. The low health bars across the board. Now we have 2 melees left up against a Celine and a Kadia. 5 seconds left for Vegeta too. They have to get they do have to get that safety drone going in. Rez is going to come in. It does, as a matter of fact. 4 seconds left for Vegeta. He needs to find some kind of angle in on this, but there's just nothing left for Team Dragon Ball Z. They're gonna get eliminated. Last draw will take away that dimensional rift for themselves and get that blood symbol box out of it. Really massive.
Yeah, blood box, especially for a triple range team, is massive here. Unfortunately, Lena getting caught out by the side Oh wait, actually gonna be able to live just barely, and he's able to get the rest here, sitting on 1 second of timer left. Yes, just oh my god, that's like half a second of timer, so they definitely cannot step into any red zone. But yeah, Hunchgrave not gonna be able to find that kill. A little unfortunate. You can see their items are not looking too great right now. Because I feel like if they would have had a couple more, maybe they would have been able to get that Alina kill. But Alina sitting on those really tanky items, I think, sitting on that solar system miniature and that upgraded chess piece as well.
Really looking for Team 9ㅅPhase. They will keep all of their teammates' lives intact now going into day number 5. Starting from now, if you die, it's going to have to be the Lumi reses. Team Endless trying to pressure out the members of Team Last Draw. They have really good items at this point, but they're still scared to look for any of these fights. Not the greatest look in the world for a team that's running triple DPS with full transitions at the end of the game. Devil Pang is going to get the taunt over onto GTL. Yujin trying to jump back towards the backside. He's just not that big of a threat in comparison to what we saw in game number 2. Damage output over onto Pang is just non-existent. This heart is pumping out damage left and right. Yujin, though, is still going to get taken down because he doesn't have the red timer. GTL about to get taken down. Unfortunately, he will. Even with the Elena head popping herself, Team 9ㅅPhase is not able to win the fight. How does that even happen? GTL is just completely caught off guard.
I mean, the leader just forgot, just walked into red, half a second, just instantly explodes, and there's not really much they can do. So a huge ultimate coming out from Marcus, but it's going to be that leader. Emma is just going to be able to jump straight into their dove, and now Team CDAC actually going to be the ones on the back foot here. Last Draw, I mean, they're so strong. They have the items, the Celine sitting on 2 blood samples, full golds on both of their carries as well. It's a little hard for Team CDAC to kind of work with here, especially since, you know, it was such a great start to the fight for the Team CDAC, but just not able to really capitalize on it.
CDAC got a pretty good positioning on that fight too, because we had triple DPS that was on the red, about to also lose out on a lot of their timer, but couldn't capitalize on it. Same thing inside of school. Team Omnisar does end up checking the bush, and now Devil Pang is looking for a fight on him, but it's going to be the Nia's game world. Unfortunately, Pang is pushed out of it. Sleep just gives an easy out for the heart. That's 2 members gone for Team Hunchgrave. Unfortunately, it's a trade over onto Akazi, but obviously for Team Omnisar, it's not going to matter. Hunchgrave loses out on 2 out of nowhere because the Yan pushes the heart out. Hyunji taken down 2.
Oh, CDAC, they're just able to just completely CC chain.
This is not the right place to get the res.
Can they get the Celine kill? Yo! The double CC, the double moon Dorito is going to be there. And now it's just going to be Mini going to try to do it for their team. They actually are going to be able to get 1. Are they going to be able to get 2? No, it's going to be the side of Last Shot going to go down there. But yeah, I think they just caught out the Celine there. I think the Marcus pushed the Celine into the wall, and then it was just a great follow-up, a double stun coming out from the Dina. Just very nicely played by CDAC. Oh, no. Team Hunchgrave is just going to be out for the count. Another kill going to the side of Team Umsal there. And Lily is going to get caught as well. This time from the side of Team Endless, there's nowhere for them to go, as they are going to go down in 5th place here. Actually, could have walked maybe into red. Maybe down at the hotel, because it actually didn't get up getting more timer, but yeah, I mean, I don't think they would have been able to live for much longer.
All right, and then now we are down to 4 teams. Although Hunchgrave is still sitting on that 1 rat, they are positioned inside of hotel, which means I think gas station is going to be completely open for 1 team to sit on. It's going to be Team Endless sitting up on the top side. CDAC as well as Omsar is going to have to focus on this though. Yan is a character that can act as an agent after all in this 3v3 fight. He does have 30 seconds on his timer, unless that was wrong up at the top side of our screen. This character can be an absolute menace in this fight. If Shauna doesn't pay attention, if Trinity doesn't pay attention, both of these characters from the backside can get demolished by this Yan.
The damage there coming out from the Medina. Hikasi already getting chunked down to about 50% of their HP bar. There's the ISO's grenade. They're just going to send it full in. Pang going to be forced to use her blink on that ultimate coming out from that Marcus there, and Sleep is in this bush. They do have a camera in here, so they say they do actually see this Yan, and the Yan is gonna be maybe the kingmaker of this fight. Team CDAC have to be a little careful, because there's this random Yan that could ruin their plans over this wall here. A lot of damage gonna be exchanged. Yan coming in. Sleep. It's gonna be a 4v3 here. Sleep is gonna get a lot of damage in. Actually gonna be hit 2 on the roundhouse kick. Sleep gonna try looking on the backside on Shauna here, and they should be. They could go down here. Wait a second, Human actually jumping back on in, getting a double knockup. The damage is gonna be there, but Itaki's gonna be there as well. And I think that is going to be it. Unfortunately for the side of Team CDAC, that is going to be
Oh.
gonna be on the side of Team Umsol's team.
In the end, it was the Yan that played Kingmaker because we saw the first fight between those two teams that did go in favor of Team CDAC. But because of the Yan, the fight was split too focused. And the Marcus was dealing with 2 damage dealers by himself. He's a great tank. He's a great bruiser going into late game. But if he's dealing with the consistent damage, the movement speed from the Priya as well as the shields, very difficult for the Marcus to have a lot of value up against something like the Heart and the Priya. Really unlucky for Team CDAC, but now we are down to 2. It's going to be Umzar versus Endless going into school for our final zone. The Chronosphere positioned pretty well for Team Endless as they're going to hold out on this checkpoint. Good VLS. Can they actually get it? Yes, they can. The jump pad right before F-stop goes down. That means big cooldown gone for the Nathapon.
Yeah, 100%. And here comes the engage. I'm gonna use that these wind drones to try to position themselves. Pang on the backside here. Maybe we're gonna try to using this White Lily to look for an angle in. There's the engage coming up from the mine. I guess gonna be able to one-shot Nathapon instantly there. Huge engage coming out from Umsol. Such a dominant performance once again. Just great coordination there. Just just sending it as soon as the Mai looked for the engage as well with that White Lily. So. And just very nicely played. Paying on the backside there by himself. Gonna look for this 1v1 on.
Peacemaker still available.
Is going to get the knockup, but yeah, the Peacemaker is just going to be there to deny the kill, and that is going to be it. Team Umsol putting it out in game number 3 with 26 points. That should secure their spot in for knockout stage number 2.
Indeed, great game from Team Umsar. That's going to secure their second game of the night. Heart making a difference once again for this team, making sure that the damage is there. Great plays from Ping, as well as even Devil Ping as well. Both of them playing really well with each other to lock down players and get the pickoffs one by one. I was worried a little bit when it comes to the Heart damage because she is definitely not the ADC we used to know and love from way back in pre-release, but it does seem like Pang has the damage on lockdown. He was pumping auto attacks left and right to execute people, and that White Lily play to execute the Nathapon too, chef's kiss. Chef's kiss.
Yeah, 100%. Just very, very well played for them there. As yeah, I mean the engage was perfect, right? They sent the Mai in first with the White Lily on the Hearts, and just able to just find that instant kill on that Nathapon. And once Nathapon goes down, they're gonna have that man advantage. It's gonna be really easy for them to play it out there.
I still think though that this was a pretty bad catch out from team not Umsar, but team, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting who it was. Team, it's not CDAC either. Who was the other one that they were going up against? Oh my goodness, I'm blanking out already.
I think it was Team Endless.
Team Endless, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Team Endless. I think that was a bit of a misjudgment from Team Endless. It's one of those White Lily plays that we've seen already in ERM for seasons, right? You need to anticipate something like that. The Nathapon getting completely caught out with his pants down, it's not a situation that you should ever be in ERM. If you've been around long enough, if you've watched ERM for long enough, that's a common play. It's one of the textbook plays we've seen time and time again in ERM. A lot of the top teams don't get caught out by that anymore because they keep track of that White Lily, whether it's recon drones to keep track of it, they use it themselves to make sure it's not available for the enemy team. Whatever it is, that White Lily should not be a factor, but it was in this game, and that's exactly why Team Endless ended up losing. Nathapon going down early on in that fight, just like that, is never supposed to happen.
Yeah, I think that's the one big difference you'll see from the top end teams and these teams that are down here in the earlier knockout stages is these little kind of micro macro decisions and just knowledge of how these fights will or how these fights will play out, and just denying every option to give to the enemy. Just the experience that you'll see from the higher level teams, like you said, that White Lily wouldn't even be a factor in that team fight because either they would have a camera on it, so they'll be able to see the hearts, or they'll just destroy it before the fight even starts.
Exactly. That's exactly the reason why, though, Team Umsar, taking advantage of situations like that, is able to pump themselves all the way in the first place. Not that big of a point difference that we would normally expect, though, because this was one of our lower-sided teams on the top 4. They'll just be able to secure themselves pretty comfortably in that first place spot. This will guarantee this team will make it out of the knockout stage 1 though, because now it's a 30.5 point lead compared to them in 5th place. CDAC in 5th place now, 26.5. It is going to be an 8.5 point difference between them and the 4th place Vanguards of Dragon Ball Z. Unfortunately, Crimson Bumflies dropping all the way from 5th down to 8th with just one single game because of the early terminate they had for game number 3.
Yeah, you could say Team Endless and Team William Yamada are also, relatively in a safe position here with a 24-point difference and a 14-point difference as well. It's really going to be up to Team Dragon Ball Z to be the gatekeepers for, that 4th place position, or if these other teams can have that pop-off game that they desperately need in this last game.
I'm a little bit scared too because Dragon Ball Z has also had some very solid fights so far throughout the tournament today. So if they are able to continue that in our final game, because once again there are no bans going into the last one, we can play the exact same composition for that roster. I don't really see a way out for anybody in the bottom 4, which is really unfortunate to say already. But for a team like CDAC, who has had a bit of an inconsistent evening so far, unless they're able to pull out an absolute banger of a game and Dragon Ball Z just completely falls down flat, I think even that 8.5 point difference is going to be very difficult to make up for CDAC.
Oh, 100%. They're going to need something pretty desperate in this last game. We need a lot of kills. They're gonna have to win it out here. All these bottom 4 teams need that pop-off game, I think, to even have a chance to make it to the next knockout stage. Unless one of these teams go 8, right? Like if the 3rd place team or the 4th place team goes 8, they don't even need a pop-off game. But it's still not looking too good into their favor.
It's going to be rough. It's one of the reasons why we always talk about consistency when it comes to placing at the final game. The pedestal that needs to be set up, and to build that pedestal you need consistency in the first couple of games. It's a little bit too late by the time you come to game 4 and are like, okay, well, I had a bit of a rough series, now I need to really lock in and try turning my fate around, because by that point you're going to have this chasm of a point. 8.5 points might not seem like much when you come just looking at the numbers, but in a 4-game series that is a hefty amount of points. Some of these teams haven't even gotten 8 points in a single game yet. So you can really tell that it's going to be a struggle for Team CDAC to overcome Team Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, 100%. And Dragon Ball Z, like you said, they've been playing a pretty consistent game all, throughout this whole night here. So, yeah, it's going to be a little tough, right? They just get, maybe 5-10 points. That's going to just shut the door for all these other teams to, try to make it in.
Indeed. All right, well, let's take a look at what the character selection is going to look like for our final game. And no bans once again for the series. Everybody just kind of playing their own thing, which makes it really interesting for us, right? All of these people are bringing their best to the table. Comfort picks across the board for every single one of these teams. So we need to see more and more and more from these guys. I do definitely notice that there have been significant improvements for the top 4 teams in this series right now, and even some for the 5th and the 6th place team too, but we need to see more, right? It's not going to get any easier after this point. This is where the small fish are going to play around as you go further and further in the knockout stages, bigger and bigger pond.
Ooh, all gonna be swapping up their team comp, probably just gonna be wanting to test the waters here with this Priya double backline team comp that we actually have been seeing from some of the top teams, right? Like some of the sponsor teams have been playing this team comp. I think they probably just want to test out and see how they'll do in this lobby with the meta team comp as well, to maybe try to get it banned out later, just because I think they've already secured their 1st place spot, so might as well try something new here for the final game.
Yeah, this is actually a team composition that we have been familiar with throughout the course of the group stages, because we did have a KL League team playing it for the entire 4 games, and I think this was one where they ended up winning 3 games out of the 4 yesterday in Group D. I always forget this team's name for some reason. It's not Busan Bespa, but it's, oh man, what's the other one? Why do I keep forgetting the name of this team every single time for some reason? Not Busan Bespa.
Was it innate?
No, it's not innate. They were in Group C. They did win all of their games, though. It was 4 out of 4 games that they did end up winning.
The results.
It's pretty disgusting. Whichever team won in Group D.
What was Gungi playing yesterday?
They're classic. My Nadine and the Haze, right? It's just literally their bread and butter. Yeah, nobody came even close to dealing with that team composition. It felt smooth as butter. on their
Yeah, I mean,
operations
Yogi and
yesterday.
Nate's, you know, they were the original contesters for the side of team, you know, FN Sejong in their dominance, you know, in the previous seasons. And it's no surprise to see them, you know, all come back, especially when you know, that front to back team comp is really strong.
Exactly. All right, well, let's see. I'm still trying to figure out what that other team's name is, because it's not Busan Best, but I always mix up that team's name and think it's Busan Best, but for some reason, oh, I feel so bad because they won the games yesterday, and I kept forgetting their names even yesterday as well. I'm gonna have to remember this. I'll try to look back over on the files that I have. It's gonna be Team Seongnam Rocks. There we go. Why do I keep forgetting that team roster?
Oh, Seongnam Rocks. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
Seongnam Rocks just rolled.
They were playing the Bria comp. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. It's either that or it was Busan Best, but I was playing it. I don't think it was, because I know Romantic was playing Rozzy yesterday, and it wasn't the Rozzy that ended up dominating the entire scene. Yeah, I think it was Seongnam Rocks that ran them over. It was the Nadim, Priya, and Cecilia comp that Team Almazar is running right here. So we know this composition can work. It just comes down to the execution of it. So it's a big test for Team Almazar on whether or not they can pull off a team composition like this.
Yeah, we'll have to see. You know, the game is just starting though, and looks like Nadine is going to get caught. There is the F-stop is going to go wide, as the blink is going to be there to actually deny the F-stop from connecting. GTL is going to look for the combo there. There is the full taunts plus Nia's game hold combo. They are going to be able to kill the Nadine, and OGTL is going to get caught on the other side here. And there is the ultimate who is going to tag the Alex just barely there, and they are going to be able to get the kill. And it looks like the Aiden ultimate is going to be there as well to just close the gap here on this Piolo, but the Piolo's just going to be able to jump up the wall, and they're going to set their sights onto this Natapon. They're going to be able to get another kill, so 1.5 points already for the Gatekeeper team here. It's going to be huge, but a disastrous way to start game 4 if you're, you know, one of the bottom 4 teams here.
Team Last Straw getting broken once again. These guys are just not having it today whatsoever in the earlier stages of the game. Akasi in a bit of trouble as he's going to get found out by a couple members of Team Wade Miament. Akasi trying his best to stay alive, but unfortunately that is 3 members. Crowd control out of nowhere. Down goes the Priya, unfortunately. Same thing for the Haze, is struggling a little bit, but luckily with the Tornado is going to be able to get out of the range of that Marcus. Nice stuff, as we're still seeing picks going throughout the entire course of night number 1. The action has almost never stopped, and I think this might be the one small moment we've had in this game where we can actually catch a breather.
Yeah, it's like it's not actually too much action here in night 1 for game 4. Usually, you know, it's just us, you know, commentating non-stop here as teams are constantly fighting, but it looks like it's going to be a more quiet of a game here. I think teams realizing, you know, this is their last chance, and if they go out, yeah, if they go out here, you know, that's going to be it for the tournament run.
And you have the bottom 4 teams. If they're out, they are out. Again, it's the 8.5 point difference between Team CDAC and Dragon Ball Z. It's even bigger for the ones below that as well. Vegeta pretty far into the backline. He is staying alive just for a little bit. Masuhana with the parry will be able to catch him out right towards the end. Minron did end up getting taken down, but that is a little bit of a third party coming in. That Adriana catching flak out of nowhere. Goku still struggling. Masuhana looking for a kill. Not going to be able to find it, as they are just going to get jumped by 2 members of Dragon Ball Z towards the end of that fight. But the fight's still going to continue.
I didn't realize Masahana swapped over to the Alex, so they have an Alex and Adriana instead of, you know, the typical Henry plus ADC. We'll have to see how it does end up working out for Crimson Butterflies, but it's already a pretty good start for them there. Piolo a little caught out there, and a great knock into the wall, and there is the SMG burst coming out from or not SMG burst, but the overdrive. Just the damage from this AR is just going to be a little too much. A great double knockup once again from the Marcus, as the Marcus is going to try looking for the Natapon, but the Natapon full combo is going to be there to just stop the Marcus from chasing, as looks like March was caught out on the other side, and Endless is going to be down to the last member. The Natapon in the tree, going to go to the side of Team CDAC there. Yep,
good thing the Natapon was able to get away. They will keep their lives intact. Peng is unfortunately going to get the kill over onto Vegeta. Hikasi is starting to join in on this. They know exactly where Dragon Ball Z is. It's just free kill given over towards the Priya. Even with the electrostatic surge, it's just not going to be enough. Unfortunately, Goku will fall down as well. Hansu alone by himself. There's nobody inside a stream, but this could have been very dangerous for Team Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, Seedor cannot wipe here. They are that fourth place anchor. And looks like they have enough credits to get their 4-square buy-in, so they're probably going to be waiting and looking for that. But yeah, like you said, if that Theodore went down, it would have been disastrous for Team Dragon Ball Z. But they're already in a pretty good spot. 3.5 points already. CDAC in that 5th place spot with 2.5. But the rest of the teams, under them, they're gonna have a lot of work to do to slowly catch up here.
Hunch Gray, the ones right below CDAC, are only at half a point for themselves. Last draw, a bit of a slower game for them too. It's not bad, but it's also not the greatest. 1.5, and then Crimson Bumflies. Pretty solid game for these guys in comparison to some of the other one, but 2.5 is not going to be enough for you to make up the difference compared to Team Dragon Ball Z just yet.
Engage from Huntry, gonna go a little wider, but blink on forward from the Chloe, able to catch this. The Theodore is gonna go down with that Nia's Game World, and they should be able to get another kill. No, actually, looks like Alex and Aiden are just gonna be able to get themselves on out. The Theodore is gonna explode the body. Dragon Ball Z is gonna be down a member, and they're gonna try to look for an angle in. They're like, the transfer just not gonna connect, but the damage is gonna be there from Goku teleporting on in, teleporting around. And wait a second, Alex.
Wait.
Aiden. Last member alive, Hunch Gray. Oh, I'm surprised they're not actually trying to send it here onto this Aiden, but I don't think they know that the Theodore also went down. And the Dragon Ball Z just barely able to live there. That could have been really, really bad.
Yep, luckily the Alpha ended up spawning, which actually diverted the attention away for Team Hunch Gray. It does keep Team Dragon Ball Z alive, but with this, they can't contest for anything during night number 2. It's a very rough start to this phase. The so important night number 2. Mithril is now available for a good chunk of these players with these objectives starting to spawn on in. And now the Rift is going to be activated too. It's just not there at all for Team Dragon Ball Z. Rift is going to start now. The fight will begin. Nunu's taken down dangerously low. Calorie Cyclone is going through. Same thing for the Healing Drone. It is done now. All of a sudden, Masuhana on the backside. Can he get the kill? Yes, he can. But he eats a moon straight to the face. Same thing for the Sun Conduct. Down goes the Adriana. And this should be Team CDAC taking away the Dimensional Rift in their favor, making it a lot easier for this team to start smoothly transitioning from that mid-game to the late. Very solid situation for Team CDAC right now. They need to capitalize on this to make themselves that 4th place team over Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, just so much damage there pumped up onto that 11-11. Was able to live for so long there with that Calorie Cyclone and that ultimate, but the Astro just got so much value already before ending up going down there to Masuhana. So very nice from the side of Team CDAC. Desperately needed points as well, as Dragon Ball Z is slowly widening the gap, but CDAC is going to be able to close it there, getting those extra 3 kills and getting that objective as well.
There's a 9-point difference between Team CDAC as well as Dragon Ball Z. The biggest problem now, though, is that I don't know if CDAC has enough kills to at least even go for the tiebreaker. So they need to get, at the very least, 10 points right now. If Dragon Ball Z goes down in 8th with 0 additional points, that's still going to be a very, very hefty job left for Team CDAC. But again, they're making their way towards the mid to late stage of the game. Isol has 3 items. If he can catch out and punish some of these initiation compositions, Isol has a lot of value. Same thing for the Adina. We've seen the Adina do some really good work in the past game or so. They are just about to find potentially another kill. Never mind, because the Isol is a little bit far away. Humanoid in a little bit of trouble himself. Death Drop is going to catch him out. Nia's Game World is out too. EMP Barrage on the backside. They want to try getting something going, but the Adina is already gone. And there is no trade just yet on the backside because Humanoid can't get the kills just yet. Exclusive sent out towards the backside. This is going to be a -400. Humanoid trying his best. This is not a good situation for Team CDAC. They're going to have to go through their entire wallets trying to get the reses back over onto their teammates. Plus one available for the Nia on top of that. Are they going to be able to get the kill? They can, and the Isol is caught. CDAC is gone. Shauna dies. That is it for Team CDAC. So they are, unfortunately, that is it for Team CDAC's run in phase number 2. It all comes down to Team Hunch Gray on whether or not they can now place themselves above Team Dragon Ball Z, but now the bar has been risen even higher. 2.5 points for Team Hunch Gray. They have a lot to make up.
That's so unfortunate for Team CDAC. They just weren't in position to take that team fight, and then the way Team Wade and Meowman was just able to, kind of capitalize on that, just able to catch the Adina on the bottom side with that Nia's game world, forcing the Adina to walk back in, and just getting bursted down. So CDAC, yeah, just out for the count.
Why did they walk back into the Nia's game world though? Because the Adina was fine. She was eating the EMP barrage, yes, but EMP barrage doesn't do as much damage as Nia's game world. They opted to go into the bigger damage dealing ultimate for some reason.
I mean, I think they're a cook either way because they're in that little corner. Alex was walking up as well, so I don't think there's really anywhere for that Adina to go. And then the ISO also got hit by a lot of the damage as well, so just a little unfortunate for CDAC.
Oh my.
And a great find from Hunchgrave there. Actually going to be able to get one from Umsal. Cicella going to be the one to get caught out. A lot of... Oh, no! The Adrian... No, looks like the Kilo... Dragon's Breath just wasn't timed correctly, just was able to blink away just perfectly there. Nia's Gable is going to come down, but the blink is going to be there from Celine to deny any more damage there. And the dodge is out. Wait a second, Nia actually does end up getting one. And the res from the Kiosk is going to be there. And wait a Meowman have the advantage now, and they're going to just look. They do actually get another kill, and Last Try going to be the ones on the back foot now. Very nicely played by the side team. Wait a Meowman just Nia's game world lasts for so long, right? The Emma was trying to dodge out on those abilities, but just not able to get or to dodge out on everything there, and eventually the Emma did end up going down.
What a problem, because they ended up getting the kill over onto the mine, which was really good, but then they finished off the body, and starting from there, it's a 3v2 right after the Nia's game roll, ends up picking up an extra kill. So really unfortunate for Team Omnisar. I don't think they should have lost 2 members on top of that, because as soon as they killed the body and saw the res coming in, you have to have that in the back of your mind, right? It's such another common thing to do in ERM, that as soon as you kill the body, you should have immediately ran away. That -1, the -200 credits, it's fine. You can make up for it, but with the -400, Triple TPS is going to struggle a lot more in the next coming minutes because they can't even get the res onto the Nadine right now. They don't have enough credits for it.
Yeah, they're gonna be in a really rough spot. I mean, the items aren't too bad, but this the farther and farther they get sent behind, especially as a triple backline team, is going to be pretty detrimental here.
The wallet doesn't exist anymore either.
Collins here. Yeah, I mean, Lastra also in the same position as Team Umsal, but Lastra have a couple more items than the side of Team Umsal, so they're going to be sitting in a better position here. Should be able to get the res there in Hotel and get that meteor as well. We do see William Yamet just going to be teleporting themselves on in, and Crimson Butterflies, I think these teams have to fight each other, or at least Crimson Butterflies need to look for some more kills. But William Yamet are pretty strong for themselves, so they have to be a little careful here.
It's the 3rd fight team William Yamet has taken on this bottom side of the map inside a warehouse right here along this building.
The taunt. No follow-up there, though. 11 is going to use the jump to get themselves on out. The taunt is going to be used as the full disengage for the side of Team Crimson Butterflies is going to be there. And the engage from Mine. The Mine is just going to go straight in. And on the other side, it's going to come down to a 1v1 beside or for the sides of Team Dragon Ball Z and Team Munchgrey. Or Hunchgrave, but Dragon Ball Z is going to be able to just -4 to get the reses off, and Hunchgrave going to be the ones on the back foot.
Really good call from Team Dragon Ball Z, instantly popping because they know they can't contest the Yan when it comes down to it. Theo can't stop the reses from going through, but the third party comes in. Hansu doesn't have any additional mobility and no bushes around. Down goes yet another member, -600 in the blink of an eye for Team Dragon Ball Z. They do have the credits for it, and remember, all this team has to do is stay alive. They're doing their jobs perfectly at the moment.
Points. They just need enough points to deny the 6th place seed now, because CDAC did end up going down, and they're already sitting at 8.5, so it's going to be really hard for a team like Team Punchgrave to outscore them, or Team Lastra as well. The damage coming out from the Kadia is going to be there, but the damage in exchange from this Nadine is going to be there to return. The HP bars are definitely in the side of Team Umsal. The blink on forward there, but look at HP bars. They're all 1 HP from Team Lastra. To sell all, should be able to get all 3 of them. Is going to be there.
Free at last, my friend. You are free from this game, Team Lastra. Free from the tournaments. Oh, that felt clean as hell. If the free at last also killed the Dean, the Kadia at the top end of that.
I was wondering, I'm like, wait a second, Cicella has ultimate here. I think they're all just dead. And Cicella just used their ultimate. Yeah, they're all 1 HP. I mean, Cicella ult just does so much damage into these squishy characters, right? Because Lastra all play backline characters, and Yeah, they're all gone. They're all gone.
This takes away really big pressure away from Team Dragon Ball Z, right? Because there's now only 2 teams left that can contest them when it comes to that 4th place spot. Hunchgray is a little bit on their tail. The only problem is Hunchgray and Dragon Ball Z have a 10-point difference. So as of right now, Hunchgray needs to get 13 more points to even tie Dragon Ball Z. These guys need to kill Dragon Ball Z right now, but with the Energy Blast Field, it's going to be so hard to lock him in because they're also now getting caught out in the third party. They are not in position to contest for this. Hunchgray down. Team Crimson Bumfly says, if we're not making it out, you're not making it out. Hunchgray down 2 members. There is just no credits left whatsoever for this team. I think that's going to do it. This should guarantee Team Dragon Ball Z making it out of knockout stage number 1 and going into 2, because the fellow bottom 4 has completely ruined the hopes and dreams of Team Hunchgray.
Yeah, it's a minus 200. They don't even have enough to get the Yan back up. And look at their items on the side Team Hunchgray. I don't think they could, you know, contest for the win in this game. But we'll have to see. Maybe they get a good third-party angle in. The Freya Last is going to be used from the Cicel. A lot of damage is being exchanged, but it's not going to be enough. The Priya is going to be able to keep the members of the side of Team Umcel alive, but there's a pullback from Magician. No damage, though. The shields from the Priya is going to be way too big. The Exalted was invested, though, for the side of Hisaki. And Umcel just going to sit in this little corner here. Just going to try to play the range. The Depth Up does end up connecting. Can they have the follow-up? Oh, no. Actually, the Piolo Dragon's Breath did end up connecting, but the follow-up just wasn't there. And the Magician is going to go down. A great response. Great E-ship forward. Great dash forward there coming out from the Dean to catch out on that opponent's misposition.
Dragon Ball Z, they've mostly done their jobs. Goku is gone, but Vegeta and Hanzo will just be able to walk away. It's going to be Team Crimson Bumflies. I think it might be a little bit too late for these guys. Hunchgray, Chloe down again as well. It's over. It's over. I mean, I really don't like to call it this early, but what else can you really say, right?
They need 18 points from here, so they need 27 total. I mean, if Dragon Ball Z goes down, I mean, it could be doable, but it's a lot of points. They probably have to get every single kill that's left in this lobby here. It's going to be a little hard, but so yeah.
I don't know. It's still so iffy for these guys. Crimson Bumflies, if they pull off a miracle of a lifetime, that would be the most insane story arc I've seen in a long time. But Crimson Bumflies needs to knock down Dragon Ball Z first right now and then start walking their way through rest of the lobby. The problem is, look at the items on Team Wade Meowmint. How do you deal with this as Team Crimson Bumflies? Adriana is pretty good. Same thing for the Alex. I actually like this comp because it does allow you to follow through with the 11, but oh my god, they're not checking. They're not checking. There's the combo jumping in. No, he's killed. Do they get the kill? Yes, they do. But the Alex is just too far gone. His health bar just disintegrates. He eats the entire Wolfusel combo coming through from Devil Pain. They got the push check, but they just don't have the wallet for the kill.
So unfortunate. The Cicella lived on 1 HP for so long with the debuff. It just allowed the Dean to just pelt so much damage back into the side of Team Crimson Bumflies, and they do get the kill, but they're gonna lose out on their Alex, and I think that's probably gonna be it for their tournament run as well. Lumi, don't know where Lumi is, but it's gonna be really hard to res Lumi at this point into the game.
Maybe they can get one access over onto the Lumi. I'm not entirely sure, but you can see a way to Meowmint trying to position themselves, and we also see that even Hunchgray, the Nia is sitting inside of a bush where the Lumi is gonna get canceled out with the dash across. I genuinely think Crimson Bumflies is in trouble right now. If they try to go for a very risky Lumi force inside of Hotel, they're gonna get immediately found out. Nunu's is going for it. Oh, are they not getting punished for this? Yes, they are. Yeojun is here to intercept, and now Nunu's is the one in trouble. Oh no, on air canceled. Nunu's in trouble. 3-man Tom, but it doesn't do him any good as the Lumi.
Wait, he pushes Lumi.
Just runs away. Okay, maybe something can happen. The credits are still there.
There's two people there looking for it.
Oh, there's one. Okay, can you get the? It has to be the 11 first. They did the wrong one. No, they still have the credits for it. Can he get Nunu? Yes, they can. Oh my god. Crimson Bumflies is fine.
And now Dragon Ball Z is going to be waiting for it as well. It should rotate back into them, so they should be able to get the res off, I think, just barely as well. But Yeah, I don't think Crimson Butterflies has enough in the tank here because they just ended up losing out on a lot more credits. Look at their items. They only have Adriana sitting on that 5 gold, and looks like they're gonna run straight into the hands of another team. Wait a second, actually gonna be able to catch this this Nia and maybe get this kill.
White Lily.
They desperately need. The White Lily is gonna be there. Looks like Blue Period is gonna be able to get themselves to safety, and now Nia still caught. The kill doesn't go to the side of Crimson Butterflies. Again, here comes the engage coming out. Can they get this? Nadine, yes, you're gonna be able to one-shot them. That is okay, but the third party is here. Oh no, and Nuno is going to get caught out by the Nathapan, and they're going to go down, and I think that is going to seal the deal for our top 4 here, most likely. Dragon Ball Z is still alive as well on the top side here. Crimson Butterfly is down a member, and they're just ticking timer. They don't really have any time to work with in this zone anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately, Safety Drone does not give you CC immunity. It does not save you from the Nathapan pulling you back in. So Dragon Ball Z at this point, the rest of this game is a formality for these guys. But we'll see how it goes. Hangzu's still alive. Sapphire Protocol to keep himself alive a little bit longer inside of the fight too. Team Endless did invest quite a lot trying to kill the Theo, so everybody else on the team is going to stay alive. A bit of a mess on the south side as well, as Team Umzar trying to deal with whatever shenanigans Crimson Bumflies is trying to do. The kill credit actually goes in favor of Dragon Ball Z. They're going to clean up the rest of the members on the side of Team Crimson Bumflies as well. Goku used Electrostatic Surge though. I'm not sure if that was the right call for this guy. F-Stop is going to land over on towards the Theo. Remember, there is no energy blast field for this guy for 5 seconds. They just need to buy a little bit of time. 7 seconds left for Team Endless. I think that Safety Drone actually ended up giving the go-ahead for the rest of the team. Vegeta is going to get taken down. That is an ultimate. That is a player taking it down and traded out. Energy blast field is available for the Theo now. There is the kill. All he has to do is just send it. Goku is trying to heal back up. They have no idea what the timer is looking like on the other side. Energy blast field. Pop goes the Weasel. Pop goes the other one. Dragon Ball Z, 20.5 points strong. Is going to go into the final zone to duke it out up against the other Alex of Wade and Maui. We have an Alex mirror matchup in final zone for ERM Super. What a world are we living in?
The trading arc was real for Dragon Ball Z. They come out swinging, and they're gonna make it to knockout stage 2. But look at the items of Team Wade Meowman. 2 bloods on the Mai, High Noon on the Nia, and another blood sample, or not blood sample, but looks like another item being called in for that Alex as well. This is such an uphill battle that Team Dragon Ball Z is gonna have to fight here. But I mean, they got a couple items for themselves as well, right? The in having that blood sample as well, that blood ripper.
They have no idea. They have no idea.
Theo, they're gonna get one shot. Only second can they trade back. Exclusive is gonna be there to deny the damage. Wait, Professor is gonna be able to connect. I think this is gonna be up to Goku here. Does he have the damage to trade back? Actually, be able to actually trade 1-for-1 here. And Goku being alive on this Aiden can definitely seal the deal here, as you know, Aiden's one of these characters that can kind of rip these tanks to shreds. It's gonna be up to Goku if he can make something happen. This Mai is still really tanky and does a lot of damage here to try to turn angle back in.
He's the one with the blood.
For something here, getting a lot of damage here on GTL. GTL goes down
the
here.
Parries.
Great damage, great combo. They're gonna get a lot of damage. Both of the Alexes are gonna go on each other, but the Tompa skill from GTL is gonna seal Goku out of the fights. Very nicely played, just reflecting so much damage back and protecting themselves as well. And that is going to be Team Dragon Ball Z going down in second place, and Wade Meowman finishing game number 4 with that win. 20.5 points. Very, very well played.
Congratulations to Team Wade Meowman. If Dragon Ball Z did win this game, they would have walked away from this knockout stage number 1 series with 3rd place in tow. Wade Meowman will be able to maintain their spot and continue on, punch their tickets into the into knockout stage number 2. Of course, this final fight was a formality, but still, it must feel really good for Team Wade Meowman to win the final game of the first series they have to play in the long and arduous run to the finals.
Yeah, and that is going to conclude our knockout stage 1 here. So we're going to have our 4 teams, and obviously, we already know our 4 teams that are going to be making it in. It is going to just be the 4 teams that, you know, were in that top 4 spot going to be making it out here. I don't think any of the bottom 4 teams, unfortunately, had a good game at the very end. So, yeah, they're going to be facing up, you know, our teams that went 7th place in the group stage and knockout stage 2. I think I saw one National League team, DS Guardians.
Yep.
What happened to them? Falling down in 7th place.
They just struggled. I don't know, man. Wait, weren't you there for that? I could have sworn you were there for that. Or was it Group C that DS Guardians played in?
I don't think I was there for DS Guardians, was I? Maybe I was, but I'm forgetting. I'm not sure.
Let's see. They were Group A, so you were here for that.
Oh, okay.
It was Zoe just not having that day. Remember how they were getting a lot of items, but they kept walking to like day 5, day 6, 1 kill, maybe 0.
Yeah, I remember now.
They just couldn't get any points, even with the amount of items they had, and then they got ransacked by 2-3 teams converging into one zone. So, yes, Guardians is gonna...
because they're playing... I remember now, they're playing that Demo Atazia, I think, Johan team comp, and I mean, they looked pretty good, but I feel like the lobby was also just really, really strong as well, so...
Exactly. Yeah, it's the reason why they're going to be here, but it's not like their execution was bad. Let's be real here. As I said, one of the biggest things that I think a lot of teams right now are going to have to work on coming from knockout stage 1 into 2 is that now that DS Guardians is in the fray, we're going to have a team that is going to be turbocharged on items. The pacing in which the teams for knockout stage number 1 got their transitions is vastly slower than the ones that we would normally expect by the time we get to knockout stage number 6, right? Because even if we have like 3, 4, 5 good teams in the lobby, we usually see at the very least 2 to 3 teams sitting on full team 15 gold transitions by the time we hit like day 4, night 4 on some of these games. We didn't see a single team have full transitions by the time we hit night number 4 in any of the games today. Maybe one from, Team Omnisar in game number 3. Maybe Team CDAC was able to pull it off as well. But the fact that we weren't able to see consistent full transitions from any one of these teams does give me problems, because it's the same issue that a lot of teams face even in North America, where if they aren't one of the usual teams going into Eternal Return Challenger Series finals, they're always behind on transitions. It's one of the reasons why it's so hard for these guys to fight these usual ERCS finalists in maybe semifinals or qualifiers.
Yeah, 100%. A lot of people underestimate, the macro game of the, or the macro play of this game, and if you get sent behind and you just stout items all the time, you're just never going to be able to look for these fights, because you're going to be playing down a lot of just combat power, right, that these other teams are going to have. But here's the leaderboard for you guys. For knockout stage 1, we got Umsal, Endless, Wait a Meowmint, and Dragon Ball Z going to be our 4 teams. Moving on to knockout stage 2, and unfortunately, Crimson, Bunflies, Hunch Gray, CDAC, and Last Straw. You guys played your best, gave it your all, but unfortunately, we won't be seeing you guys here for phase 2 any longer.
Indeed, it's going to be a rough road ahead for those 4 teams, because if they want to continue their series and continue their run in Eternal Return Masters for Season 9, LCQ is the only stop they have left. But let's take a look at what we're going to have right after the break. Team Umsar, Endless, Wait a Meowmint, and Dragon Ball Z. You just mentioned those 4 teams. They'll be going up against DS Guardians, Stillcut, Big Game Hunter, as well as Team Go Back Fish Roast. The 6th place teams coming in from each individual groups.
Go Back Fish Roast. Ooh, team. Moo is on there, so maybe we'll see some Eva coming out for that team.
It's actually funny too, because Go Back Fish Roast actually had a pretty good day yesterday, but they always got caught up by third parties and things like that. It's one of the reasons why they're here. So yeah, starting from knockout stage number 2, we'll see a little bit more of consistent gameplays, in my opinion. But super, that was an even number of games. Game number 4 is done for the evening. You guys know what that means. I know what that means. You also know what that means, super. We're going to go to a break, but this time a little bit longer, because we have to change the groups and everybody has to get ready. So grab some water, go grab a stack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here in about 10 minutes for the first 2 games of knockout stage number 2.
Hey, there you go.
사망했습니다. 누군가가 연쇄 처치 중입니다. 잠시 후 안전지대가 축소될 예정입니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
안녕하세요. 루미아 섬의 생존자 여러분. 9.6 패치노트 다이제스트 진행을 맡은 천시아입니다. 길티기어 스트라이브와의 콜라보레이션 이벤트가 시작되는 9.6 업데이트가 여러분을 찾아갑니다. 과연 이번 9.6 업데이트에서는 어떠한 새로운 콘텐츠들이 여러분을 기다리고 있을지 지금부터 한번 만나보겠습니다. 많은 분들이 기다려주신 글로벌 IP 콜라보레이션 길티기어 스트라이브가 이터널 리턴과 함께합니다. 길티기어만의 스타일리시한 매력을 더해 새로운 모습으로 변신한 실험체들을 만나보세요. 콜라보 스킨으로는 영웅 등급의 제고 리다이린과 희귀 등급의 카이 에이든, 엘페르트 아야가 출시됩니다. 카이 에이든과 엘페르트 아야는 일부 음성 대사가 변경된 희귀 스킨입니다. 콜라보 스킨 3종은 콜라보 전용 GGST 토큰 교환소와 GGST 퀘스트북을 통해 획득하실 수 있습니다. 토큰 교환소에서는 재고 리다이린 스킨과 프로필 아이템, 이모티콘 등을 획득하실 수 있으며 퀘스트북에서는 카이 에이든 스킨, 엘페르트 아야 스킨을 비롯해 다양한 아이템을 획득하실 수 있습니다. 콜라보 상품으로 판매되는 상품은 NP가 아닌 스팀 지갑 자금 추가를 통해 구매가 가능합니다. 자세한 상품 구성은 별도의 공지를 통해 안내드린다고 하니 공지를 꼭 확인해주세요. 이터널 리턴의 이야기들이 기록된 스토리 컨텐츠, 아카이브의 문이 열립니다. 로비 우측 하단의 이미지 버튼을 클릭하여 접근 가능한 아카이브에서는 이번 콜라보 이벤트 스토리를 감상하실 수 있으며 추후 더 많은 스토리 컨텐츠가 추가될 예정이라고 하네요. 이번 변화로 우측에 고정되어 있던 1일 미션 리스트가 제거되고 별도의 미션 버튼으로 통합됩니다. 아카이브의 첫 번째 이벤트 에피소드로 길티기어 스트라이브와의 콜라보레이션 에피소드가 공개됩니다. 다음은 새롭게 추가되는 상품입니다. 11의 새로운 이모티콘 4종이 상점에 추가됩니다. 11의 다양한 모습들을 이모티콘으로 만나보세요. 다음으로 시스템 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 이제 아시아 서버 랭크 대전에 휴대폰 인증 시스템이 도입됩니다. 하나의 휴대폰 번호는 오직 하나의 계정에만 연동할 수 있습니다. 인증 요청 대상 계정이 인증을 완료하지 않을 경우 아시아 서버 랭크 대전 입장이 제한됩니다. 한 번 인증받은 계정도 보안을 위해 불시에 재인증을 요구받을 수 있으며 최초 인증된 번호와 동일한 번호로만 재인증이 가능하기 때문에 번호 변경 등의 사유 발생 시에는 별도로 고객센터를 통해 조치해야 합니다. 인증 방식은 SNS 인증과 보이스 인증 두 가지 방식으로 진행됩니다. 이번 업데이트와 동시에 제재 경험이 있는 계정과 랭크 대전에서 특정 지표를 충족하는 계정에 1차로 적용되며 업데이트 기간 중 적용 범위가 단계적으로 확대됩니다. 9.7 업데이트 시점까지는 아시아 서버 랭크 전체 적용을 목표로 하고 있다고 하네요. 추후 아시아 외 다른 서버의 랭크 대전에도 인증 시스템을 확대하는 것을 원칙으로 하고 있으며 각 서버별 상황에 맞춰 적용 일정이 조정될 수 있습니다. 치열한 실력 경쟁을 지향하는 랭크 대전이지만 주요 랭크 보상을 획득할 수 있는 골드 티어 이전 단계는 본격적인 경쟁을 위한 준비 과정으로 보아 매치메이킹의 안정성을 보완하고자 합니다. 따라서 이제부터 랭크 대전의 하위 티어에서는 최대 실버 티어를 가진 머신러닝 봇이 등장할 수 있으며 매칭 대기 인원이 부족하여 대기 시간이 과도하게 길어질 경우에만 투입됩니다. 머신러닝 봇은 랭크 하위권 매치메이킹을 개선하는 역할에 한정되며 상위권 랭크 매칭에는 투입 예정이 없습니다. 일반 대전에 비해 보다 엄격한 조건으로 투입되기 때문에 랭크 대전 매치메이킹에 어려움을 겪는 지역이 중심이 될 것입니다. 지난 시즌 9 업데이트 중 하나에서 불법 프로그램 추적에 대한 기술적 보완이 업데이트되었습니다. 강화된 추적 시스템을 통해 적발된 불법 프로그램 사용자에 대해 대규모 제재가 진행되었습니다. 불법 프로그램 사용은 단순 게임 이용 제한을 넘어 형사처벌의 대상이 될 수 있는 명백한 범죄 행위이므로 플레이어 여러분의 각별한 주의를 부탁드립니다. 불안정한 인터넷 연결이나 강제 종료 등으로 팀원이 이탈하면 랭크 입장료가 보전되지만 종료될 때까지는 게임을 지속해야 했습니다. 이제 조기 항복 시스템이 도입되어 빠르게 다음 판으로 진행할 수 있습니다. 하이퍼루프 사용 시 이제 키보드 단축키로 즉시 아군에게 합류할 수 있게 됩니다. 하이퍼루프를 조작하는 중 기존의 아군 카메라로 시점을 이동시켜주는 단축키인 F2 그리고 F3를 사용하면 바로 아군에게 합류할 수 있습니다. 로비 화면에 고정되어 노출되던 11 미션 리스트 영역이 제거되고 별도의 메뉴 버튼으로 통합됩니다. 이제 새롭게 추가된 미션 버튼을 클릭하여 미션 목록 패널을 열거나 닫을 수 있습니다. 다음으로 게임 플레이 변화점들을 소개드리겠습니다. 휴대용 키오스크는 어디서든 사용 가능하기 때문에 부활에 대한 리스크는 조금 더 강화될 필요가 있습니다. 이에 휴대용 키오스크로 아군을 부활시킬 때의 시전 시간을 증가시켜 위치 선정과 사용 판단에 있어 더 신중함이 요구되도록 조정합니다. 파괴, 취약 특성의 방어력 감소량이 늘어납니다. 혼돈, 병력 특성의 피해량이 늘어납니다. 전술 스킬 스트라이더 A13의 사용 시 이동 속도 증가 지속 시간이 늘어납니다. 다음으로 실험체 변경점들을 소개드리겠습니다. 지속적으로 좋은 성능을 유지하고 있는 나딘의 늑대 맹습의 피해량을 하향하여 순간적으로 높은 피해를 누적시키는 플레이가 어려워집니다. 지난 패치 이후 매우 높은 성능을 보여주고 있는 아드리아나의 불길 쇄도 피해량을 낮추고 무기 승론도 효과를 낮춰 게임 후반부에서의 위력을 낮춥니다. 상위권 실력대 게임에서 뛰어난 성능을 보이는 이반은 자수정의 물결의 피해량을 하향하여 높은 피해 능력을 견지합니다. 게임 후반부에서 기대 이상으로 높은 내구도를 보여주고 있는 마이의 숄 장막 효과를 하향하여 후반부 내구도를 견제합니다. 부진한 성능을 보이고 있는 돌격 소총 아야의 무기 숙련도 효과를 상향합니다. 반면 하위권 구간에서 과도한 위력을 보이고 있는 스킬 증폭 계열 아야를 견제하기 위해 고정 사격의 피해량을 낮춥니다. 에이든의 뇌격이 단일 대상이 아닌 다수의 대상에게 적중합니다. 단, 적중 시 효과는 첫 대상에게만 적용됩니다. 연속된 하향으로 고전 중인 유스티나의 경우 연속 포격의 피해량을 높여 피해 능력을 보완합니다. 제키의 경우 연참의 피해량을 상향하여 평균 이하의 성과를 보이고 있는 도끼 제키의 경우 무기 숙련도 효과도 상향합니다. 현우의 무기 숙련도 효과를 강화하여 지속적인 피해 능력을 보완하고 허세의 방어력 증가량을 강화합니다. 이외에도 다양한 캐릭터 조정 사항들이 준비되어 있으니 패치노트에서 확인해주세요. 다음으로 아이템 변경점들을 소개드리겠습니다. 소수의 공격력이 62에서 59로 소폭 하향됩니다. 플랑베르주의 공격력이 55에서 57로 상향됩니다. 훅소드의 공격력이 50에서 52로 상향됩니다. 엘프드레스의 스킬 증폭 10이 추가되며 활용장의 공격 속도가 20%에서 25%로 상향됩니다. 카우보이 모자의 공격력이 상향됩니다. 빛의 증표의 공격 속도가 상향됩니다. 사이버 스토커, 예언자의 터번의 스킬 증폭이 상향됩니다. 트와일라잇의 공격력이 하향됩니다. 황야의 별의 공격력이 상향됩니다. 운명의 주사위의 공격 속도가 33%에서 35%로 소폭 상향됩니다. 큐브워치 공격력이 17에서 18로 상향됩니다. 마지막으로 버그 수정 및 개선입니다. 이제 일반 대전에서 AI 플레이어 매칭 구간을 벗어난 이후 패배하더라도 다시 해당 구간에 진입되지 않습니다. 수직 발사장치 활강 중 밤낮 전환 시 아이템 스킬 마력의 씨앗이 중첩되지 않는 문제가 해결되었습니다. 이외에도 다양한 변경점들이 적용되었으니 패치노트에서 확인해보세요. 길티기어 스트라이브 콜라보가 시작되는 이번 9.6 업데이트. 정말 많은 변화들이 여러분을 기다리고 있습니다. 다양한 편의 기능과 새로운 콘텐츠가 추가된 만큼 오늘 한번 게임을 플레이해보시는 건 어떨까요? 저도 여러분을 루미아 섬에서 기다리고 있겠습니다. 곧 다시 만나요.
이제 진지하게 가보도록 하지. 온 힘을 다해 덤비도록. 탐색자는 이쯤 해둘까? 뻔한 기술은 안 통해. 카이키스크, 훌륭한 사였지. 올곧은 정의와 신념, 그리고 그것을 관찰할 시간. 다른 차원의 인물이 아니었다면 스카우트하고 싶을 정도. 그 녀석이 좀 본받으면 좋을 텐데. 신뢰란 게 뭔지 보여주도록 하지.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm eating something. I hope all of you guys had a really good break. As I said, grab some water, grab a snack. I actually got a snack and got some water too. So I had a great break. Hopefully all of you guys in chat had a great break as well. Welcome back. We are now getting ready for the next 2 games that we're going to be watching. And this time around, instead of the 4 teams that we've been watching, it is going to be, the 8 teams that we've been watching. It's 4 of the 8 teams that we were watching plus 4 new ones. So it's going to be a fun one. If you're not familiar with the ERM system, just know we have a lot more fun games that are ready and immediately set for you to go, because we were just diving straight in. What the hell? I thought we were going to get like an exposure to the teams that are playing, but I guess not. Never mind.
Yeah, we're just jumping straight into it for you guys here. Looks like it is going to be, it's DS Guardian, Still Cut, Big Game Hunter, and Go Back Fish Roast are going to be our 3 teams coming in. And yeah, I do see the Eva going to be hovered here from Umu. No surprise there. And DS Guardian is going to be going back to their double melee team or their bruiser team with the Johan, I'm pretty sure. So the Dema, Tazia, and the Johan probably going to be coming in very shortly.
And I'm really glad to be able to see Still Cut here today. Chone has to make the comeback, right? This man was playing insane on the Blair. This is his time to shine at this point. I'm loving the fact that Binjay is on the Ekyon right now, because this pulls the attention away from Chone. We saw the Mai actually on Friday to try compensating for this all-in on the Blair, but I think the Ekyon is going to be a lot easier because he's running quick. He's going to be a viable threat that people are going to have to deal with. So I love this change up from Team Steelcut right now. It opens up Chone to have a little bit more leeway and a little bit more of a safety net inside of fights, because there's going to be someone fighting alongside him that's going to be taking the attention away from the Blair and not dealing damage to her instead.
Yeah, I like this quite a bit just because it does give Team Stillcut more room, just because, you know, both Blair and Ekyon are both these kind of backliners that kind of just want to do, you know, whatever they want. They kind of thrive in the environments where the fights are more hectic, right? So I do like that they do have this Ekyon pick to try to make maybe more space for this Blair to work with.
Me as well. Chone was incredible on Friday on this player. It almost makes it sound criminal that this player is in knockout stage number 2, but it's what we were talking about on Friday. This player might have a lot of really highlight moments, but for some reason, the amount of points they had just didn't reciprocate for it. So let's see if this team is able to do good today, guys. 1 more set of games to go tonight until we are going to determine 4 more teams that will be continuing on in Eternal Return Masters Phase number 2 for next week's set of games. This is the last set that we're going to be watching for this weekend, and then after that, unfortunately, tears dropping down my eyes. You have to wait about a week until we go back to next Friday for Knockouts 3 and 4. It's going to be a fun set of games, though. Do be here for the entire thing. If you're still here right now, type Ahmed into chat. Or a dog. Let's do a Dogna into chat. I haven't seen a Dogna spam in a long time. Ahmed and the Dogna, whichever one you want to do, because both those emotes are banger.
Yeah, unfortunately, no Adinas though in this game, but yeah, you can kind of see some replacements that we have. You know, we lost an Alex, but we got another one with the side of Team Big Game Hunter. Same thing with the Rozzy pick as well. But oh, looks like Umu unfortunately going to get caught out there, as they will end up going down. Charn is going to be able to find Hisaki on the top side, and they should be able to get this kill, I think, with the ultimate coming in.
Nice. There it is. Final auto attack. It's going to lock down the kill. It's a classic that we've actually seen for Team Stillcut getting those kills inside of archery range. Usually it's a 1v3 for Chon, right? But this time he actually has the support of the Lenya on the side, making it a little bit easier for them to get the kill. Sees another set of targets, immediately going to go for it. Doesn't end up being able to follow through onto second on the over the wall, but he has set his sights on Umu instead. The Eva getting ran down. Chloe on the backside trying to support, but there is just nothing that this Chloe can do. So Link activated, and another third party comes in. Chon, he doesn't have anything left, at least for the time being. Way too long cooldown, especially this early on. And now the White Lily activated to try killing some of the members left on Team Stillcut. Ninja is very low on his gauge right now, and another third party coming from the top side. Now this Ekion is just completely isolated. He's on downtime. Exuviation forces a break over onto Team Stillcut, but the fight still continues as we're gonna have Team Fishcut, as well as Fish Rose, as well as Big Game Hunter trying to duke it out inside of archery range. Is it going to be enough? No, Walker is not going to get taken down. Im Yuan also gone, which means Umu has to just completely book it. But Key 5 is on the hunt. Can this Eva get out?
There's a great double Brilliant Radiance, but the follow-up just wasn't there. Horrific having the ultimate with that Amtron. Can they get the all 3 here? Does have one more charge. Is the blink available for this Fiora? I don't think so. So I think Umu can look to turn it here actually with the side. Oh, wait a second. He actually just turns the sight. Still has that R3 to get the stun and one-shot the Chloe before they're even able to use their soul. And I think maybe still on CD there. Umu was able to turn it though. Too good on his Eva. Able to get Horrific down and should be able to finish the job.
I love the fact that he instantly canceled the VF Eruption though, because as soon as he saw the Fiora trying to get the turnaround on the other side, turning that VF Eruption off immediately is the best call, because then you're going to have it on cooldown earlier than you would have had it if you just kept it going and try spinning it around all the way 180 degrees. Usually that's not a feasible idea, so great call from Umu. It's one of the reasons why they are one of our residential EVA players in KR. Such great decision making.
I was like, wait a minute, I didn't even realize, but they swapped up their team comp entirely here. I actually do like this Laura demo because I think they're playing for a more, you know, or they're playing into a more bruiser lobby, and I think these two characters are just great into, you know, these melee, you know, type of carry teams, because, you know, Dema really good into these melee. Same thing with Laura as well, but looks like Serio is going to get caught out here, and they will end up going down there in that was Fire Station, and on the other side, Tron is going to be able to find it in a 4-man F-stop here, including Natapon himself, but they're just going to get taken down as soon as they get on out of there, and they should just be able to get all these members here. Great White Lily from that letting to keep themselves alive from that Piolo, and yeah, I think March is a little isolated away from the rest of the team, but Tron has to still respect the Haze, as Haze is able to do a lot of damage and could just burst it out.
Ooh, the rockets! Oh, the Hex is on it! The Hex is on it! No! You can use the rocket! You can use the trumpet on the camera to get the shield. Maybe he didn't have the cooldown. Let's see. Hold on a second, Chode. Is this another moment that you can pull it off? No! The grenade launcher just catches him right at the edge of the hitbox. Real brutal for Team Stillcut. It's gonna be Minjay left alive as the Lonesome and Tree of Life. Gonna go in favor of Team, what is that? I think Endless.
Yeah, March on this Haze is just popping off in all of these games. These rocks are just connecting, finding their targets, and finishing the job. You know, it's getting these picks just so well played on this Haze, and yeah, they're able to get the tree. You can see their credit counts as well. They're in a really good position here. Look for those early game force revives. We do have a contest here for these Wolves, though. It looks like was the PLO able to get any of those? I'm not sure. Maybe 1 or 2 of those, but is just going to pay the price with his life here, as
nice.
Yeah, it is going to be still cut. Going to be able to grab the kill.
Unfortunately, ends up losing out on the Tree of Life, but a lot of value inside of Factory is going to go in favor of Team Stillcut. If they can get a Tree of Life to compensate for the fact that they lost it in Cemetery, it's going to be really good, because this is the Black Mamba King Ekion, but unfortunately that Wolf does not drop a Tree of Life. Stillcut is going to be a little bit on the backside because their credits are also in the dirt right now.
Zhang Yi is going to look for an angle in. They're looking for something here. They called in another item as well. They're going to try looking to maybe kill Min on this Lenny here. The Tazi not going to be able to connect too much. Zhang Yi is going to get caught up by Key 5. I think Rossi should have an easy time into this demo, but wait a second, demo is going to be able to get a lot of damage.
Tazia, the Guardians.
Zoe is going to be the last member alive, and I think that's going to be it. I don't think the Tazi can get away. It's going to be a terminate for DS Guardians out in 8th place with only 1 point to the name here. On the top side, though, we do have the Theodore coming in, the great combo there, but the follow-up isn't going to connect. The CC isn't going to be layered onto that Johan. And it looks like, wait a second. Oh, it looks like the Chloe is a little too far forward. Is going to get caught out by the side of Team Dragon Ball Z. As Dragon Ball Z should be able to pick up another kill here. I don't think this Yon can get away Radiant Brilliance is going to be able to connect onto 2. The Cyber Skills are coming out. 1, 2, 3. Last one. Not going to actually
he didn't use the last one.
And yeah, looks like the Johan are going to be able to escape there. Dragon Ball Z getting a nice extra kill for themselves, as I definitely want to look for their buy-in so you can see their credit counts. All these other teams have got their forward scores except for Team Stillcut. Actually, there's a lot of teams actually haven't bought yet. Stillcut, Dragon Ball Z, and Go Back Fish Roast all just not getting their forward score buy-ins just yet here.
Which means this Rift is going to be really awkward for these guys. Stillcut is going to have to buy as much time as possible, but even if you are as efficient as possible inside of the Rift, you're going to struggle on buying at least one item for your teammate. They're trying to do it as fast as possible right now, but now the zone has opened and we have an item being called in from the Lenya right now too. They'll have to deal with Team Umzar. A couple of really good items already. Look at the heart, 3 items strong right now. Minjae is sitting on 1. He doesn't even have the Tree of Life upgrade for the Black Mamba King. Choen has to do some serious work right now. Auto arms available as well as everything else. Crucial for this Blair, but the damage output over on the Pang is just not working out. They do end up forcing out the Peacemaker. The health bars are actually looking pretty good. Look at this. Echoes of the Earth is going to go down, but knock up over on the Pang is going to call it and seal the deal. Beautifully done by Team Stillcut. It's not even a close fight. Minjae taking a little bit low, but of course this Priya is not going to be able to do anything about it. A fantastic fight. Great force on the Pang.
Yeah, the Blair just getting infinite resets is still just able to use their abilities, and yeah, the sustain coming out from the Lenny and from the healing, obviously from that Blair. That lifesteal is just a little too much, so Stillcut gonna be able to win out on that Rift and get that Mithril, so it's gonna be that weapon gonna go to that Blair as well. So they're gonna be sitting in a pretty good spot for the side of Team Stillcut here. Umsal is gonna be down here respawning back there in warehouse, and what is Churn doing? He's gonna just explode. Maybe gonna try. Oh, is this a new tech? Explode in the Rift to look for a respawn for something that's free?
Could be, but that's a lot of time that you're sending. It's also going to go into a -1. Did he?
-1?
Yes, it should count as a -1. I think he DC'd as well. This is actually really bad for Team Stillcut because I have no idea if there's an easy way for you to re-enter back into a custom game if you accidentally crash or something like that. Because he's not respawning right now either.
Yeah, I think he might have disconnected. That is a little unfortunate for Stillcut, but
it's too late for a remake as well. I mean, it's
oh no, wait, you respawn?
You automatically respawn, right? Yeah, after like 20 or so seconds. We'll see. He's healing back up. I think he is back because he is healing a little bit faster than natural regen. I think he's resting right now, so it is a good sign for Team Stillcut. We will have the player back in. Magician is going to pick up the Tree of Life. Endless will be able to pick it up inside of the pond area. Unfortunately, Big Game Hunter is going to lose out on that.
I think he's moving. I think is it a new tech, or did he just disconnect there and then he reconnected back? I'm not sure. Maybe
even if it's tech, is a -1 worth it?
Yeah, that's true. Probably not.
He had some internet issues. I'm not entirely sure.
Rocket's coming down. Oh, it's going to completely zone away the side of Team Go Back Fish Roast here, as they can't really push up into this box or into this Lumi. Lumi is going to be started by the side of Team Endless there. They're going to be able to get most of these credits, but there's going to be a third party. Maybe Wait a Meowment having an angle here. I think Team Endless are a little mispositioned, as you can see where the Natapon is. They're going to send the ultimate just straight on forward, get a double knock up as well. This Demo's doing a lot of damage, but the great stun in return, and they're going to be able to burst so much back onto this Demo, but the Neo's game mode is going to be there to maybe split the members of the side of Team Endless, but unfortunately nothing really connecting, as Wait a Meowment not going to be really going to be able to get much out of that here. Serio also still having the ultimate. Maybe we can look for an angle in. The Twilight High should be there, but is going to get caught out by that ultimate or by that tag, but is going to have to use their dash to get themselves on out. And now Serio is going to be in a really awkward spot. No point sync, not going to be able to connect, so both the team members are just going to slowly back themselves on out.
Another fight inside a school from the looks of it. Choen trying to duke it out up against Terrific, but it will be a disengage, as I think it was a third party. So Choen might be the last one alive on his team. No, it was only the Lenya that fell, so Minjae's still alive. but they still need to group back up and get that Lenny back alive. It's day number 3, so minus 200, but the fight's going to begin once again. Another Twins Rush to begin the fight. Is the Twins Rush good? Yes, it is, because this time the pointing actually does something. It's going to be, is that a 1-for-2 trade? No, it's a 2-for-0 trade. 1-for-0 trade, I apologize. Endless is going to end up losing out on the haze. They're going to try to go for a res. Does end up getting the kill over onto Zerlo, and now this creates a bit of a problem because F-Stop is there. It's a 2-for-1 trade in the end. Wait a Yamit going a little bit too overboard, looking for way too many kills against Team Endless.
Yeah, diving a little too deep, maybe trying to stop the res, but unfortunately does end up paying the price. You could see, you saw at the very end there, the Neba just getting hit by the full Natapon combo going down. Probably wasn't expecting that damage, but did end up paying the price for it. Oh, we do have go back fish roast here, looking for an angle in. They're not gonna be able to find anything though, as Endless should be able to just walk themselves on out. The rockets are gonna be doing so much damage. The range on the side of Team Endless is just way too much. These rockets from March is just dealing so much damage in these team fights.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much for some of these teams to deal with at the moment, but we still have plenty of time for these guys to start sacking up. Night number 3 is the point where a lot of these teams are going to start hitting their comfort points when it comes to transitions. Some of them might not be there yet, but we could definitely tell the ones that have are the ones putting out a lot of pressure. Team Endless trying to run away as best as they can. The lasers are not going to be enough to pressure them out fully, but taking that jump pad over will keep themselves alive.
Yeah, teams can't really send it onto the jump pad there just because there's 2 teams nearby. And oh, they're gonna full fight. They're gonna find an angle onto the Natapon. Very nice pick coming out from the side of Team Go Back Fish Rose. Great knock up from the Chloe on the follow-up of the Radiant Brilliance. And yeah, it's just gonna be easy pick for the side of Team Go Back Fish Rose there. Catching out on that mispositioning. And a nice point for them as well. We do have Team Big Game Hunter in school there. And the res is going to come through for the side of Endless. It's going to be day 4, so still going to be able to get the res buff, but that's going to be a minus 200. March going to try to get some damage here. Going to try zoning these team members away to make sure their team is safe to walk back into the zone here. Umum is going to try to get some poke damage on this Eva.
They're stuck.
Radiant Brilliance, is it going to be able to catch anyone here? No.
These guys are
there
cornered.
Is engaged, the knock up. Oh, great dashes away to dodge out on the CC. The damage is going to be there. F-Stop is going to connect onto only the Chloe there. Umu is doing so much damage on this Eva. Knockup is going to be there. And they're going to try looking for some more. I don't think they're going to get away. Does end up missing as well on the pullback. And that is going to be 2 members of Endless going down on minus 400. And look at the credit counts. They don't really have enough. So probably going to have to try looking for this rift here. Charn is going to get caught out here as Horrific should be able to just finish the deal. But there is a White Lily. Should be able to get them to safety. The ultimate is still available as well from
Chon can turn this.
Oh no, Chun's going to try turning it, but the Razi's going to be here. Having a mini right in their inventory as well is going to be so unfortunate. So not only is it a minus 200, but they lose out on that meteorite as well. So minus 400 in total for the side of Team Stillcut.
Really brutal across the board for so many of these teams, just randomly losing members left and right, especially for Team Endless. That's not how you run away from an Eva, right? It's just throwing down stuff on a whim. You can't really do that. Now, Big Game Hunter trying to duke it out up against Dragon Ball Z, but they get the execution over onto Walker out of nowhere. Vegeta on the backside will keep himself alive as the counter side Alec will keep his life intact, but the Theo just getting instantly bursted down. Key 5 on the backside will not get forced out using the dissipation. Goku does not want to risk it, but that's a minus 200 going towards Team Dragon Ball Z. Do they not have enough credits for it? Oh my god, they don't. That's extra credit points for gadget points for the res back as well. It's just gone.
I mean, they should get enough. They're about 8 points away. I mean, no one's also in hotel because the team did end up just taking the rift, but Dragon Ball Z is still in a good spot. They have that blood sample on that aided, I think, that blood ripper, and their items are still pretty good. The wick line is going to be completely uncontested to actually still cut. Look at their items. They don't have anything, and they get it completely uncontested here. I think these teams just don't really want to risk contesting for that wick, and Stillcut desperately needing the items from this wick line are going to be back in this game now.
Luckily, it is a Tree of Life picked up for the Lenny. I know the Elf Dress hasn't exactly been the most optimal item to build on that character, but you'll take what you can get at this point. Tree of Life, very difficult to operate and use for this team composition after that initial set of items for this entire team. Although I'm surprised that we aren't stacking it over onto the Ekion, because it can still go with stuff like the Dwarf Summon, which still finds value for the Ekion. We'll have to see how it goes. We're really forcing out a couple of items here and there for Team Steel Cup, but we know that Chone, even on an item deficit, can do a lot of things. Now, he's not even the one on item deficit. The rest of Silka just has to buy time for Chone to get the damage out. So I don't think they're dead just yet in the water. It comes down to the execution once again.
Getting that wick line was so needed for the second team. They're going to look for an angle, look for an engage on the Dio, but the Dio has a great response, and they're just going to focus down this demo who's a little too far forward. He's going to just get taken down instantly here. Now it's going to be a 2v3. The point sync is going to connect onto Goku, but it's not going to be enough. Vegeta going to look for an angle in. There's a blink on forward. It's going to lock down the Nia. Nia is going to be forced to use a blink, but there is a sniper skills. It's going to be able to connect onto anyone. Serio not going to have any armor to their name, and they're going to have to look for a fight here. Goku going to look for an angle in. He's just going to be able to find Nia on the backside. I think that is going to be it. The Aiden is having a little too many items, just completely one-shotting the Nia on the backside, and they get another kill as well. And now Serio going to be the last member alive. Gonna have to try to rat out for the team and look for that Lumi res here. And ooh, Moo, oh my god, on this Eva, so much damage on this Eva. They seem just not respecting it, and they're going to get completely obliterated by the laser.
Oh my god. Obliterated indeed. Whereas for Dragon Ball Z, they unfortunately got their party by Team Stilka, meaning a lot of time are invested as well as the VLS being utilized, so gadget points gone as well. On the flip side, we saw the fight inside of Fire Station. Goodness gracious, Go Back Fish Rose is strong as heck right now. I'm sorry, sitting on 0 kill points for themselves. We are getting a very reminiscent moment of DS Guardians during the group stages right now for this team. Same thing for them too, again, because just 1 point for DS Guardians, by the way, in 8th place. This is just not looking good so far for these couple of teams. Can they turn their fates around though? That is the question. Devil, what is that? Devil Pang has to do a lot of work if they want something to happen here, because the initiation has to come through and actually land on the crucial moment, crucial targets.
Amstel is on 0 points, but look at their items. They have 3 bloods, I think, to their name here. They got, no, 4 bloods actually. 2 on Mai, 1 on Heart, 1 on the Priya even, and they got another blood, so they're sitting on 5 bloods.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they're so strong, but they have 0 kills, so they have to look for some fights here. I think they're just trying to look maybe.
Okay.
Here comes the engage coming out from the Vegeta. It's gonna try and turn it on. They're gonna be able to fully lock down the Eva, and Uma's gonna go down. A huge turnaround coming in for the side of Team Dragon Ball Z. So well played on their staff engage, right? The second that they find an opening that Go Back Fish gave them, Eva a little too far forward, they just instantly take it and they're able to kill him. But wait a second, Go Back Fish Roast, I think, are going to be able to get Lumi here, and they should be able to get back into this game.
My question is, how the hell did they even find a backstep onto the Eva, right? Because Aiden didn't initially use the electrostatic surge to try catching up to the Eva. He actually got the backstep and then reactivated it to catch up to the Eva with Dissipation first. That should never happen. I think Umu made a big mistake trying to chase down the rest of the team. He walked into a crucial skill you should never walk up into against an Aiden, because you eat that Dissipation, EMP Barrage is right on top of you. You just don't have a way on out. So great skill landing from Dragon Ball Z, a crucial skill that immediately turns the fight. So great call from the rest of the team too. Alex, great position to catch the Eva out with EMP Barrage on top of it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need in that situation there. So very, very nice. But Go Back Fish Roast are going to be able to get back into it, and they're still really strong for themselves. They have that double buff. They have the blood samples onto their carries, so they're still in a pretty good position here to put out on this game. A lot of teams are definitely a lot stronger. Serio, unfortunately, getting caught by the side of Team Dragon Ball Z, and they should just end up going down here. So Dragon Ball Z picking up yet another kill. Nice. Huge find for them, and yeah. Just such a great turnaround, I would say, for their team entirely, right? We saw, how they did in the first knockout stage, and they're just coming back and showing that they can still compete at the top.
It really was that break in between games 2 and 3 again for Team Dragon Ball Z. They're just getting the power of Magic Potato, I guess, for these knockout stages, giving me really good vibes on how they're going to be able to cope with some of the harder teams later down the road in the knockout stages. Umsar and Dragon Ball Z, 2 very big contenders on doing well so far in the knockout stages for this series at the very least. The question is, which one of the 2 are going to be able to walk into the final zone? Let's see. because Team Omnisar are now getting jumped on by Steel Cut. Do they have enough damage to knock down the Blair, or is it just not going to be enough? Devil Ping on the backside, trying to do whatever he can to keep this Blair under wrap, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Lenny's still alive, Ekion's still alive, down goes the Blair, and it's just not enough. They're getting wallet checked at this point. All the blood sample items on Omnisar is enough to knock them down.
Are a little too big for Omnisar. The hard damage is going to be way too much. The shielding from Priya, from Mai, the damage, yeah, it's just a little too big.
Oh, whoa,
When you're playing a team comp like Team Steel Cut, Electrostatic Surge isn't going to actually connect on anyone. Wait a second, a huge 3-man taunt isn't going to be enough. No, the damage and sustain from the Johan and the Eva are going to be a little too much for the side Team Dragon Ball Z to handle. It looks like they just got poked down from the laser blast. Kind of fitting, you know, it's Eva, using that laser blast into the side of Team Dragon Ball Z, just gonna fall there.
They ran out of Senzu beans, man. And to be fair, it's tight quarters everywhere. So, school temporary zone up against a team like Go Back Fish Rose is probably by far one of the worst kind of situations that Dragon Ball Z could have asked for. But now this opens up an opportunity for Team Omnisar. Even if they win this fight, they won't be able to overtake Team Go Back Fish Roast in the amount of points they have. They should be able to secure themselves second place, and this flank from Ping is a great start to doing that. Let's see if he has the damage to knock down somebody. No, the Peacemaker is forced out first. Ulu is safe. Same thing for Im Johan. The backside, Chloe trying to do as much as she can, but Nina goes down. Soul Link isn't available. Sakin, will they get taken down? No, not just yet. Everybody is still alive. Ulu pushing up forward. Blink is invested from Ulu. He is still alive. It's a full-on reset. This actually makes it so much easier for Go Back Fish Rose, because Ulu is just pumping damage. The Orbeez are just way too good. This should be it for Team Go Back Fish Rose. Down goes the heart, down goes the mind. Nobody traded. What an excellent fight from Team Go Back Fish Rose. Beautiful play from Umu. This is the reason why we love this player on the Eva. GG's.
Yeah, it's such a treat to watch. You could see him just dashing around, just perfectly angling the laser all the time, and just knowing exactly their limits on how far they could walk up, how much range they have as well, and just the damage that they could do, right? You just see this character just piloted perfectly by this player.
Absolutely filthy. Are you surprised, though, that it's Umu to pull out that team from the dangers? How did they even do that, right? Because that was a perfect flank from Ping. He got a perfect flank, but he couldn't kill a single person. Even the Johan he couldn't kill, despite not forcing out the Faith and Wavering. Just barely didn't have the distance for it and the auto attack damage. Unfortunate is all I can say for Team Omnisar. They gave it their best.
Yeah, I mean, they had the items as well to kind of deal with it, but yeah, a lot of cooldowns just being invested a little too early, and none of the members are of the other team just really falling there. So Umu just able to capitalize on that and just able to finish the job.
Oh, wait, no, that's not what I meant to do. Sorry, that's the wrong button. Here, let's bring it back to us. Yeah, I think you're completely right, but this is definitely a lot cleaner of a series than what we saw already off the bat from Knockout Stage number 1. We're seeing competitive lobbies. We're seeing teams actually get transitions very early on into the game. This is what I wanted to see from the teams in Knockout Stage 1. We didn't get too much of it, but starting from Knockout Stage 2 already, these teams from Knockout Stage 1 are really having to struggle through just having a straight-up wallet deficit. We saw what happened to Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, 100%. And, I mean, Umsal was a team, I think, in Knockout Stage 1, but it looks like they just were able to kind of just get everything completely uncontested, right? When you just get items for free, right, you're just able to, have that huge lead and huge advantage that where you could just start greeting those blood samples, which is I think which is exactly what we saw in the game there, because we saw them having 5 bloods at the very end of the game, right? Mm-hmm. With only 0 kills, right? They didn't have any kills, so they're just completely uncontested, getting these objectives for free, able to farm up, and eventually they were able to greet out on a lot of blood samples. And yeah, like you said, they just got they're just able to stat check one of the teams. I think it was Chun's team there that tried to go for those kills, but the item difference was just way too big.
It's still the worst feeling in the world when you don't get that many points just because you were going into the temporary zone phase with 0 kills. It's the reason why Team Omnisar is going to be in 4th despite ending in 2nd place for game number 1. You can see, though, look, Dragon Ball Z, very proactive game, 8 points for the kill scores alone, meaning they're going to be in third with 13. Big Game Hunter, 13.5 points for them from kills alone. Might have fallen down pretty early, but that's a proactive game if I'd ever seen one. 15.5.
Wait, yeah, they went in 6th place. I didn't even realize Big Game Hunter would be up in 2nd place here. They went out really early, but because of the amount of kills they get, they're going to be in 2nd. So remember, kills also matter quite a bit, right? Just doesn't matter if you win the game, if you're not getting any kills, because kill score does make up a decent amount of your points as well.
Oh yeah, it's one of the reasons why when we talk about consistency, there's two sides of the coin, where one, you can just place very well, maybe you don't get too many points just because you play the map, right? It's like the gameplay style that FN Sejong used to do. It's a little bit more akin to what Daejeon Auto Arms is doing in the current season, because we haven't seen them pick up games where they're getting 35 points, 30 points. No, they're just playing the map. They'll win the game. They'll get a ton of placement points, but not too many kills. We've seen them going into maybe even the Wicca line sitting on 2-3 points just from kills alone. So it's a little bit more akin to the macro style of gameplay that we are seeing. And then on the flip side, it's just going to be complete micro focus. You just look for brawls, you just out skill match everybody else in the lobby, get kills. You might get taken down pretty early because you're always taking that risk of the team fights. But if you're good enough at the fights, you will still have good results.
Yeah, and obviously there are some teams that are better at getting kills and some teams that are better at just playing for, that first place position, right? Like we saw in the previous seasons, teams locking in that Suwa double backline team comp with, Celine and Kadia, for example. Like a team like that is very good to get, to win out the games, to get first place. But, it's kind of hard to get kills because, it's one of those teams that teams will just walk away from you because, you don't really have any pressure to kind of push.
Exactly. Well, Super, with that, I don't believe we have a ban going into game number 2. We should be going into character select very soon. There it is. Everything is open on the table once again. A lot of teams in this lobby is the same as game, knockout stage number 1, where they kind of only do their own stuff. We're not seeing the meta picks like Mai coming out all too often in this series, because a lot of these teams just really like playing their own characters. It's a comfort picks once again.
Yeah, and DS Guardians, they're going to go back to playing that team comp that went out in 8th place last game. We're going to have to see if they could turn their fate around because only having 1 point to their name is definitely not where you want to be, especially when you're in the knockout stages. Staying in that bottom 4 slot will just get you eliminated. Unfortunately,
with this kind of roster, if you are fielding it, just because you're prioritizing so much into Soe, right? Again, a player that came in from Modern has a lot of experience on the Tazia and was probably by far the only Tazia player in Team Modern for the longest time. They didn't really play anything else other than this guy. How do you divert away from something like this, right? Jangi has invested too much time into the Debbie Merlin. He can play other characters, but I feel like it put a little bit too much strain on Soe on the Tazio, and his performance as of late on this character has been shaky at best. So DS Guardians might be locked in on this for the remainder of the series. It just comes down to whether or not they can actually stay alive and not feel the wrath of third party like they did during the group stages.
Yeah, we'll have to see jumping into this game here. And once again, no bans. I'm surprised Go Back Fish Roast. I mean, I'm not surprised actually that they're just staying with the Johan. I think the Johan is probably better in that team comp as they are playing 2 backliners. But, 2 Lennys being on the table, maybe could have swapped to Lenny to get that banned out. But I think just want to stay to what they're comfortable with, especially since didn't end up winning that first game. So we'll have to see how these teams can adapt to a team like Team Go Back Fish Roast. Umu on this EVA, just such a monster on this pick. We'll see how these teams sort of adapt to that.
We'll take a look at that, but here we go, folks. Game number 2 is now locked and loaded. All of these players are going to start getting started on the item builds of their own. Is it going to be chaotic, though, right? We've seen a bit of a mix throughout the entire course of the tournament so far, and there hasn't been all too many changes in this game. So for the most part, pacing should be very similar. It was chaotic at the beginning of game number 1. Is that going to stay the same, or are these teams a little bit more accustomed to what this map is looking like now? Are we going to go a bit more on towards the passive gameplay style for game number 2 at the start?
Yeah, maybe we'll see some more or less early game team fighting here. We do see just some damage being traded by these players, looking for these these leathers, just gonna be teleporting on to their teammates. Maybe we'll see some early game grouping, and we'll see some more team fighting here. Natapon is gonna be actually to find this Johan. Already full build down here in Cemetery, and Natapon is just a really good early game character to look for these early game picks. Peng is going to get caught out by the side of Team Big Game Hunter, as Big Game Hunter are all going to be grouped up here, and they're going to be able to find one for themselves. And we have a lot of people covering this top side of the map here in archery range, and Churn going to be able to find one once again. It's going to be that Chloe just going to go down here, and all the members of the side of Team DS Guardians going to go in, and Churn is going to jump straight in with their ultimate here. Look at the damage coming out. He's going to be able to get a lot of sustain as well. The ultimate from the demo is going to be there, but it's not going to be enough. DS Guardians is going to get hit with that break, and Chun is going to get caught out by the side of the Big Game Hunters. Big Game Hunter is going to be able to reap all the rewards. He's going to be able to grab this Ekion as well. 6 kills already for the side of Team Big Game Hunter. Going to be able to maybe grab another 2 on the top side there, and we're going to have the F-stop is going to connect onto this lead, or can they finish the job here? Oh no! The Alice is going to get hit with the jump pad, and the Natapon is out. Going to be able to survive as well. Big Game Hunter is actually going to get actually going to lose out on the team fight on the top side there, and the members of Stilka are going to just send it back in, trying to look for an angle onto this backline here. Chloe is going to be able to use her ultimate, and Nina's a little too far away, so they're going to be able to get so much damage. No, they both trade with each other, but Ekion is just stuck onto this Eva there. But wait a second, Ekion actually dashes away for that Johan, and it looks like it was the correct call, as they just let the Lenny finish the job there. So a lot of kills going around, so much team fighting. Big Game Hunter sitting as the winners of the whole exchange. 3.5 points already. That's 7 kills in day 1.
I guess I've got my answer. It's gonna be chaotic. Big Game Hunter in a little bit of trouble, as Key5 is gonna get found out by himself up on the northern side of the map. Good damage over onto Chone. It does force out the ultimate, but it's not gonna matter, as Key5 will get taken down in the 1v3 situation up on the northern side of the map. Whereas Im Johan, dude, this guy is just stealing animals left and right. He even ults for this. Oh my god. He's got the bear. Good stuff. We know this guy loves to split farm. I was telling this to Gasbucks yesterday, but this guy always split farms on Johan.
Yeah, he's trying to bait this this player in here. You can see him, doing the backstep here, and there is Umu. Can they get the kills here? His teammate is here. There is a Chloe as well, teleporting on in, and Churn out of bar. Not really gonna have much to their name here, and they should just go down. But a great damage reduction is gonna be there to block on the damage, but it's not gonna be enough. There's the Radiant Brilliance is gonna connect onto the Lenny. The Lenny is gonna be able to use the Spring Trap onto the Johan, and they will be able to get themselves on out.
Oh, this is beautiful from Team Go Back Fistros, right? It's one of the reasons why I was super excited to see this team. Unfortunately, obviously not in knockout stage number 2. It's a little too early for this team, but I'm so happy to be able to at least watch this team's gameplay, because Umu, one of the ye old classic Evas of ERM, still continue to do what they do best. Good damage output over on the Ping, but it's not forcing out the Peacemaker just yet. It finally has been activated, but Echoes of the Earth should go down just in a moment here too. There we go. Kill over onto the heart. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough. Hikasi's going to get taken down as well. Im Johan walking in on this. He has just walked into an absolute pitfall. He's about to get taken down. Maybe a trade over onto Cedra, but the executioner bonus is there. Root's not going to land. Im Johan's going to go down. Split farming Johan, taken down once again.
His teammates there, but just not close enough. So a little unfortunate for the side of Team Go Back Fistros, but Stelka able to grab 3 kills for himself. They have to be feeling pretty good about that. Looks like Dragon Ball Z is going to be able to get a lot of damage into the side Team DS Guardian, especially into this corridor. But the follow-up there from the Dema is actually going to be able to hit the Twins Rush there, but the sustain again, the Dido is just sitting behind as well. They're able to get a lot of damage. Ooh, the Sparkling actually going wide there, so the Kazuya should have easy access to finish off the Dido, and that's going to be it for the side Team Dragon Ball Z. They have to call for the retreat there. Third party is going to be here though. Team Go Back Fistros is going to maybe look for an angle. DS Guardian is able to pick up a nice 2 kills for himself.
Unfortunately, that's not really going to be something that Team DS Guardians can capitalize on. This is one of the best I really hate to say this. This is probably by far the best early game we've seen from this team throughout the entire Phase 2 so far. So the fact that they weren't really able to capitalize on it so far is a bit of a shame, but they do get a couple of items going for themselves. 2 actually, as I think they found something from the Wolves instead of archery range. 2 built up for the Debbie and Marlene. They all have credits for the Force Core buy-ins if they choose to do so. So pretty good situation for DS Guardians. But another fight on the south side of the map. Great follow through from Sirlo as he predicts. He
Sirlo
jumped
just
over the wall from
1v1 in this
Wangcho.
Piolo.
Taking
Damn.
down the Piolo. We'll most likely see the haze falling down as well. Great trade though. March investing the blink. It's not going to last that long though. Shotgun attempted. Not going to matter. Towns Macabre will be the finisher to the haze. It's a 2-for-1 trade in the end. And the results goes over to Team Wade Meowment.
Very nicely played from Serio there, just able to get the completely isolated 1v1 onto the Piolo, just was able to open up the fight for Team William Yaman to finish off the Haze here. Haze was able to trade 1 kill, so not too bad for the side team endless, especially since it's still that's a day 2 cycle, so should be able to get back into this game without really losing much.
We have 15 seconds to go until night number 2 is going to hit. It's going to be a battle for the rifts. One is inside of gas station, which it seems like Team Go Back Fish Roast is going to be able to contest for. Not entirely sure what Stillcut is doing inside of the fire station. Maybe there's a rift over there as well. But we do know that there is going to be a contest over this alpha sitting inside of forest. Soe eats a flower to his face, going to take a bit of damage, but Min with the good old carrots is going to keep his teammates' health bars intact. There we go, initiation on the backside. Unfortunately, the Twins Rush is going to get cancelled out. It's the crowd control part by Akasi using the Echoes of the Earth. Ping trying to do the damage as much as possible. Going to dodge out over on the spray trap. He's doing what he can. There is this Peacemaker coming down as well. Does Debbie and Marlene have enough to knock down the heart? I don't think so. She does get out of the fight. Zoe on the backside trying to do what he can. Will end up getting the kill over onto the heart. Nicely done. Jingy will get traded out. It's a 1-for-1 so far. But Devil Pang staying alive. I don't really know if anybody on Team Umzar has enough to knock down Zoe. They're all just going to leave as the alpha was already taken, I think.
Yeah, a little awkward to start that team fight there. You saw Zoe onto Tazia just dashing, not really connecting onto the dagger, so just dashed and hit nothing. And almost basically got himself killed, but a great response there, and was able to just finish off the heart. So they were able to get a nice 1-for-1 trade on the top side there. On the other side here, looks like Big Game Hunter is going to be able to win this one out, and Team Go Back Fish Road was able to win as well. So both these rifts were contested, and both of them are going to be won out by both by Go Back Fish Road and Team Big Game Hunter.
Let's see, Stillcut in a little bit of trouble as Shijar as well as Chone caught out by their lonesome magician will end up catching out Shijar. 30 seconds to go for this lightning to fall down. They're gonna just do it immediately. Chone backing away, the 4 score. Yeah, let's not drop that. Jay, oh, whoa, he gets pulled back too. This is not good. A lot of timer being invested for. The Sekion will be able to walk away from the F-stop, so good stuff for them. Everybody on Team Stillcut is split apart from each other, and the timer for the Sekion sitting at 2 seconds. Now the Priya has found them. He's gonna pop.
Oh, wait. Oh, no. That's another -1 for the side Team Stillcut. An uncharacteristic mistake. I think just not realizing he didn't have a timer there. That is a little unfortunate, so it's -2 in total for Stillcut. I think the first one was just unlucky because I think there was a disconnect, but the second one, yeah, definitely could have been avoided there, so...
No excuse for that one.
Down. Yeah, just 2 points. At least it was a day 2 death, so not -200, but yeah, -1. And we do see the item being dropped on dock here. It's going to be secured by the side Team Big Game Hunter.
This is really bad for Stillcut too. They need each one of these points. They're working really hard. Again, this is a team that doesn't randomly pick up kills for some reason, and we don't know why that's the case. Uh-oh, that's not good. Caught in the corner, and I think the rest of his team was also caught out too. Down goes Magician. What about the rest of this team? 16 seconds left on Wangcho. 10 seconds left on March. They will be able to find solace inside a pond, but -200 out of nowhere, and timer invested from both of the remaining members.
Yeah, look at their credit counts. They're not looking too good right now. It's going to be a -200. They do have enough from that ad on themselves to get themselves back into this game. And on the other side, DS Guardians are able to get this Lumi completely uncontested, so it's going to be a pretty good tempo swing for the side of Team DS Guardians.
DS Guardians still trying to get whatever they can during day number 3. Lumi will be given all the way to them, and the items are actually looking pretty okay in comparison to some of the other teams, but it still feels behind for some reason, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they're only sitting on 7 items despite their, great start, because they were able to start with 2 items for themselves. They're still, behind at least Team Big Game Hunter, because Big Game Hunter is just really accelerated with their 7 kills. There's engage actually coming from Big Game Hunter, going to try to burst down this Alina. So much damage is actually going to be used, and Alina is actually going to fall here from this Rozzy, and you're going to turn it as well. Rozzy going to be able to grab another one. Serio going to go down. Very well played. Well coordinated for the side Team Big Game Hunter. layering their CC and just able to just burst down whoever they so choose. Even if you're a tank, Alina, you know, sitting on 4 items on the side of Team Wydam just instantly falling there.
Pretty good. And another fight that's about to brew right around Pond as well as Fire Station. Pang jumping up pretty forward. A little bit aggressive with it. We'll be able to dodge out on the main damage output from the Piolo. They find the damage over onto the Haze. Minus 200 at the very least. Unless somehow Endless wants to try something, Wangju decides to sacrifice himself in a situation that they really didn't have to. But there is a rift there underneath. No, never mind. If there was a rift underneath, I think that would have been a definite worthwhile risk.
That is what Adapon is trying to go towards. Maybe
yeah,
towards
he's looping around. He should be able to find it, but the jump pad across for the top side, and they missed the hop in. Not enough time in the top side. And Wydam Yamit also misses out on the rift too. This is just tragedy for Team Endless.
Here just wasn't able to, just barely not able to get in there. Tried to wrap around to perfectly get in over the wall, but just wasn't there. I think they probably could have made it in with like 1 second left, but yeah, look at the credit counts for Team Endless. They just don't really have anything to their name now.
Now you have to wait, what, 3 minutes for the next rift setups, and even assuming you can, because Magician has been found out by 2 different teams. Vegeta is also in trouble. He's gonna get
out of there, teleport.
He doesn't have. He is the transmission this time around. He will get taken down. Hanzu using the Engine Blast Field to get himself out at the very least, but now the third party was still cut on the south side. These guys need to really get themselves out of here. But look at this. The Lenny is on the chase. Dissipation goes down. Nice backstep over on towards the boar. But now Hanzu is the one completely caught out. He's never getting out of this.
Yeah, you have the ultimate from Blair.
Okay, the EMP drone?
The EMP drone?
No, but Sapphire Protocol is on too long of a cooldown. I like that idea though, where he actually ends up using the EMP drone.
That's really smart. They use the EMP drone to deny the division that's being placed instantly the second the Sapphire Protocol procs. I didn't really think about that, but yeah, you can do that. But I mean, just having an idea on where the rest of the team is going to go is going to be enough. It looks like the rest of the team probably already abandoned Tron here because don't really want to wipe. They were just in a really bad position and they don't really have a full cooldown, so just gonna eat the minus 200 to make sure they're gonna have a fight on their terms.
And Jay getting pressured out by Adrian a little bit. Nice dash across the wall. Fire escape is gonna get them inside of the building instead of out of the building, but you know, it is what it is. Are they going to look for a fight, though? Wydam Yamit is fairly strong. Interestingly enough, most of their items are on the Elena. It doesn't give me G-Work vibes on the Elena for some reason. Choden a little bit scared for this fight. Minjae, same thing. Adrian, the cocktail parties, a couple of them have already been invested inside of this fight. Maybe this is why Team Stillcut is looking a little confident with this. They're looking for the fight. Yejun is going to activate a lot of their skills on towards the backside of the fight, but the damage output from this Blair is a little bit too good. Minjae pushes everybody else away. Yejun, I don't know if he's going to be able to live, especially with the spring trap coming in. Elena on the backside, can he live? Absolutely not. Great split from Minjae. Really good initiation. Now they're all in trouble as Wydam Yamit getting attacked from the multi-pronged attack. Walker on the backside, not going to be able to find a dead drop over onto the Laura, but Adriana goes down for Team Wydam Yamit.
Yeah, the difference between what happened there, right, where we had both teams sending one in and taking the 1v2, is a Blair and a Lenny aren't going to take any damage to an Alina, whereas the Ekion can just completely zone off the team and also dish damage to the backliner, right? The Blair and the Alina and the Lenny can just heal it off and just you know, out DPS the Alina. And here's the full engage. Oh, there's the combo from Horrific. It's going to be instantly takes Serio down, and that is going to be Young Jace following as well. So Wydam Yamit minus 400 have to look for this rift now. Look at the credit counts.
Yeah.
If they don't get this rift, they are done for this game. So they have to look. There is one in Chapel, or not Chapel, but in the bottom side of Forest, where Chapel is. If the Adriana can get to that, I think they can be, or they'll probably be back in this game here. Quickline going to be spawning, I think, up in school, and I think the Adriana should be able to get into this rift.
Ah, there we go. That's the way that you go for the rift. Endless, watch and learn. Rift is really good for Team Wydam Yamit. They will be able to bring all their members back. Whereas DS Guardians, another quiet game, but at the same time, another Wiggle line for themselves. They are just walking into these late games with all the items that they could actually possibly afford. Team Umsar duking it out now up against Team Big Game Hunters. Damage output is looking pretty good for both sides. Alex is still staying alive, but the Peacemaker is looking pretty solid. Who's up in the front side? Fiora, but she gets taken down. Everybody from Umsar still alive, and their health bar is looking pretty okay. Everybody just has to back away from Big Game Hunters. A beautifully timed Peacemaker to disrupt the fight.
Yeah, I love the way Umsal plays these fights, right? They use the Peacemaker, and then at the very end of the Peacemaker, they use Echoes of the Earth to make sure these players are being CC'd as soon as they get out of the Peacemaker. And then the shields as well to keep them alive with the heal as soon as the Peacemaker drops. So it's all up to Peng to just dish out enough damage on this heart. And it's been working out really, really well for them.
Round 2 between these two teams. Big Game Hunter looking a little confident for this. EMP Barrage is positioned perfectly this time around. There is no Peacemaker. Down goes the heart. Down goes the Fiora. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The problem is Walker, he is so low at this point. Quickspin does a really good job keeping him alive for the time being, but the Bai is there to finish off the health bar. Key5 trying what he can, but it's a Razi up against the Bai and the Priya. They just don't die. They just do not die. Look at the items on this Razi, and you're telling me Bai doesn't die to that?
Yeah,
What on earth is that?
Well, look at Mai's items as well. You know, Mai has that Viking helmet too, and then the shields from the Priya, the heals as well. It's just way too much, and the Sentinel value from the Priya too. So it's just way too much for the Razi to go through there. And you know, Mai does pretty well to these ADCs, and looks like Goku goes down early, and now Fury goes down, and this one for the side of Team Dragon Ball Z, as the Theodore is just gonna head pop in red, and that is going to be the side of Team Wei Yamit, able to pick up 2 kills, not 3, because yeah, unfortunately the Theodore did end up just head popping there.
That's the third -1 of this entire series already. We're on game 2. What is happening for a lot of these players? Dragon Ball Z, of course, they were in a tight spot. I gotta kind of hand it to Yeojun there because, yeah, you use the White Lily to get away, but at the same time, this shouldn't be happening this often. And knockout stage number 2, no less. Maybe in knockout stage 1, okay, sure, I'll give it to you because I did kind of have knockout stage 1 for this specific tournament as a bit of that testing ground for a lot of these teams. But we're in knockout stage 2 already, man. Each of these points are going to matter because especially for Team Dragon Ball Z, they're hovering right around that middle of the pack right now. They really need these points.
Yeah, 100%. And you could see Stillcut as well, just sitting on the top side there. You can kind of see all these teams slowly start to corral these zones, and it is going to be that pond cemetery factory, one of the most dreaded final zones because of the jump pad that these teams can utilize, and kind of just slowly start to just zone off the rest of the team from contesting them if you have that pond zone. So every other team is probably going to come down into factory down here because you can see DS Guardians, the Wick team, already bunkering down on the top side. No team's going to be able to have access to really walk into them there.
All right, Night 5 has finally popped. Lumi Reses is the only thing available for these teams if anybody dies, but a lot of them don't really have the credits to do that. Look at Umsar's credits, Stillcut's credits, DS Guardians credits. It's why all of these players are trying to play as safe as possible right now.
Yeah, I mean, this late into the game, you usually don't expect to get a Lumi Res, so everyone just starts buying cameras, starts buying wards, starts buying, you know, those recons and traps because you want to make sure, you know, you have vision when you are taking these team fights, especially, you know, during the nighttime here. It's really, really important. Looks like, I feel like Umu can just completely outrange this team, so I think Umsal knows that, you know, they're at a disadvantage as, yeah, Umu, just look at the damage coming out from this Eva, and look at the spacing as well that Umu is creating. They're just always making sure they're safe and they're not going to be able to get engaged on. You saw the reaction right there from that White Lily, from that Mai as well, but this time, wait a second, Umu a little too far forward here. The punish was there from the Eva, but oh my god, the damage from this Eva is just way too much. The Peacemaker's gonna be forced out, and the Echoes of the Earth as well. So it looks like all the members of Team Umsal are gonna be able to get themselves out safely, but the cooldowns wasn't that. So now they have to wait for the ultimates to come back. But Umu just pushing on forward. Look at the damage. And the third party is going to be here to blink on forward as well from this Chloe. Oh, the double swing trap seals the deal for the side of Umsal. They're just under fire from every direction, and Go Back Fish Road is not giving them any breathing room as they're just going to get completely wiped out.
How many gateways of hell do they have to run through? And all of a sudden, Team Stillcut is also in trouble because they walked into the pitfalls of hell. Minjae's gonna get taken down on top of it. Go Back Fist Roast is not letting up at all. This team is on fire right now for game 2.
They don't care. They're just gonna, like, Umu is just going in, making sure they're safe, but also just lasering them full distance and just pushing these teams into each other, pushing these teams back. It's just so it's nice to watch. Ultimate is gonna be forced from the Johan. There's the engage coming out from Serio. Umu is gonna be able to get some lasers in the back, but it's not gonna be enough. Wait a second, this is gonna be enough. They actually do end up trading 1 for 1. The Soul Link is gonna be popped as well from the Chloe, but Umu once again on his Eva, it's able to do so much damage. Wait a second, pushing a little too far forward, is gonna get engaged on by this Alina, but the spacing and the damage, he knows exactly how much he needs. Is gonna be able to trade the Alina. Now it's going to come down to a 1v1. Can Adrian do it? Adrian's going to be able to get a lot of damage. He's going to be able to jump around, but oh my god, the laser can miss, but he just did it! The laser coming around, and he's able to steal the deal. And oh my god. Oh my god. It's just a masterclass.
How do you pull that off as an Eva? Now they have to fight up against Team DS Guardians, but DS Guardians has no idea what kind of hell Team Go Back Fist Roast just went through. This is going to be a walk in the park as long as positioning is fine for this, but do remember, DS Guardians have one thing that allows them to brute force the fights.
Moving so fast. He's on the racing suit.
And M-Tab, he's got everything to keep them moving fast.
He's got the movement. I've seen, I think it was his video that's,
Yep.
that was utilizing these two, and he's just moving at Mach 10, you know. I think he also played obviously it's not correct, but I think he was playing like nullification in the video just so he could move faster.
Yep.
But yeah.
And the thing is, he also has the Johan plus the additional bonus movement speed from Amethyst Flow.
Yeah,
you can't run away from this if you start losing the fight. You just have to brute force your way in.
Yeah, and the Johan makes up for the damage, right? Because they're on the Elf Dress plus heal factor, so he's just able to just navigate these fights so well by himself, and you can see just how fast. And oh my god, they're just able to just burst down in here, and Umu just able to just dash around, and look at just how look at his movement. He's just dashing around this team fight. He's just having fun here.
Gas, gas, I'm gonna step on their gas tonight.
Not only is he fast, but having a lot of damage, but the race suit also provides him some tankiness as well. So he can't, just get one shot too. So
and he's still able to one-shot people. How filthy is this? GG's to team. Oh my god, Go Back Fist Roast. These guys are now activated. This is what I wanted to see from these guys during the group stages, but at least we get to see it here. I love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it.
Yeah, it's just such a treat to watch, I think. Umu play this Eva. He's just going around. He just knows like his limits perfectly, right? He's just going around, navigating these team fights, is able to just get the lasers down, even walking up like a little too far forward, but just knowing that he has the movement speed from that quick step, he's able to make that distance. And having the dash as well on his E, and then having that blink too. So he basically just knows exactly how far he could go, and how long his range is with the laser.
I feel bad for saying this, but Storm Chaser does not have nearly the number of clips that we have for Umu. Umu is just way too cracked on this character. It's like the generational talent that we see every now and then. Something like akin to what we would normally reflect Fable with Razi for. Right, something like on that line, Romantic with the Tazia, not the Tazia, but the Subame, One Circle with something like the Celine and the Nathapon. This is the level of gameplay that Umu is able to achieve. But the one caveat to this is that One Circle and Fable, players like those are able to perform like that very consistently, whereas Umu is one of those players that has these moments occasionally, and it sucks for me to say this, but there are just times when Umu cannot perform. Today is not one of those days. This guy is on fire tonight.
100%. And I think another thing too is I think Umu, I feel like Umu is pretty consistent, but the problem is Eva is one of those characters that while is good, I think, at the higher levels of play, especially, at the top of the top, we don't, there's a reason why we don't see Eva being picked too much,
Yeah.
from those really high level teams, because she is, I wouldn't say easily counterable, but, once you get into that higher echelon of play, it's Eva isn't, as strong as we get to see, maybe in like
very environment dependent. I think is an easy way to kind of sum that up. Yeah, don't expect this kind of gameplay to come that easily in the later stages of the knockout stages, right? At this point, I don't think it's probably not even a question on whether or not Go Back Fish Roast is going to make it out of the group stages, the knockout stage for today, because this performance alone should skyrocket them on the leaderboard. I don't think their performance is going to dwindle any further than this either, just because it's too consistent at this point. We even have the Chloe also playing extremely well today too. So Go Back Fish Roast looking good. Oh my
you
god!
can just see their points. 48.5 points. Such a dominating performance. A 24.25 point average in 2 games is crazy. Big Game Hunter in second with 29.5. Wei Miaomint in third with 22.5, and Sol in fourth with 20. The difference between 4th and 8th place is only 9.5 points, so it's still really anyone's game here to qualify in the last 2 games.
Yeah, but it's a 30.5 point difference off of 2 games from 1st to 5th. What the hell is going on here, man?
I think it's safe to say they're already secured. 50 points already. I think they're good to go if they want to have fun in the last 2 games.
Yeah, it is absolutely wild what they have been able to achieve, but it doesn't change the fact that we still have 2 more games left for this series, and you guys know what that means. We've already watched 2 games. It's an even number of games. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. It's the last time you guys can do it for tonight. We'll see you guys back here for the last 2 games of Knockout Stage 2 and this weekend.
Take care.
잠시 후 생존자가 전장을 누비고 있습니다. 계속 생존자가 사망했습니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
안녕하세요. 루미아 섬의 생존자 여러분. 9.6 패치노트 다이제스트 진행을 맡은 천시아입니다. 길티기어 스트라이브와의 콜라보레이션 이벤트가 시작되는 9.6 업데이트가 여러분을 찾아갑니다. 과연 이번 9.6 업데이트에서는 어떠한 새로운 콘텐츠들이 여러분을 기다리고 있을지 지금부터 한번 만나보겠습니다. 많은 분들이 기다려주신 글로벌 IP 콜라보레이션 길티기어 스트라이브가 이터널 리턴과 함께합니다. 길티기어만의 스타일리시한 매력을 더해 새로운 모습으로 변신한 실험체들을 만나보세요. 콜라보 스킨으로는 영웅 등급의 제고 리다이린과 희귀 등급의 카이 에이든, 엘페르트 아야가 출시됩니다. 카이 에이든과 엘페르트 아야는 일부 음성 대사가 변경된 희귀 스킨입니다. 콜라보 스킨 3종은 콜라보 전용 GGST 토큰 교환소와 GGST 퀘스트북을 통해 획득하실 수 있습니다. 토큰 교환소에서는 재고 리다이린 스킨과 프로필 아이템, 이모티콘 등을 획득하실 수 있으며 퀘스트북에서는 카이 에이든 스킨, 엘페르트 아야 스킨을 비롯해 다양한 아이템을 획득하실 수 있습니다. 콜라보 상품으로 판매되는 상품은 NP가 아닌 스팀 지갑 자금 추가를 통해 구매가 가능합니다. 자세한 상품 구성은 별도의 공지를 통해 안내드린다고 하니 공지를 꼭 확인해주세요. 이터널 리턴의 이야기들이 기록된 스토리 컨텐츠, 아카이브의 문이 열립니다. 로비 우측 하단의 이미지 버튼을 클릭하여 접근 가능한 아카이브에서는 이번 콜라보 이벤트 스토리를 감상하실 수 있으며 추후 더 많은 스토리 컨텐츠가 추가될 예정이라고 하네요. 이번 변화로 우측에 고정되어 있던 1일 미션 리스트가 제거되고 별도의 미션 버튼으로 통합됩니다. 아카이브의 첫 번째 이벤트 에피소드로 길티기어 스트라이브와의 콜라보레이션 에피소드가 공개됩니다. 다음은 새롭게 추가되는 상품입니다. 11의 새로운 이모티콘 4종이 상점에 추가됩니다. 11의 다양한 모습들을 이모티콘으로 만나보세요. 다음으로 시스템 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 이제 아시아 서버 랭크 대전에 휴대폰 인증 시스템이 도입됩니다. 하나의 휴대폰 번호는 오직 하나의 계정에만 연동할 수 있습니다. 인증 요청 대상 계정이 인증을 완료하지 않을 경우 아시아 서버 랭크 대전 입장이 제한됩니다. 한 번 인증받은 계정도 보안을 위해 불시에 재인증을 요구받을 수 있으며 최초 인증된 번호와 동일한 번호로만 재인증이 가능하기 때문에 번호 변경 등의 사유 발생 시에는 별도로 고객센터를 통해 조치해야 합니다. 인증 방식은 SNS 인증과 보이스 인증 두 가지 방식으로 진행됩니다. 이번 업데이트와 동시에 제재 경험이 있는 계정과 랭크 대전에서 특정 지표를 충족하는 계정에 1차로 적용되며 업데이트 기간 중 적용 범위가 단계적으로 확대됩니다. 9.7 업데이트 시점까지는 아시아 서버 랭크 전체 적용을 목표로 하고 있다고 하네요. 추후 아시아 외 다른 서버의 랭크 대전에도 인증 시스템을 확대하는 것을 원칙으로 하고 있으며 각 서버별 상황에 맞춰 적용 일정이 조정될 수 있습니다. 치열한 실력 경쟁을 지향하는 랭크 대전이지만 주요 랭크 보상을 획득할 수 있는 골드 티어 이전 단계는 본격적인 경쟁을 위한 준비 과정으로 보아 매치메이킹의 안정성을 보완하고자 합니다. 따라서 이제부터 랭크 대전의 하위 티어에서는 최대 실버 티어를 가진 머신러닝 봇이 등장할 수 있으며 매칭 대기 인원이 부족하여 대기 시간이 과도하게 길어질 경우에만 투입됩니다. 머신러닝 봇은 랭크 하위권 매치메이킹을 개선하는 역할에 한정되며 상위권 랭크 매칭에는 투입 예정이 없습니다. 일반 대전에 비해 보다 엄격한 조건으로 투입되기 때문에 랭크 대전 매치메이킹에 어려움을 겪는 지역이 중심이 될 것입니다. 지난 시즌 9 업데이트 중 하나에서 불법 프로그램 추적에 대한 기술적 보완이 업데이트되었습니다. 강화된 추적 시스템을 통해 적발된 불법 프로그램 사용자에 대해 대규모 제재가 진행되었습니다. 불법 프로그램 사용은 단순 게임 이용 제한을 넘어 형사처벌의 대상이 될 수 있는 명백한 범죄 행위이므로 플레이어 여러분의 각별한 주의를 부탁드립니다. 불안정한 인터넷 연결이나 강제 종료 등으로 팀원이 이탈하면 랭크 입장료가 보전되지만 종료될 때까지는 게임을 지속해야 했습니다. 이제 조기 항복 시스템이 도입되어 빠르게 다음 판으로 진행할 수 있습니다.
Welcome back from the break, everybody. Hope you guys are ready for the final 2 games of the weekend, because we are now getting ready for games 3 and 4 of knockout stage number 2. It has been an incredible series so far, with Go Back Fistros giving us exactly what we wanted to see at their group stages. It might be a little bit late, but you can definitely take it. Better late than never for these guys. Umu on an absolute roll. Same thing for the rest of the team. Im Johan doing incredible on the Johan, as well as the Chloe just doing exactly what the Chloe needs. Can they continue this reign of dominance, or is it going to be over for them and another team to step it up? What do you think, Super?
I'm excited to watch some more Umu on this Eva. Like, I think I'm gonna put some Euro B on the side, because this guy is just zooming around, and it's just such a treat to watch.
I genuinely love watching Umu on Eva. Every single time I see this guy on the roster, you know it's gonna be a good time, with a little bit of a dice roll. But it seems we've rolled the Nat 20 today. It's going to be a good and fun time for us. But it doesn't change the fact that there are still 7 other teams looking for the top 4 placements, right? We're looking at that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place spot now, unless one of the 2nd place teams or maybe the 3rd place team gets a big game for game number 3 and maybe can even contest the title up against that team Go Back Fistros for the 1st place spot. For now, though, the team composition look very similar to what we've been seeing so far throughout the entire course of the evening. Again, no ban being threatened by any one of these players.
Yeah, I mean, I think this does open up the door, since Go Back Fish Road is in that 1st place spot by such a large margin, that it does open up the door for all these other teams to, you know, slowly start to take these, you know, or the other spots in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place.
The thing is, yesterday we actually did end up seeing the Johan ban coming out, which kind of pressured Team Go Back Fistros to play the Shukai instead of the Johan. We saw their performance dropping a little bit in that specific case, but Go Back Fistros has been doing really good on the Johan itself, which is also something that we saw struggle a little bit during the group stages. So I really like the condition that Go Back Fistros is playing under right now. No ban threat. Their gameplay has been impeccable. It's looking good so far, but now it all comes down to the rest of the 7 teams in this lobby to see if they can stop the menace that is that team.
Yeah, I mean, I think Johan fits perfectly in their team comp, right? Just able to provide that sustain, that extra damage with the Elftress and the heal factor, and also giving extra movement speed to the Eva who needs it, you know, that's who's zooming around in these team fights.
Indeed. Here we go, folks. Again, 2 more games left for tonight, for the weekend, and for the players. It's going to determine the 4 teams that will move on. Once again, we're still looking for whether or not any of our bottom 4 teams, the ones that come up from knockout stage number 1, are going to be able to continue their golden run streak, right? We've had 2 teams so far in the bottom 4, or not the bottom 4, but at least the 5th to the 8th place teams in like that little bottom section. Team numbers 5, or what is it? I think, yeah, that's 5 to 8. Umsar, Endless, Wait a Minute, and Dragon Ball Z. From those, we've been really looking at Umsar as well as Dragon Ball Z. Those 2 teams were the ones that gave us a lot of faith. But it's Wait a Minute that kind of comes around and says, no, this is going to be our series in comparison to all of the other teams. They're the ones at the highest spot right now in that 3rd place spot.
Key 5 getting cut out, but there's double blinks more invested on both of these carries here. Can Horrific finish off the job here? Not full build, so I don't think so. There's the Peacemaker is going to be dropped. Key 5 able to finish the build off now, and they will be able to get... Well, actually, no, they're not going to be able to get Pang, and Horrific is going to be the one to go down there in the straight 2v3, so very nicely played by the side of Team... I think that was Team Big Game Hunter there, and the other side do have Zhang Yi actually looking for the ultimate, is going to be able to hit the Twins Rush, but the damage in exchange from Chun is going to be able to maybe turn it back onto this Stem, but they are going to be able to kill it, but the 3rd party is going to be here. It is going to be Go Back Fish Road once again on this Eva, able to just dish out so much damage. Tazi going to go down, and I think, a nice Radiant Brilliance on this Lenny. I think Umu should be able to finish a job there with the lasers, yes, and they're trying to turn it back in, but look at the damage and the the way Go Back Fish Road is just able to bunker down and just kill everyone who's trying to kill him here, and that's gonna be Go Back Fish Road sitting with 5 kills already, getting another one. Umu is gonna fall for that though, as they are gonna be able to trade. There is going to be Big M Hunter just gonna force it now onto the Johan. They're gonna be able to get one. The Chloe is gonna be there. The damage from the Chloe is gonna be a little too big. I think the link is still there. And Go Back Fish Road get another 3 kills, and they're sitting on 4 points already. 8 kills in day 1. What an amount of points to start with here.
Archery range is the new cemetery for Eternal Return from the looks of it. Knockout stage 2, everybody is just meeting up inside of archery range and doing a death ball inside of that zone. Over and over, Stillcut is losing inside of that zone now just because Go Back Fistros is starting to go in a little later on into these fights. They're walking into third parties over and over again. Great timings on that team, well deserved on the 8 kills they have so far. A pick over onto Ping as he's going to get caught out inside of Uptown, but that's not that big of a deal. 16-second death timer. It's an easy kill going into the hands of Team Wiedemann, who they desperately also need in order to maintain that third place.
Yeah, D5 getting caught out here as well. It looks like it is going to be I think that is Stealth going to be able to grab the kill there. Both the Lenny and the Akian already grouped up. Johan is going to get cut out here as well by the side of Team Umsal there, but oh no. Umu is going to be there. Double Radiant Brilliance from the Johan, and I think, wait a second, they actually are going to be able to kill it with the double flowers from the Priya, so Johan is going to go down. Umsal going to be on the retreat here. Big Game Hunter though on the third party. They should be able to see everything there. There is the ultimate as well, able to split away the members of Team Go Back Fish Road. There is a Chloe going down. Yumu is going to be the last member alive, but should be able to get themselves on out.
Walker in a little bit of trouble. Are they going to be able to run away from Team Stillcut? It's not like an Ekion is able to do that much damage to an Alex just because he has a lot of mobility to work with. As the second part of Envenomization, of course, is going to whiff against the Alex. Double agent out. He's just not taking it up, but the cooldowns just aren't there. He's got the double agent up too. There we go. Pulls back. Horrific is on the outside, but Cho enjoys the fray. Walker should die in a couple of moments, or at least Horrific should be paying the price for this. Going back in onto the fight, he's trying his best to land a couple of these crucial tags, but it's not gonna work. Down goes Horrific, and I think that should be also it theoretically for Walker. No, never mind. It is an Alex. Once again, a little bit too far away. Walker, he needs to live. He really needs to live. He dies in the living.
And they're baiting the whole time. I think that Razi was able to maybe sneak the meteor right there, but oh no, the Razi does end up going down. Now Big Game Hunter is going to be after the last member, the Alex. Looks like Dragon Ball Z was able to get a lot of damage here. And oh no, I think that's going to be it for Dragon Ball Z. Can they get out here? It's just going to be this Theodore. Bloodfall is going to connect, but the slows I think should be there. Peg actually ended up backsnacking for some reason. I think they could have been able to catch this, because I feel like the slow is going to come back up. The slow's going to be there. Can Dragon Ball Z hit the White Lily? Yes, they're out just barely. Oh my god. So close for Dragon Ball Z to go out there in 8. There is Engage coming back in. Wait a second, Serial is actually going to be able to get 2 members of Magician. Oh, able to trade 1, so not too bad for the side team, unless they do end up getting 1 kill there in that 2v2 scuffle. It is still day 2. That's so not the end of the world for Endless. He'll definitely take some of these trades that you can get.
Magician has been pulling out some really nice sleight of hand in these games in the past couple. Yeah, we saw it in game number 2 where Magician ended up brute forcing a jump pad onto an enemy by blinking out of it to help the rest of his team find a kill onto a pick. This time around, he's just able to yoink away a kill, an easy trade, weaving it in between his death and everything else. Key 5 is going to get picked out again. Big Game Hunter just struggling for game number 3 as, yeah, they may have 2.5 points, but can't really find a footing at all in this early to mid stage of the game.
Yeah, Umsal able to get that, so a nice pick for them. As they get a couple more credits, and they're going to be able to get their buy-ins there up in Temple. A little unfortunate for Big Game Hunter, as, I mean, I think they were able to get 2 4-score buy-ins, but still missing out on 1. I think the Alex still having the amount of credits in their pocket there. So we'll have to see, you know, what these teams do end up deciding on and which objectives they'll go over to contest here. So it's a lot quieter, I would say, for this game on the day 2 cycle, but these teams are just slowly getting their buy-ins, and we'll start to see them make their way over to these rifts and these alphas.
Indeed, Surlo about to get taken down. EMP Barrage, just 1 tag is all they need for it. Nice kill over on towards Elora. From the looks of it, I think Elena is going to try sacrificing herself just a little bit of extra sustainability thanks to the work of the Solar System miniature, but that has its time limit. Down she goes. It's going to be, I think, the Rift taken, or is it the Alpha down there? I think it's Alpha because Arazi hasn't gone in towards anything. Yeah,
Alpha down there in Beach, but it looks like Wade Myaman was able to just take the Rift and get their teammates back into this, so they're still able to contest for an objective. Will they lose out on the second one is the question here. Umu, using the White Lily to actually boost the Alina in, and it gives the Engage actually straight over to the Selena, and Umu not having any items just yet. I don't think has any losing, but the damage is just way too much. And the healing from this Johan able to keep the members alive.
Oh my god!
And it's gonna be go back Fish Road, able to win it out, and Wait Yamit losing out on yet another team fight for the night 2 objective. A little unfortunate, they will have to respawn and find something that is free here. You have Soe maybe gonna look for an angle onto this Tazia, but it's not gonna be enough to damage and sustain. It's gonna be a little too much from this Lenny and this Blair. And it looks like DS Guardian is gonna go out here, and yeah. Still cut, able to win out on the Rift and get another item for themselves. Yes, Guardian just not able to find their footing in this game, and I would say in this series, just not able to just catch any of these backliners or just do enough damage in these team fights.
This is such a rough look for Team DS Guardians too, because remember, they just invested so much this season to try getting Soe into the roster to make sure that Soe has a KEL League team to play in. But it's just not working out. If we're struggling this much in the ERM, I don't want to know what's been happening in Super Cup for this team. Jengi on the WMR lane just has not been working out, and I can't tell if it's just the WMR lane. I don't think it is, because we've already seen some really nice Twins rushes coming out that has also been countered by the enemy teams, whether it's the CC immunity from their own ultimates like the Priya Echoes of the Earth or whatever. It's just not working out. For a team composition like this, they got no kills throughout the entire course of the game. We just saw them lose a fight in a situation where I think they had a pretty good positioning inside of it at the beginning. So I don't know. DS Guardians have to figure something out before we start going further and further into the series. Although they might not have a tournament left if this is what they're going to be able to show us for the next 2 as well.
Ooh, good Radiant Brilliance to cancel out on any more engages, but look at the damage coming out from Troll. They have full access into the backline here. Eva, wait a second, the movement speed from Umo's just way too much, and they're able to turn, and turn goes down. The movement speed coming out once again. It's that literal chess piece to just make sure they can make enough distance on that Blair. And go back Fish Road comes out on top in that team fight, even though the Blair was on top of the Eva, just wasn't enough.
It's such a pain. Such a pain. Team Stillcut is not going to be able to find objectives once again for this team. There is Lumi right around, but it's not a crimp form. I don't know if Walker's going to be able to stay alive after all this either. It's an Alex, and the rest of the team is hanging around here. He still stays alive. Quick spin invested, but Soe just barely catches it right at the edge of the shield reset. Horrific is going to be able to kill that though. Down goes the Lenny, and Jenny finally joins in on the fight, but it's way too late. Minus 400 going towards the hand of Team DS Guardians. They will be able to get the reses. That's a lot invested for this team, who again needs more points, which means they need more transitions.
Yeah, chasing a little too far and then taking a little too long to kill the Alex there. Just let the members of Team Big Game 100 group up and is able to turn the fight onto the side of Team DS Guardians. A little unfortunate for DS Guardians. It's an early minus 400. Definitely not what you want to see, especially when you're on, one of these double bruiser teams, because you need items to, sort of snowball in this game.
Absolutely. All right, well, Team Stillcut still trying to maneuver their way around this game, trying to maintain what their positioning can be. It's still middle of the pack. Score sheet is still fairly close. It's not like it's completely over for any of these teams just yet either. It's a 20 point for Team Omsire, gatekeeping that 4th place spot. 10.5 for Team Endless in 8th place. 9.5 point difference. With 2 games left, well, I should say 2 including this one, it's definitely feasible for even Endless to make their way up. But with Omsire already sitting on 5, it might look a bit more difficult for a bottom 4.
I go spawning in school here. Dragon Ball Z. Maybe gonna try looking for an angle with this Theodore. Alex on a flank angle though, so maybe they can look for an angle in here. There is the ultimate coming down. The ultimate is gonna be used as well in response, and there is the engage. Are you gonna be able to find an angle onto Goku? Goku is able to use ultimate on the Alex, and they just instantly burst him down. But the Razi gonna get some damage back.
Nice.
Yes, they are able to pop the ultimate back, but it is going to be Dragon Ball Z the one to come out on top. The damage and the layered CC was just a little too much for the side of Team Big Game 100 to handle.
Goku playing really well in that fight, and then actually forces the Razi to go involved easily in the direction towards the Theo, so it was a very easy spark nade plus the laser to lock that character down, making sure that she can't do anything more inside of that fight. Chone going on in towards Nathapon. He is going to get stunned up by the Breath of the Dragon, but on the backside, Ekion is just doing so much. F-stop is fantastic. Can they kill Chone? Not just yet. Damage output is there. Does he have the invincibility? No, he doesn't. He doesn't have it in time. The knockup from Wangcho denies it. Minjae is going to fall down as well. It's already night number 3. That's another minus 400 going to Team Stillcut. They don't even have it. They don't have it.
Yeah, that is a disaster, and the red box is going to be secured by the side of Team Endless, so that's pretty good. It's going to be, I think that was an arm piece, so it's probably going to be a Nova Shield or a Necronomicon on. Necronomicon going to be invested for that haze there. Here comes the damage coming out from the Asgardians trying looking for something here, but the stain from the Spria is going to be there. The Maya's getting chunked a little low. Peng going to be forced to use their blink to get themselves on out, and the damage is just not there for Umsal is a huge double twins rush is going to seal the deal, and the Asgardians are going to be back in it here, getting a nice 2 kills.
Min had a fantastic spring trap there as well, pulling back 2 members right afterwards. The wall from Zoe to block everything off. But here we go, Big Game Hunter looking for a little bit more. EMP Barrage is going to go a little bit wide, but we are actually seeing Jangy fighting in towards the EMP Barrage. Min in a little bit of trouble, health bar getting taken low. Jangy's going to fall down. Zoe didn't partake in the fight at all. The Asgardians, what's going on?
Yeah. And Zoe,
Peng.
okay, looks like they're
Peng's
fine
also a solo.
Yeah, Ping's also a solo, so should be able to get the res here, but yeah, I think that's just the nighttime vision difference, right? Lenny just walked up a little too far, and then Horrific was just able to have full access onto the Lenny and just completely soloed them down. So yeah, you kind of have to watch your positioning when you are walking in nighttime, especially in a corridor with no vision. A little unfortunate for the side team DS Guardians. Minus 400 once again. Their items are not too bad, but you know, you definitely want to have more, especially you know when you are playing that type of team comp here. And
all right, I respect it.
The blood buy-in before we're calling out our teammates, but we don't have enough to call out our teammates now.
Yeah, I think what they're planning on doing is maybe waiting, because this has been a common occurrence for a lot of these teams.
It's pretty big, so yeah. I don't really blame them. They're just gonna farm
wait for the rift now.
Back in, yeah.
I think it's a wait for the rift. A lot of teams have just been making sure that at least you have another member alive, because at the same time, it's not like Mai is a very easy character to lock down, but it is going to be the credits invested for Rising Messiah. We're back to 24 and the fight's still going on. Zoe going in. Are they going to try something? He's locked down and the totem is premature. Oh, the fight is going so bad. And oh my god! The divine... oh my... everything just catches on Zoe too. He walked into it. He dashed into... the brilliant light. What is happening? Team DS Guardians down 2 members again. We're gonna have to look for a rift. Another fight inside of school as Team Dragon Ball Z in trouble. Goku has to run away. Down goes the Theo. They're about to walk into another person if they're not careful with this. DS Guardians does end up taking the rift for themselves. Vegeta.
They're gonna take this as well. I think they have to. Yeah,
I don't know if they can. Aiden intentionally falls down. They will go in, but this is a fight. DS Guardians versus Team Dragon Ball Z.
Ooh. Which is going to matter quite a bit because these teams are on the bottom side of the leaderboard here. So whoever goes out in 8th place is going to be in a really bad spot here.
Oh boy.
Both teams have about equal items here. Goku having that blood sample. I think slight advantage to the side of Dragon Ball Z. And the other side looks like Big Game Hunter is able to get the 1-up. Oh no, actually Charn is going to be able to get Terrific down on Silkcut.
Oh my god, Blair just obliterated inside of the rift.
One member.
Spring trap landed, Goku in trouble, he's still alive. Goku in trouble, anticipation, it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Down goes Goku, and you can see the health bars on the rest of the team on DS Guardians. Down goes Hanzo. Vegeta in trouble. There's nothing that an Alex can do. It's going to be DS Guardians taking away the win inside of the 9-4 dimensional rift. A blood sample item on their side, plus 3 additional points. This is exactly what DS Guardians needed.
That is huge for DS Guardians, but a disaster for Dragon Ball Z. I think Goku just getting caught out a little too early in that team fight just ended up costing them here. Does Key 5 have enough timer here? Where are they going to go? They don't have enough time to TP, so they have to use another safety orb. Do they? Did they? Yeah? Yes, they do. Well, 1 second left. They teleport down into Cemetery, but it's a split TP, so I have to be a little careful. That's all members are going to be able to group back up here. Horrific doesn't have access.
Oh, he's so dead.
They're in a really bad spot, and they're just going to go down instantly there. I think they're already using the dash. It's so unfortunate. And now he's going to go down as well. I think that is going to be it.
Oh, what is this?
The third party is going to be here. What the heck? It's going to be DS Guardians teleporting on in. Looks like they're tossing it and ended up falling somewhere. DS Guardians was able to get the TP and was able to get 1 kill. So maybe they can look for the Lumi res here. Now we got Drift Master Umu on the double blood sample here. I think Walker, just the last member alive, has to look for the res, but look at the credit counts. They're not going to be able to get their team back into this game here, and I think DS Guardians are going to be able to get them back in. Not enough credits though. They're missing 3 credits right now. Just waiting for it. Oh no, they are able to get the Tazia back in.
Okay, let's see what ends up happening, because DS Guardians, that res over onto Soe is a lifesaver at this point for this team, right? I don't know what happened, but we have really good items on that team now. We got the Dainsley built up for the Debian Marlene. That's a crucial item when you are running this variant of the Debian Marlene as well. Her combat capabilities have skyrocketed all of a sudden with just one single item. Let's see how it goes. Umu taking a decent chunk of damage. Same thing for Johan. We do have the Elena on the backside, but that's a double tag on the phase vortex. It saves the Johan, and now the fight is all the way on the backside. Chloe just rips the Adria onto the shreds. Down goes the Laura as well. Jump on with Walker, but it's just a solo. Very lucky for Team Go Back Fish Rose. These guys are catching breaks everywhere while choking the life out of everyone else they see in the game.
Yeah, I mean, look at how strong Go Back Fish Road is. It's Umu on 2 bloods, Chloe on a blood sample as well. The Johan's also on 5 gold. Usually this support doesn't really have any items, but they're just so strong here. And oh no, the Lena jumping over the wall. That's going to be it for Team 9ㅅPhase. They're going to go down here. Wait a second. The social system miniature actually resetting the cooldown and proccing at the perfect time is going to be able to keep the Alina alive. 9ㅅPhase is going to barely live. 3 seconds left though on their timer.
Oh my God.
2 seconds left. They're gonna have to rest up in this bush as well. Look at, they don't have any food either. Look at their inventory. They are completely clean.
This is G-Work inventory.
They are completely clean.
Actual G-Work level inventory. This is pretty funny. It really goes to tell you how rough of a game it has been. They called in the fried chicken, and you're right.
Oh, that's what I see.
No check. Oh, the haze does get the smack dab right in the middle. 2 seconds left for Yeojun. 40 seconds to go at least, so they can have all the time in the world to traverse through this zone. But there's so many people around. They heard the carrot launcher being launched. Yeojun is playing with fire, stuck between the rock and a hard place.
Yeah, DS Guardians in a pretty comfortable spot now. They're with 11 points for themselves, and they're gonna look for an angle onto the side of Team Unsol. Tazia is looking for something. You're not gonna be able to find anything. Changyi is gonna go in as well, but the protocol is gonna be procced onto them. A lot of damage is being exchanged. The demo's just gonna get instantly explode.
Wow.
The heart damage is going to be way too much,
So
especially
needs
with
to
the
do
protocol down.
work.
But the third party is here, and that's a solo as well, just wreaking havoc and shutting down DS Guardians. The third party is going to be here on the other side. So many teams actually in this red here, and I think Unsol is going to be in a really rough spot. Yeah, the heart's going to go down. No peacemaker going to be available as it was used in the previous fight, and now Unsol is going to be only having 2 members left. The timers are ticking as well. Alina is going to be able to get into this bottom zone here. Maybe going to try playing for a couple more placement points, but yeah, not looking too good for these duos and solos.
We can't let this happen again. It's going to be Team Go Back Fish Rose inside of pod. The fight's going to continue as Caesar taken down first. Chone in a whole heap of trouble. He doesn't have the Lenya anymore to support him. Gets tagged by the pullback. Down he goes. Chone taken down. Still cut. Also in a little bit of trouble in comparison to some of the other teams. Minji sitting on 18 seconds. 2 seconds to go until the temporary zones are going to pop. Ekion, not exactly the best character to try doing that third party and be the agent on.
Yeah, Yeonju gonna have to walk in so they don't -1. They did end up getting tagged, so maybe he can just play for the rest of the time, but it is gonna go down in 5th place. A little unfortunate. It looks like on the other side though, Team Endless is gonna be able to pick up a couple more of these kills here. Looks like Ekion's gonna try getting some more. Ooh, the exclusive was popped on the perfect timing, but oh, the Mai goes down first. They gave an extra placement point to the side of Still Cut, and they're gonna pop as well. So now it's gonna go back to Fish Road again.
Jeez.
Versus Endless. Are they gonna make it a 3P here? Is Umu just gonna drift all over them here on this Eva with the racing suit and Emerald Tablet?
I mean, what does Team Endless do though? They no, never mind. Actually, they have a lot of good resources to try dealing with Go Back Fish Roast, right? Because while the rocket launchers are available,
they have the Natapon.
Yeah, and they have the
maybe
Natapon.
catch one of these two. Natapon with the, but the problem is I don't think Umu is ever gonna get caught, right? Because of the movement speed and the dashes and the blink. They have blink too as well, but they can maybe catch this Johan or this Chloe. But I think Umu is just gonna be the one to slowly start to choke them out at the start here.
Yeah, rocket launcher, the first set only lands one, and then the Johan is going to heal that right back up, so 0 value gained out of that skill. You can see Magician is just throwing out skills. He is panicking right now. He can't do anything. F-Stop's going to go wide too. Now it all really comes down to Wang Cho to get the initiation,
Look
but the moment he goes
this
in...
guy. He just drifted around here.
Oh my god, what do you do against this? March just can't do a single thing either. Rocket launcher just does nothing. He just gets healed back up immediately by the Johan, and this Chronosphere doesn't help at all either for Team Endless.
Yeah, it's impossible to walk up, I think, into this Eva here, but they're gonna have to look for something. Piolo maybe gonna have to look for an angle onto the back line here, but Umu, we know that they're just gonna be able to just dash on around and just able. The FCs have so much movement here. Good try from the Chloe, try to look for an angle in. There's a knock up though. Is a angle gonna be there? The follow up's gonna be there, but the Johan's just gonna be airby. He's gonna be able to live just barely, and Umu just able to dash around. Look at the movement speed. Look at the dashes and the blinks, and that is going to be another win for the side of Team Go Back Fish Road. 26.5 points. Such a dominant performance.
The 3-piece coming in. There's the cute little Nina, making sure that her Chloe is happy as ever. GG's called out to Team Go Back Fish. What is it? Go Back Fish. Yeah, there you go.
Bro. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything more that we have to say in comparison to what we've already said in the past couple of games? These guys are just choking the life out of this entire lobby. There is no other way to say that at all to describe what is happening in Knockout Stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just playing just out of their mind. I mean, Umu is just smurfing on these teams. Like, he's just soloing these teams by himself, basically. Like, able to completely zone them out, look for these angles, and also, not only is he doing damage and, you know, zoning out these teams, but he's also taking a lot of the aggro as well, because they tried to look for the Eva, but the Eva just has so much mobility with you know, the racing suit, the emerald tablets, the blink 2, that they're just able to dash away and put these you know, these dive players in a really bad position that they're trying to kill you know, the Eva, and just able to get the job done.
The fact that we're not seeing any Johan bans is just making it so difficult for everybody in this lobby to deal with that. At this point, I don't think it'd be a bad idea for this team to try getting practice in with the Shukai. Because, as I said yesterday, one of the biggest things that they had to deal with was a Johan ban. I don't ever think with Fauna not in this lobby, there's a little bit of lore as to why that ended up happening, and I'll tell you later. But with no Fauna, and not that really many other EVA players outside of Storm Chaser existing in this entire tournament, there's no threat that the Chloe or the EVA is going to get banned. But we did see the Johan being a potential ban character. So I think they should get the practice in with the Shukai while they're feeling pretty fresh on this. I saw a lot of faults with the Shukai gameplay. It's not bad per se, but you could definitely tell that Imyoan was pretty uncomfortable on it. I'd rather take this chance where you are guaranteed for a place in Knockout Stage number 3 to at least get one game in on it if I was that team.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see going into the final game here. These teams are going to be on their last leg to see which 4 teams are going to move on to Knockout Stage 3, which will be happening next week on Friday.
I can't wait for that, man. With the way that the series is going, I'm so happy to be able to see something like Go Back Fish Roast's composition succeed like this. So the fact that I have to wait another week in order to see more of it after the next game, unbelievable. But here it is. Oh my god, a 34-point lead for Team Go Back Fish Roast and Big Game Hunter in second place. It's genuinely just not even close. What a dominating role by Team Go Back Fish Roast. But this does mean, once again, it's a fight for second to fourth. Super.
Yeah, but I think Big Game Hunter are in a pretty good spot, you know, having a 10.5 point difference between second and fifth. But third and fourth place, only 2 points for both of these teams from third to fifth. So really, anyone can still get in here. Even the 8th place team, Dragon Ball Z, if they have a pop-off game, they could easily get into the 3rd and 4th place spot because there are 2 basically slots that are kind of open for them to take here.
Yep, it all comes down to the last game, but they are running out of time, right? Dragon Ball Z has definitely struggled a little bit more than what we saw them do in Knockout Stage number 1, which is to be expected, right? With a composition like Aiden, Alex, and Theo, it's very vulnerable to teams that have a lot more discipline in dealing with these kind of weird team compositions in comparison to the meta ones like the standard front to back. You can see a lot of punishment going over towards Goku and Vegeta the moment they start messing up their combos, because I have seen Vegeta especially getting outmatched in terms of the Alex throughout both Knockout Stage 1 and 2. He's just getting out Alex. That's all it is, really, and it's throwing off this entire team composition really bad when they're going up against those better Alex players.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, we'll have to see, right? So if they can pull it back here for the final game, because it all comes down to this game for them. If they don't have that pop-off game, then they're going to be out for the count.
It's going to be a rough road ahead for Team Dragon Ball Z, but we know what happened to them after the break in game number 2 for Knockout Stage number 1. They still have that fervor going. Seen some pretty nice fights coming out from them. It's just that some decision making and I think some macro gameplay has been shoddy, to say the least. If they can fix that up, I think they still have a fighting chance in our final game upcoming.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I'm very excited though, because like you said, the middle of the pack is really close, so it's really anyone's game to make it in. And obviously, I mean, I just kind of want to watch Umu on this Eva some more, because yeah, he's just going around and just doing whatever he wants on this Eva. We'll have to see if they do end up swapping to maybe a different comp that they want to practice, or if they're just gonna keep this going.
I genuinely think they should. I really think they should.
Yeah,
just
I think
in
they
case.
should practice. But I do think their comp isn't going to be really contested too much, I would say. Because they're playing pretty unique characters that I would say the top teams are really playing right now.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be worrying about it too much if the Johan ban didn't happen during the group stages. But at the same time, if it is the group stages, the chances of it happening again are going to be low, right? Because if the 3 Johan team compositions or the teams were all in the same group for it to get banned, they're really not going to play in the exact same lobby until all 3 of them are in that lobby, which will take, so this one here, at the very least, another couple of knockout stages before that is even possible. So a little bit of an oopsie from the looks of it, a team accidentally either dodging or maybe they crashed, I'm not entirely sure. But continuing the point, it still is a possibility, and that's why I want them to practice the Shukai comp in a situation where they are guaranteed to move on. You don't lose anything for going fast 8th in this one. It's near impossible.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, well, yeah, why not, right? Why not? Because they already secured. There's no way they can't make it in, right? With the amount of points they had in the first 3 games. I think they averaged about like 25 points. Which is crazy, by the way. 25 points is a lot. Even if you like win the games, usually you average at about like 20, but they're averaging 25. So not only are they winning the games, but they're getting like kills in these lobbies.
Yep. It's one of the reasons why you see these kind of dominating performances and wonder why the hell are they in Knockout Stage 2 to begin with, right? This is the performance we saw from Gyeonggi Innate during Group C, where they just won every single game with not even close fights. We're seeing it in Knockout Stage number 2.
I mean, in the lower knockout stages, you usually see, one team dominate because, maybe they had the bad day and, they shouldn't really be down here. But at the same time, obviously, the skill level, I'm not gonna say, all these teams are bad, but it's obviously not as, high as, some of the top KR teams. So you'll see, maybe 1 or 2 teams, kind of stand out on the bottom side here. But maybe we'll see, this team struggle, when we go into the later knockout stages. We'll have to see.
The problem now for team, Go Back Fish Roast, is that there's going to be that break in between today and knockout stage number 3. Sometimes you want to continue your engine, right? It's revved up right now for Team Go Back Fish Roast. They know exactly how their team composition is supposed to go. But then now we have to wait for that entire break before they're able to start coming back into this kind of rhythm and pace that they had for today. Assuming they even can in knockout stage number 3. So That's the one problem I think this team is going to have. But if they can continue this kind of performance, I would not be surprised if they can make it through knockout stage 3 pretty easily, and even 4. Starting from 5, that's where it'll get a little bit iffy, but up until that point, I genuinely think this team has a solid chance after what I've seen so far today.
Oh, 100%. I mean, they're playing absolutely out of their mind, and yeah, if they could just continue this performance, I think they'll have a chance into the top teams as well. But yeah, so it's all gonna be up to Umu and his other 2 teammates if they can have this consistent performance, because we know that team can sort of flop out sometimes as well. But yeah, they've just been playing like really, really well today.
They haven't flopped up at all. I haven't seen any imperfections with their gameplay today. Have you? I don't think I have. It's again, I can't say that this is like the picture perfect game of Eternal Return, right? I'm still gonna say this, but that season 7 Tejon Auto Arms series, I think for group stages that they had in phase number 1 has been like by far the most picture perfect Eternal Return I could have ever seen played by a team throughout a series. But this is very close as to how good of a series it has been so far for Team Go Back Fish Rose. I haven't really seen too many mistakes coming out from this team, and even if I were to pinpoint some of them, it's like really, really getting into the deets. So they're doing really, really good.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be that Johan locked in once again. So every team playing basically the same thing, except Dragon Ball Z swapping over Hansu on this Yan pick. So they're gonna be all in, no Theodore for this team. They're just gonna try looking for these engages. They're gonna try looking to just brawl it out here and fight their heart out for this last game.
This is very reminiscent of a team in North America, isn't it? Where they're just playing triple dive comp. It's the one that has Dimby in it with the Debbie and Marlene, Leon, and I think it's Yan for the finisher.
Thinking about Dumb Diglets, right? I think.
Yeah. That's the kind of vibes that this is giving me. And it's actually really good because I think the Alex allows for that spacing to happen. As long as the EMP barrages are good, it either forces the enemy to fight into you, in which case Yan's going to have an easy time. Same thing for the Aiden as well. And even if it doesn't force the enemy back into you, at least it slows them long enough to maybe allow the rest of the team to catch up. So this is a very, very good composition, but pretty hard to execute in a lobby where they are very good at absorbing a lot of these initiations. So let's see how it goes, Super. The final game is now locked and loaded. I cannot wait to see whether or not we're going to see a 4-piece from Team Go Back Fish Rose to finish off our evening for the night.
Yeah, and the casters know as well. They're just hovering Umu. They know how much this player has been contributing, and who's kind of like the dominant force in this lobby, I would say.
Yeah, it's not even close. It really is not even close. I can't not give credit to the rest of the team as well, but all the highlight plays have really just been yoinked away from Umu. It's not even a contest as to what ended up happening in that situation, and if for some reason, right, I'm not going to call it too early, but if Go Back Fish Rose does end up winning this entire tournament and we start looking at MVPs, that'll probably be announced by the time we hit maybe LCQ or season finals, it's going to go to Umu. It's not even a question.
Yeah, I mean, what he can do on this EVA, it's just mind-blowing to me. Yeah, he's just able to just space so well, deal damage. He's just able to do it all, and looks like we have a fight actually here. Look, they are going to be able to just focus down Hisaki there, so a nice kill going to the side of Team Big Game Hunter, and on the other side, Johan. He's going to get caught, but the Radiant Brilliance is going to stop this Haze in their tracks, putting down the sensor as well to slow them down a little bit there. Lumu going to get some damage on the top side though. Charn is actually going to jump on in on this Chloe, but they're playing into a corridor into this EVA. There's a White Lily though. Could look for an angle in. I think they should be able to find it. Yopan actually going down on the other side of the map here. Key 5 looking for an angle onto Goku. Great spring vault over the wall. They are able to get the kill. And look at this. Rousey just dashing around. Should be able to get to Vegeta as well. No, just barely not enough. Minjay is going to get caught by the side of Team Go Back Fish Road. But yeah, looks like the Nina was already killed, so it looks like Chloe's just going to back themselves on out.
Unfortunately, Stilka losing out against Team Go Back Fistros once again. They lost 2 members, Blair and Delaney taken down, but the fight inside of school as well as Fire Station still continues. Hanzu is going to get taken down, but he was the outlier for this. Now it's a full-on team fight, whereas Horrific will be the first one to fall down. Unfortunately, Double Agent is the extra health bar that remains, but it doesn't do a single thing, as Key 5 also going to get taken down. Minjay finds a random Alex, but I don't know if you want to be here, my friend. He's getting all the resets, which is awesome, but Walker doesn't really have that much to live on. That's a break over to Team Big Game Hunter. Minjay with the Quake just ruins the life of Team Big Game Hunter, and they're going to get broken day number 1 again in the series.
And Tron a little isolated from this team. 1v3 is able to get a lot of damage, and oh no, the burst is going to be there from the Alina and that ultimate from the Alina. And yeah, Lenny gonna get taken down as well, and that's gonna be still losing 2 out on 2 members. Zhongyi in the 1v1, great parry, actually able to block on some damage there from Horrific, and they are gonna be able to grab the kill as well and down in here in Beach.
Color swaps are pretty good when it comes to the WM Marlene. Does quite a lot of damage even this early on, so really nicely done from WM Marlene. Jamie's gonna be able to pick that up, whereas Goku in a little bit of trouble will end up getting taken down by the PLO in the 1v1 with his health bar a little bit on the lower side. Here we go, another potential fight coming through for Team Stillcut. They're just looking for points as much as they can. Peacemaker is going to come on down. Problem is, Hard is a little bit too far away from the rest of the team to get the support. Down goes Devil Peng. Peng's going to get taken down too. Hikasi on the run. Can he get out? No! With the Spring Trap in, I think this Priya is dead to right. We should see the Trumpet coming in, and after that, Priya doesn't really have anywhere else to go.
A good slow as well there from the Hammer, and that is going to be yet another Spring Trap able to connect onto the Priya. And Stelka getting a nice 3 early game kill, so 2 points already for them as they are sitting in that 5th place spot. So this is really, really big for them.
The problem is Umtar is also doing pretty good for themselves. Even if they just got broken, they actually have the same amount of points as Team Stillcut. It's Umtar that's holding that 4th place spot. Stillcut has a lot of work to do. They're going to try their hand this time around at Go Back Fist Roast again, but this Eva refuses to die. Down goes one. No, never mind. It's going to be the Faith of Wavering. Can Choen stay alive? He's getting the AoE. They do. They do. That's 2 members gone. Umu is in trouble. I don't think it was. Oh, the Terminate! The 8th place has happened. They have knocked down the Titans of the lobby. Go Back Fish Roast. Indeed, go back and roast the fish. They are gone for game number 4. It's an early night for this team, but a rightfully deserved one.
Well, I mean, hey, you know, they're in 1st place. I would just go 8 here too, so I could just have an early night.
Yeah.
It's actually not too bad for them because, I mean, they've already secured their spot, so they could just chill now, and they're off about 20 minutes early. A little unfortunate though, but that's the early game of EVA, right? Not having the movement speed items yet, so they actually can't really peel themselves off of that Blair and Ekion enough. Ekion is going to get caught out though. It is going to be Team Dragon Ball Z going to be the one to actually get a kill, and I think this Ekion, I mean, it is Ekion, so I think they should be able to get away, but
I don't think so. He just used his...
to connect. Ooh, the dash, the reset is going to be there, and I think they should be able to get themselves on out of here. Ekion just such a slippery character. The Tree of Life actually picked up though by the side of Team Dragon Ball Z. That's actually kind of big. They're sitting on basically 3 items before their first buy-in. That is that's pretty lucky that they were able to get so many items off these animals.
That Tree of Life would have been so nice for the Ekion too, because look at their credits again. This team always seems to struggle with the amount of credits they have in day number 2. 50 seconds to go until we're gonna see that night number 2 transition for a lot of objectives. But for Team Stillcut, they need 20 to 30 credits. Usually 40 seconds is not enough to make that up and get all the items plus craft them at the same time, so we'll see how that goes. Big Game Hunter looking to fight it out up against Team DS Guardian, saying he's gonna have to use the Twins Rush to get out. Horrific still looking for the fight evermore. Soe on the shield, rotating back and forth. It's gonna be a sacrifice for the Fiora into the hands of Team DS Guardians, who once again also desperately need these points.
Yeah, Big Game Hunter just going down there. Good call from Big Game Hunter to just let the Fiora die, but that's gonna give free access to DS Guardians to grab this Alpha completely uncontested here in Archery, right? Or in Gas Station.
All right, well, let's see how this goes. 1 second to go until night number 2. Objectives have now spawned. Uptown is completely free, so a free alpha going towards a team. But the fight for Team Dragon Ball Z is going to begin. Can they hold this off? Down goes the Ekion. Can they kill Chone is the question. It's triple melees. Yes, they do, as the dead drop pulls Chone away. Yep, great focus over on towards the Rift. They're all going to be able to go inside of it, so massive value gained out of this team. It's going to be 2 points plus an additional 1.5 if they win out on the Dimensional Rift.
Oh, it's only going to be a 2-man. Big Game Hunter only sitting in 2 down here. And yeah, so it should be an extra 2 points for between Dragon Ball Z, which is really big because they are sitting in that 8th place position.
Nice.
So getting another 2 points to get the RNG as well. It's going to be a mithril going to the side of Team Dragon Ball Z. It's a great tempo swing for them as they're getting a lot of points, a lot of kills. They're getting the credits as well. Horrific, unfortunately, is caught up between all 3 members on the side of Team Endless. And ooh, yeah. Big Game Hunter actually, no, they were fine because they did end up dying in the Rift, so wasn't a risk of any team wiping there.
What is the situation in this lobby now? With a minute to go and the biggest threat in this lobby gone, the map just feels so open, does it not? There's nowhere you're ever going to be pressured out by a team that's just been dominating this entire game, thanks to the work of Team Stillcut. The question is, though, are they going to get rewarded for that hard work, right? They're still so close to contesting for that that 4th place spot. But Umzar has been a little quiet. So let's be real here, right? Stillcut has actually overtaken them in the overall amount of points. So those guys are sitting in 4th place right now. But we have also seen Team Stillcut struggle a little bit in transitioning all of this power spike into the late game. They've also lost out on a couple of transitions in the earlier stages. They're looking rough right now. 3 items on this entire team, whereas other teams like Team Umzar sitting on 6 already.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even notice. They don't really have any items to your name. Peng is able to get the complete 1v1 into Vegeta. Vegeta trying to teleport away, but it's too late. The staggered auto is just going to be able to connect, and that's going to be Team Dragon Ball Z going to be on the back foot here. Got teleport out a little earlier. Looks like, oh no, wait a second. Umsal is actually going to chase this Yan here. If this Yan goes down, it's going to be a minus 200. But they do have the White Lily to maybe get themselves to safety here. Mai should be able to jump over the wall, but I don't think they could catch this this Yan. As yeah, they're just gonna walk themselves on Peng. Double Peng still chasing though. Can definitely stop this TP, so I think Yan is gonna have to tank a lot of timer.
20 seconds and counting for that Yan. He's also split away from his Aiden as well. Alex is going to spawn probably on top of the Aiden. It's going to take quite a bit before Dragon Ball Z is going to be able to regroup. And that's time wasted for this team when they should definitely be using this time to get the amount of points they need in order to try making their way up into that 4th place spot. It's just looking a little bit rough for Team Dragon Ball Z. They're running out of time.
Yeah, they're definitely running out of time here. Only 5.5 points. You could see Team Umsal in with 4 points already as well. So they gotta look for they gotta just start fighting these teams. Here comes English actually come from Goku. Does actually end up hitting the backwards Z, and the damage is gonna be there. And oh my god, the sustain though from the Lenny. He's gonna be able to keep Sean alive. And this Blair, she's a monster into these melee characters, especially with the Lenny on her side, and that is gonna be Dragon Ball Z a minus 400. This might seal the deal. But I mean, they still have good items, right? The Aiden's still sitting on 4 or 5 gold. The Yan's still sitting on 3 gold, but that's not what you want to see if you want to see Team Dragon Ball Z out here. And Vegeta getting caught out here. If Vegeta goes down, that's gonna be Dragon Ball Z. Shang-Yi is gonna get over this Steve.
Oh my god.
Alex is very slippery though, so I think they can get away, but DS Guardians are chasing Soe on the Talia. Oh, the ball just barely not connecting, and I think they should be out, but wait a second. Soe's still chasing here. He's able to get all the glass shards. I think this might be it. Vegeta. Talia is really good, a really good character at chasing, and I think that is it. One more Q1 for W. The wall is going to connect in Dragon Ball Z. Is going to be our first team eliminated in Knockout Stage 2.
Unfortunately with that is going to be the end of the next Dragon Ball Z season. We'll have to wait until a revamp for this team. We'll see whether or not they make it into LCQ. Otherwise, that is going to be the end of their tournament run for this season in Eternal Tour Masters. Thank you so much for playing, guys. Goku and Vegeta, go back to the time chamber. We will wait.
Goku and Vegeta. How weak.
They might need to go back again to the time chamber to train up a little bit more. Maybe we'll see them in LCQ. Maybe we won't. But either way, we had a fun time while it lasted.
That is so unfortunate, but yeah, they'll have to go back into their 1,000-year training arc.
Somebody said Frieza won.
We'll have to see them start channeling, you know, their energy, but you know, it is what it is. Out in the 7th place, at least not 8th place.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. This is a team that definitely tried their best. Their performance in knockout stage number 1 at least was pretty inspiring, to say the least, because it's the same thing that again happened to Team Magic Potato yesterday during the group stages, where all of a sudden after the break they just started popping off all of a sudden. So they'd really like to see that. Minjae in a little bit of trouble. Rest of the team is baiting a bit.
Is that having that's a bar already, so just able to get the dashes to get themselves to safety here, and looks like they actually want to re-engage on this fight. They do have the Blair coming in, but yeah, it's just a really awkward position to fight in Adriana in a corridor, so they're actually not gonna full send it just yet. But wait a second, we do have Chon on the other side here, maybe gonna try to look for something. I think they do want to take this team fight because they're another team that does need more points, right? They have a lot of points already, sitting on 10 points for themselves, but they still want to get a little bit more to make sure they're secured in.
Wait a Moment is also a team, by the way, that is in danger of getting relegated too, right? It's only a half-point difference between that team and Umsar. So the more and more points Skillcut is able to get, assuming they can't win the game, right? Because this is a team that's been very inconsistent in making it further and further into the series. It's very reminiscent of what we saw a long time ago on Team Rump Rebels. They really like fighting in the mid game, but it's so hard for that roster to win a game just because of how volatile their team composition is.
Yeah,
it's the same idea here for them too.
Yeah. The Double Bruiser team kind of loses, you know, especially to a team like Go Back Fisher, but because they're dead, I think it opens the door for them to maybe win out on this game here. Oh my god, the damage coming out from this Ekion is just able to just finish off this.
Oh, look at the credits on Mumtar
too.
too.
This hard, and they're just looking for more. Hisaki is going to go down as well.
Oh,
looks like they're able to get 2 kills. Maybe look for a third, finish off the members of Team Umsal, but they are going to be able to get themselves on out, and they can still get the blood sample by, it looks like, but it's going to be minus 400 for that team. On the other side, these Guardians are able to find, it looks like 2 members of the side of 2 members or 1 member, just 1 member side of Team Big Game Hunter, as they do pick up more points for themselves, as well as another team that desperately needs some points too right now. So these Guardians trying to look for some more. So we're just gonna full send it here, trying to look for anything they could possibly get. But on the other side, still Cat, maybe they could find DS Guardians as they're kind of split off here. DS Guardians is just gonna walk away, and yeah, we might have a team fight on our hands here between DS Guardians and Silcut if they do want to brawl it out here.
It's a little bit iffy. Still Cud looking to fight it up against DS Guardians, 2 teams that are desperately looking for points. DS Guardians especially at this point, right? This is one of the better games that they've had throughout this series so far. Wants to maintain the status quo, at least on the side of Team Umsar. If they fall down now, they're in danger of relegation. Can you stay alive? It's a fight for the ages. Does anybody fall down just yet? Devil Ping a little bit too far on the front side. Surlo taken pretty low, but down goes Ping. Down goes Ping. Oh no, this is not good. Can they get the resets at all? It's going to be a fight for the red box. Devil Ping, I don't think the res is the right call there for you. He is still looking for the res. I don't know what is going on. Yoju needs to cancel this out. They don't get it. And actually, it's Mad Lily that ends up falling down instead. How the heck did that happen? No, wait a minute. You can't fall like this. You're also in danger of relegation.
What a huge turnaround there coming out from the side of Umsal there. Just able, wait a second, third party is here though. Big Game Hunter now caught in a awkward position, and DS Guardians are going to immediately capitalize on that. A huge double 30 so from Tazia, but it's just going to be immediately cancelled out by
too far.
Put him in the blink. I think, Zoe, a little too far in, but able to just juke on around, able to dash on out of there. Perfect. Ooh, is going to get tagged by the Spring Trap as well. Very nicely played. DS Guardians getting more points. This is what they need to get themselves into that spot as well. Wait a Meowment on that chopping block right now, I think. Endless getting the Wick buff too, so a lot of teams still in contention here.
This is rough. This is so rough. Even Wade of Meowment at this point has to be very nervous about their condition and situation inside of this tournament. Endless is a little bit closer than Team DS Guardians, but the amount of points that these guys have is just so minimal for the amount that they need in order to overtake Umsar, Wade of Meowment, and even potentially Big Game Hunter as well.
It's pretty bad for Team White Meowment as well because they don't have enough credits to get their last member alive, and it did end up just swapping to the day 5 cycle, so they can't even get the res on the Adriana here. They're gonna have to look for that Lumi res, but Lumi is definitely gonna be guarded by all these teams here because they all want a piece at this top 4 spot.
Big Game Hunter also in trouble. Remember these guys. It might not be the closest thing in the world, but Big Game Hunter is also in trouble. These guys don't even have the credits to even try for a Lumi res anymore. Where are you gonna hyperloop? Is it down to Hotel? Yes, it is. Right in front of Team Still Cut. The White Lily is good. Luckily, it's gonna be able to get out of the range of the Blair ultimate, meaning this Rozzy will stay alive for the time being. But man, there is just nowhere to go.
Yeah, Endless wanting to posture up into the side of Team White Meowment. They're really strong. They want to look for a fight, but there's just too many pings. I think on the top side, they definitely see Umsal in the area as well, seeing those pings in alley, so they're just going to back out, make sure they're in a safe position. Key 5, the last member alive of Big Game Hunter. You're right. They're only on 41 points, so they're going to end on 46, which still opens the door to these other teams to actually take over their spot here. And Key 5 is going to go down, and that is going to be it. Who's going to get it? I think it was Team Endless. And now they're going to be forced to fight into...
the spring trap!
Oh, a huge double spring trap. Can Tron stay alive for a little longer to sustain? No! Not going to be there. Ekion going to try to get as much damage as possible, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And I think that Luca going down 13 points. Is that going to be enough? Is that enough?
I don't know. 13 points. They're going to end up with quite a hefty amount of points, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. We'll have to wait until the end of the game. Pang about to get taken down. Umsar in a little bit of trouble themselves as well. If they get knocked down here, they are also in danger of relegation. Let's see. Soe, he is fighting for his tournament life. Down goes the Priya. That's one. Down goes potentially another. Jangi will get traded. That's going to be at least one taken down. Pang in a whole heap of trouble. Peacemaker goes down, but look at the health bar for Soe. It is just so healthy right now. This Tazia is just refusing to die. She doesn't get the reset, but the Lenny gets the kill with the carrot launcher. Mai's gonna go down. Umsar taken down. All they have is the 10 points on their side to show for themselves. Is that going to be enough for them as well?
Still Cut outscores them actually.
Yes, they do.
Umsal is in the chopping block right now. We're gonna have to see if it's gonna be enough for these teams. Wade of Meowment is also getting sent on by DS Guardians. DS Guardians needs to still get a couple more points. This is still not enough because they're down in 7th place right now.
Oh my god.
Right now. Oh, they hit it. Oh my god, Soe finds it.
Dude, the entire leaderboard is just gonna change.
The moment Soe needs to come out and perform, he finds it onto the Adriana. And that's 15.5 points for DS Guardians. This is huge. I mean, they're still not in contention yet. They still need to get a couple more points in. Wade of Meowment, I think.
Oh my god.
I don't know who you want to give it to because both these teams are gonna take over them.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Wade of Meowment is cooked at this point. They have just nothing left on their hand. 7th placement point seems fine, but a lot of the teams that are fighting for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place spot right now are going to be in the 40s.
This Tazia's inventory.
Oh,
I think they're just funneling
God.
Soe here. Soe's gonna have 3 bloods.
Yep, and then the next one is probably going to be either Taproots or something of the sort, right? He's grabbing the stick. It's going to be boot plus the shoes.
So this Tazia is gonna be so tanky as well.
Oh my god.
It is Natapon. Natapon can definitely one-shot any of these, players. And oh my god, the Haze also sitting on 3 bloods themselves. This is gonna be quite the fight. And this fight is gonna matter so much for these teams. Endless needs it. DS Guardians needs it as well. If DS Guardians get this kill and an extra 2 points, 3, 18, 20, 42. I think they're just in actually off of this.
I think they're in 2. Alright, yes, Guardians off of one single game. They could potentially turn their fates around. We'll see if they can find another one to maybe ruin the chance for Team Endless.
Ooh, no, actually.
Endless is at 40.5.
Endless could outscore. Endless would take their spot here if they do end up winning. So this is gonna come down to who gets the
Oh my
third
God.
or fourth place spot. This comes down to who gets the last spot, I think.
Oh my god, here it is. Oh, let's see. DS Guardians as well as Team Endless, they have fought tooth and nail in the final game of knockout stage number 2. This is a battle to see whether or not these teams are going to move on into knockout stage number 3. The calculations have not been done officially, right? So we don't know entirely what's going to happen just yet, but this is a potential situation where maybe the -1s that happened in this entire tournament really could start mattering. Rocket launchers from March starting to come out. A couple of them are going to hit, but they do have the Lenya on their side to try mitigating the damage a little bit. Wind gadget is going to come out. Breath of the Dragon has been invested. Wall invested. Same thing for the snapshot. This is pretty bad on the side of Team Endless. They're losing a lot of ground. Good grenade launchers from March. He has been the crux of this team in winning out a lot of these final zones. Nice dodge away with the SMG dash. A Jingy on the front side trying to get some damage in on towards Magician. Not that much though. It's just the spin from Devi and Marlene. Soe on the backside. Min trying to do something with the carrot launcher and the rocket. He is trying. There is the F-stop. Lands over onto Soe. Can they get the dash in? No, they can't because the totem comes down as well. On the backside, Jingy is trying to put pressure over on towards a couple of the members of Team Endless. Down goes the Paradiso. Magician is in trouble. He goes down. That is it for Magician. He's going to get taken down. I don't know if the Piolo has enough damage.
Okay.
Down goes Min. Oh, March. Oh, March. We've done it before, and he's going to do it again. Soe sitting at half HP. Piolo is trying to dash around as much as possible. Execution is going to go through for Jingy and Min, but I've seen this before. Soe has done this time and time again. He gets the kill over onto March, the champion of Eternal Return on the Tazia. He's potentially going to do it again, but this Piolo character is a definite thorn on the side. There's the Breath of the Dragon. It's going to activate, and it goes to Team Endless. Wangcho with just barely the timing on the Breath of the Dragon will be able to take the final game of the night. 19 points on their side.
wait.
Maybe those extra points might just barely be enough.
2 points gets Guardians in as well, so I think both of these teams are gonna make it out here. I think because they were able to get 2 kills, they also qualify. But such a fantastic way to finish the night here. A perfectly timed Breath of the Dragon right out of the totem on Soe on the Tazia there, and just able to finish the job. So well played from both teams, but it is going to be team. That was team. Which team? I was Team Endless coming out on top.
My butt cheeks are clenched, Super. What a final fight. Both those teams genuinely fighting for their lives, right? Again, I don't know the math. I didn't do it. I'm not going to doubt your math on this either, but
I'm pretty sure both of them are in. Because, I was doing the calculations, and I think those extra 2 points actually mattered that they were able to get because they knocked down 2 members there. So, yeah,
second
I think we'll see them both.
Has been flipped on its head, man. Oh,
yeah, I
my
mean,
goodness.
DS Guardians, I think we're in like 7th place, and they just qualify.
It's going to be so close. It's going to be so close because we still have to think about what ended up happening to Team Stillcut, right? They also had a decent amount of points, and they were ahead of Team DS Guardians by a hefty amount. I think Endless was also like slightly behind, so they might be a little bit on the safer side, but I really don't know. I genuinely have no idea.
So Stillcut got, I think, 13 and they're at 30. So they're at like 43 or something. And I think DS Guardian should be at like 45 if I did the math correctly, you know. I'm pretty sure. We'll see here very shortly when they pull up the scores, but yeah, I mean, what a close group, I would say. Aside from obviously Umu kind of dominating, right? Go back Fish Roast kind of coming out on top, but did they go out in 8th place that lobby? So it's definitely a lot closer than what it should have been.
If it wasn't for that 8th place, I think this lobby still would have been one of those kind of steady way path into the into next week, right? Because it would most likely would have been go back Fish Roast to probably take away the game again, just because of how tame this game still was until we started going into the final zones. It was very close between the teams, but for a lot of the guys that were hovering from that 2nd to somewhere around like the 7th place spot, all of those teams were playing very passive because they knew how important even those extra placement points were going to be. And that's the kind of situations that Go Back Fish Roast excels in. If people play passive into that team, you just run them down. But that didn't happen because Team Stillcut knocked them down first at day number 2.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. We are gonna have the scores for you guys very shortly, and yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure okay, here it is. Oh wait, it's not talking about just
we
yet.
got the prediction event over on the Korean side. It's coming soon, the score sheet. Oh my god, oh my god.
Oh my god.
I'm so nervous. All right, let's see how it goes. Here's a score sheet, everybody. What were the 4 teams that made it through? It is, by 1 point!
And look at how close it is. Look at how close. Wait, did those -1s matter?
I think they did. It did, because Stillcut had -2 this
right?
entire
-2
series. Go Back Fish Roast.
Wait. The disconnect as well?
Yes.
Because if they... Actually, no, they would have lost a tiebreaker,
No,
right?
no, because they had the -1 from from Chon going down because of the potential disconnect, and then the Ekion also -1.
But if they -1 just from the disconnect, I think they still win, right? Because they had better placement at the very... No.
DS Guardians would have had it, yeah, because we would have gone into the third tiebreaker, which is... So there's like tiers when it comes to tiebreakers. First is if you have the same amount of points, then you look at the kill scores. And if you have the same amount of kill scores, the ultimate deciding factor is their performance in the final game.
Placement in the last game.
Yeah.
If the placement... Yeah. Dang, the -2 actually cost them the tournament there.
Oh,
that's one
no, it has got to be the gut punch of the century to Team Stillcut. What an absolute shame. Oh, man. Yeah, Stillcut is not going to be able to go to sleep easily tonight. But in the end, it is going to be Team DS Guardians, Big Game Hunter, Go Back Fish Roast, as well as Team Endless. Our 4 teams to move on. You can see it. The names lit up. It's only going to be Team Endless coming in from Knockout Stage 1 to continue their run for that golden run. Although I'm a little bit scared about this because Team Endless looked a little shaky today in Knockout Stage 2. As I mentioned before, it's not going to get any easier for them either.
Yeah, as long, I think, as March was playing out of his mind. As long as March continues that, I think Team Endless has gotten the bag.
You can't only rely on the haze, though. That's the problem in a lot of these cases.
They all have to be playing well. You can't really just rely on one player, especially in the later knockout stages.
Indeed. At the very least, we still do have the golden run potential for this tournament, so that is one thing that you and I can look out for going into next week. But for you guys in the chat, something you can look forward to right now is the off-air coupon for today. I got baited by Nimbu Neuron into saying a cursed number yesterday, but this time around it seems pretty safe. So, HOTUM. It's the numbers between 5 and 8 in consecutive. Yeah, it was in the code. There's a clip of it somewhere.
Actually in the code?
Yes,
really?
It was in the code. I wanted to shoot myself, my guy, dude. There was a part of me that was contemplating saying it in Korean just so I didn't have to say it in English, but I gave it to the fans. I gave it to them. But today, no bait. It's going to be HOTUM. Oh my god, please. What are you doing to me? 9ㅅPhase. It's been typed in the chat, but it's going to be the code for the common season fragment vouchers if you need those to finish out the map until the end of the season, and then the extra drop token if you need that as well.
Oh look, it's hot or
HOTUM.
Yeah, I think it was a great day today, Shuvi.
Yep.
Always watch Eternal Return Masters, and yeah, I'm definitely excited for next week.
I'm just so sad we can't see more Blair. This sucks.
Well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
-2. Out.
At least we have another Hisui player that exists in the tournament, so I guess that's one thing for us to be looking forward to by the end of this tournament. But yeah, super. I think for you and I, that is going to do it for us today. We know which teams are playing next week, so make sure you guys join us for Turn Masters next week for Knockout Stages 3 and 4. It's going to be 10 a.m. UTC, or for us, it'll be at 4 a.m. Eastern Time. So make sure you guys are here at the correct time on Friday.
I thought it was 5 a.m. Eastern.
No, it should be 4 a.m. Eastern. Because we started at 2. We started at... Oh, I'm so
started at
sorry.
3
You're
today.
correct. I was thinking about Central Time because that's mine. 5 a.m. Eastern Time. I do apologize. You're absolutely correct. 5 a.m. Eastern Time on Friday for Knockout Stage 3 and 4. And then after that, of course, we're going to go back to our normal schedule. But that is what it's going to look like. So join us next time because it's going to be a fun one. With how close this series was, I cannot wait to see how it's going to be as a fiesta
100%.
next week.
All right. Yeah, I'm excited.
Yes, indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this weekend. Thank you so much for making us a part of your weekend as well. We'll see you guys next week for Eternal Return Masters, so don't go anywhere. We will be back to get more Eternal Return action. Phase 2 is not over just yet. Goodbye, everybody.
Take care,
Have yourselves
guys.
a great Sunday. Bye-bye.
Bye.
연쇄 처치 중입니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다. 누군가가 연쇄 처치 중입니다.